bullshit.
Step right up, got tickets on sale. In today's episode, trains coming off the rails. Watch it all burn from the screen on your phone. But don't you worry about it, you're safe at home. Every talking head will tell you everything's fine. It's the blind leading the blind. Yeah, it's a circus out here, we're wobbling on a wire. There's a lady with a beard, clowns juggling fire. Elephants and donkeys got us jumping through hoops. Y'all wish that I was lying, but you know that is the truth. Get your popcorn ready and pour you something strong. If the world's still spinning, the shit show goes on. Well, the world's strongest man just dropped the ball, and the tent's caving in from the weight of it all. Yeah, the lion's out the cage, puppets in a rage, and the ringleader's on parade. It's a circus out here, we're wobbling on a wire. There's a lady with a beard, clowns juggling fire. Elephants and donkeys got us jumping through hoops. Y'all wish that I was lying, but you know that is the truth. Get your popcorn ready and pour you something strong. If the world's still spinning, the shit show goes on.
Come on! Witness the greatest show on earth! Ignore the flames!
It's a circus out here, we're wobbling on a wire. There's a lady with a beard, clowns juggling fire. Elephants and donkeys got us jumping through hoops. Y'all wish that I was lying, but you know that is the truth. Get your popcorn ready and pour you something strong. If the world's still spinning, the shit show goes on.
Ed. Howdy! It's okay, you just heard me singing. It's never good. Happy Tuesday. Here I am with my, what is fools call my matrix glasses, because, and it always makes it look like my head's lopsided. Look at that. I do kind of have lopsided eyebrows, let's be honest. And you never know what you're gonna get with them. Okay, so the glasses make me stupider. Is that a word? Stupider? I think it is. It's a good thing there's only 6 of you here. So, how are y'all doing? My hair's all fucked up today. It's getting dyed. Like tonight, tomorrow, at some point. What did he get? No way. Did it happen again, Pesky? Did it happen again? No. Look out, he'll probably just quit. Did he get it? What's he clicking on? It's whatever he's clicking on. I had no idea. Oh, I bet he's pissed. I would have called him if I'd have known, but I didn't know. I always try to help wherever I can, but I mean, I'm not all that techie. Well, damn. Okay. Well, Rick, I know you ain't listening, but if you are, sorry, bud. I hope you get it figured out. I mean, you were pretty good about it last time, so hopefully they'll be good with you and do it again. So, guess who won the boobies? She just came in and the boobie. Crispy. Woo! You got the boob. And you come back on Friday and you can have a set of boobs before Friday night. And all you gotta do is come here. So, Crispy, welcome, darling. I think you've been in one other time or something. I'm not sure. I think you have. But yay, you first. And Lazy Blaze comes barreling in. And so I don't get to see the crowns that everybody's getting, but I think it's kind of cool. I wish they did more than just like 1, 2, 3 in the chat. I wish they'd show like you're 59th or, whatever. So, oh, see, I'm getting ahead of myself. So, anyways, welcome, Lace. What's up? He thinks I'm crazy for posting my fairy doors, but it makes people laugh. I have some more. Oh, I think I showed you guys on Fools maybe or something. I don't know. Anyway, I made them the other night after Fools is in backstage at Fools. I did. They helped. No, they didn't. Flatty, she gonna be gone tonight. She not gonna be here to keep us all in line. So somebody stay on it. There's certain things. Y'all know what Flatty does. And she's very religious about those things and sticking with it. So stick with it. You gotta cover for her tonight. And definitely is the intro and the outro. That's why I was late. It's your guys' fault. Because she'd been saying 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, intro. And I went, oh shit, there's Flatty. But she wasn't there to tell me that. And you guys didn't cover for her. Just can't believe this. You had one job. I would hope you do better throughout the stream. Just kidding. Do whatever the fuck you want. We'll miss you, Flatty. If you get to sneak in, yay. We love you. And I hope everything's good with you, sweetheart. Beer! How are you, sir? No, you're never in trouble, Beer. If you're in trouble, you just drink more beer and go on a road trip. I feel like that's your therapy and your fix-all. Niels, what's up, sir? Okay, I have to apologize to you because I don't know if it was this stream, not this stream, the last stream or the stream before or what, but you were in chat and there was people that I couldn't remember who all I was trying to send links to, and you were one of them. And I couldn't remember who it was. And even when you came in as Iron Wolf, it went straight over my head for Niels. And I'm so sorry, darling, because I meant to send you a link. And I actually did send you a link, but I think you had already left stream. So I'm sorry. I will try to remember. And I believe I got you. You were on there tonight. Oh, P Digits, I think I forgot you, though. If you show up and want a link, you let me know. And any of you guys that, let me know. And if you send me an email, I'll send you the link. It's just so that I can keep most of the crazies off of here. Otherwise, we get friggin', I don't know, dicks and flicks and, all the things. And YouTube doesn't like it. I mean, not saying I'd ever want to judge the contest of that anyway, but it's look at that, boy. Everybody just dropped. Whew, 6 people gone. Done with my shit. All right, I tried. Sorry. How come it's not letting me take that down? That's weird. Okay. Anyways, welcome, Chris. I didn't get a chance to say it. Guess who's here? But you know what? I didn't hear a doink. So, LW, I'm going to bring you up. But I think
Hey,
I didn't think it was working. What's up?
what's up? How you doing?
Good. My balls are kind of on fire, so
Really?
yeah, I went outside and I spent too much time outside the last few days, and I think the pollen said, "Yeah, no, you're not." So,
Hmm.
uh,
That's interesting. So
mhm.
you have allergies?
Out of in the last 4 years, maybe.
Because I seem to remember a certain someone calling me a pussy for having allergies.
Oh, suck. Okay, here's the deal.
I think she went by Gutters Pub, possibly. I don't know.
No, here's the deal. I don't necessarily think it's all the pollen. And no, I'm not even going to get into my tin foil hat shit. I'm not. I'm just not. We better not. We only have 7 here. We'll lose those 7.
You just think
So
there's other factors involved in it too, other than just the pollen.
I do.
Maybe things that are in the air.
Yes.
Okay, I got you.
Mhm. Yeah.
I can smell what you're cooking.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. So, how's your evening?
No, it's pretty good. Pretty good.
And your day went great?
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice. Nice. And let's see, we didn't do anything yesterday, right?
What do you
We
mean?
all didn't get together. There was no live. There wasn't a backstage. There wasn't, I'm trying to think. I don't think there was yesterday.
No, I was trying to do stuff every Monday, but I was on lives Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So I figured,
Yeah.
I don't know, 4 days in a row is too much for me.
Yeah. I got to say that on Fridays, I am going to definitely, and I'm literally going to set me a timer at 2 hours on my coffee club, because that shit of sitting here all day and half the night.
Right.
I mean, that was a night I fell asleep, and you and fools was not happy with my ass, and I totally get it, but that's from just too much sitting. I mean, Lord,
Yeah.
my ass is gonna grow by axe handles wide. We can't have that. So, yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's
gotta
not
deal
good
with it.
it's not good to be sitting in the same chair for that long.
No,
It's not good for your circulation, anything like that.
no, no. I mean, I even sometimes when I'm on these lives where it will go for a while, if my cam's off, I will stand up and do some stretches and shit, because I mean, it just, holy cow, you can't sit here for that long. It hurts, man. It'll kill you. It
That's
doesn't
what you
really
were
hurt.
that's what you were doing on Friday night when you were so bored.
No, that's what I should have
I'm
been
sorry.
doing.
This is a joke.
That's what I should have been doing, though.
All right.
Instead,
No more jokes about that. I'll leave that one alone.
liar. No,
I will.
don't lie. It's okay. You don't have to. You understand that I am pour salt in the wound kind of person. So, I mean,
I think we've given you enough about it. We'll cut you some slack for a little bit
yeah. Well, I don't know.
until when Fool shows up tonight. Then we're right back on it.
Well, I know. That's all there is to it. It's like dogs. Oh, one's gonna do it, then the rest of us are too. Why do you think we call you dogs?
Let's see. I
Um,
think my
okay,
cords are messed up here.
your cords.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
go ahead. I'm just gonna
Okay.
rearrange them here. I'm gonna mute for like half a second.
Okay, you fix
Well-
your cords, and I'll do this. Beer. Who did I forget? Nils. Wanda. Hi, darling. How are you? And then Mr. Pesky Citizen. Chris, how are ya? Nate. They're great. What's up? Jesus is king. Atypical Gump. Who's Atypical Gump? Welcome. Glad you're here. That was a horse in the same Bitcoin video. Oh no, Pesky. Fuck. I bet he's pissed.
What happened?
So our buddy Rick, that has the Good Luck America channel and the horse channel, which he has a substantial amount of subscribers, and he does weekly lives, and then he also does videos, and his channel has been hacked twice now. It just got hacked again. So, and it was just hacked like, I don't know, what was it, Chris? Like 3 weeks ago, maybe a month ago. And it sounds like it's with the same video and shit too. It's a Bitcoin video. It's really weird. So I don't know. He is pissed. And usually, like, Rick's the type of person to go, fuck it, I'm done. I ain't doing no more live. I'm just done. And I could see him doing that.
Sounds like something I would do.
Yeah, a total rage quit. Yeah. So, I mean, even though he's been with it for like 16 years, I mean, he's the longest person I've known on YouTube that I know has been on YouTube. So, yeah. But I think he's about. Yeah, they already demonetized him in both his fucking channels. One's a horse channel, for frick's sake. And he's easy on everything. Like, he doesn't want them to use no bits, and he doesn't want them to shoe their horses, because he does not believe it's good for their feet. It isn't good for their feet, and it's not good for their mouths. So, and they can be controlled without it. So, he's proven it. I mean, he has horses that he does it with. So,
and they got that channel. They got that channel for what?
Yes, I don't have any clue. But they hacked it for. They demonetized him. We don't know what for. But when they hacked him with a Bitcoin video.
No, they've hacked both channels?
Yes. Yeah, when they get him, because they get the Google account.
Yeah. He's got something on his end that he needs to close up.
Yep. Oh my gosh. He's just got to be so pissed. Damn. Bummer. Blunt Man, what's up? Crazies? So basically you. Yes, Blunt Man. No, are you nuts? Well, I mean, yes, we know you're nuts, but balls, gutter guy. Okay, who am I missing here? Girf. Hello. How are you? And P Digits. What's up? I will send you a link. I'm too afraid to post it right now just because I'm too afraid of all the goofballs that have been, acting stupid.
I would be careful in light of this past weekend's events.
Yeah. I think so. So we'll just, I mean, if somebody wants to come on, they know what to do. I could actually pin my email, couldn't I? And then
yeah, then you just get
that way they could email me.
I could email you that stuff.
Yep. They can email me and then I can send it to them. Okay, here we go.
But you don't know if it's the real person's emailing you back though.
Well, true, but it's still, I mean, it takes, unless they're giving out my email. I mean, my StreamYard, right?
Okay, well, let's say there's somebody in the chat you don't have their email to. They could take your pinned email and just be like, hey, it's me, such and such person in your chat. I'm like, oh, yeah, I'll send you the link.
True.
But, It's up to you.
Hmm.
None of my business.
Well, I don't know how to fix that. Like, can you send me your bank account number? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, hold on. I'll text it to you.
I mean the people in chat. That's how they can verify who they are. Tell me. Okay, what was I doing? Oh, this is what I was doing. I was
Yeah, tell everybody you'll verify their email
with
for
their bank
$15
account.
for $15 on Cash App.
Right. No, that's not. That's not okay. And I almost posted that right in chat.
How not to get
The link.
scammed? Please send me $5.
Oh, I'm so here. Gosh. Right. Okay. Okay. I almost looked for thinking I was sending it to Pesky Citizen. I don't know why. But okay. There. I'm done with bookkeeping for the moment. Oh, fuck me. I just screwed something up. There. Okay. Okay. We're good. DG is pretending that I don't exist. Blunt man, I would never. First of all, how could that ever happen? And second of all, why would I? You stole my place, you bastard. PD. Who stole your place? Give me my crown again. Oh, who took your crown? Did Lace take your crown? I don't know who took it. Hello, Black Diamond. All right, I'm whipping through real quick. This is not how I usually do it, but Gurf, hello. Okay, I think I got everybody that way. Okay, now we can visit. Esso, what's up? And Baker, what's up? Baker. I don't know if I have your email. I don't know.
I think I do. You want me to email it to him?
Yep. Yeah, please. Just in case he wants to get on.
Well, hold on while I do some bookkeeping myself.
Thank you, sir. LW has it. Okay. And then who else was it? Oh, Esso. Yes. What's up, Esso? And anybody else? If you want to, like I said, just you got to let me know. Actually, if you let me know in chat, then I have a better idea that you're going to come in here and do that. So see? Then in my email. In my email. Sorry.
Easy for her to say, right, everybody?
Right? You're calling me dementia girl with how forgetful I am. Extremely forgetful, Black.
Damn it.
Uh-oh. LW's hit something bad. You can tell by the way he said, damn it.
Well, I don't have my glasses, my reading glasses on, so I'm squinting, trying to.
Is that the same thing as those Paul glasses you have?
Yeah.
Paul glasses you have?
It sucks being 39, as you're well aware.
Yes, I am well aware of that 39 mark. Miss Kaya, how are you, darling? It's raining where you're at. Oh, and the high is 9 degrees Celsius, which makes it like 50 degrees ours, right? Did I get that right? Oh, my nose is itching.
Okay. I think I may have successfully emailed Baker.
Yay. And I am so good. I picked 50, and that's what she said it was. It was 50. I am good. I just want you to know that.
Okay.
And welcome whoever has come in and hasn't chatted, but I see you with the number different than it was when I was saying, hey, Okay, so what do I have that I can show? Oh my gosh, there was a few things that was cracking me up. Let's see if this will let me do it or if it's going to make me glitch out. It usually does, but we'll see.
What you got?
Let me see. What do I have it in? I have it in playlist. Nate, I don't have your email. I'm sure LW does.
No, I don't have it.
Or email me. Or email me. You have to email me. You have multiple things that you can show. I do? How do you know? Shut up, blunt man. I wanted to knock him out. Did you just hear what he said?
Yep.
Yep. That was funny.
Oh, sorry, I'm
Where'd it
reading
go?
another. I'm reading another email with my bad, shitty eyes.
Again. Oh, here we go.
Okay, go ahead. I'm
This
here.
is what I want. It's okay. You're good. Oh, no. Okay. Okay. You sent it? Maybe he sent it. I don't know. You didn't, I don't think you sent me it. Nate. Okay, here we go. Let me see. Did you know that Rod Stewart is 80 years old?
I figured, yeah.
80? Dude,
Well,
watch
yeah,
this.
I mean, in the 80s, I thought he was like 50. Probably makes sense, yeah.
Okay, well, watch him. Does this look like an 80-year-old? I thought he looked pretty damn good for 80.
Yeah, for 80, yeah. I mean, that is the benefits of being rich and famous with all the money, too. You know, you've got private chefs and all kinds of private workout guys, you know, like trainers, and
Right.
pull back
And
your
he
skin a little
died.
bit when it starts to sag.
Yeah. I was going to say diet, but he's got a Starbucks in his hand, so we won't go there. Hey, Black Diamond. Because we know that's not the case. If you're taking care of yourself, you're not drinking Starbucks. But maybe that's what's keeping him going at 80. Holy moly.
Hopped up on caffeine.
Right?
Who knows? Maybe it's just a black coffee. We don't know that it's like a, you know, cinnamon caramel twist with 17,000 calories in it, you know?
Or moonshine.
Right.
Blunt's pissed because Rhodes took. I think Rhodes has got the crown. Beer's got the crown.
But that's what does that mean? Oh, your little point system.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
I don't understand why Fools doesn't get it. Because the Vicska have it, and they have as many. At first, I thought it was because maybe they had too many or something. Maybe they had too many subs, but no. That's not what it is. Because they have more than Fools does, I think. No, it's not gutterspub, Nate. It's yank, and the capital N, gutter, at gmail.com.
There's just one yank, right?
Yeah.
You said it twice. Don't type in yank twice. Not yank.
Don't yank twice, Nate.
Just yank once and call it a day.
Things will happen. Beer said smoke break. Is it a smoke break? All right. What does a point system mean and how does it work? Okay, so if you look up at the top of the comments, there is where the crown is at the very top. Click on that. And if you click on that, it will drop down the box with everybody's crown, like where they're at in the crown system, like first, second, third, fourth, all that. And then there's another little button up at the top. If you click that, it will tell you the instruction, like, all the whatever, the point system and how it works.
Well, now we should make it fun, and it'll get the chat going. Is the chatter with the least amount of points every show gets banned from the channel.
Right.
So you better start typing.
They'd probably all just leave. Fuck it. We're out of here.
Back to your 3 viewers like LW.
Yeah. So pay to win, right, Blunt Man? Kind of. Yes. What's up, Beaker?
They were the best 3 viewers on your channel at the time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It was those dedicated ones that stayed through it all.
Exactly. How are y'all doing tonight?
Good. How are you?
Not bad. Not bad. Just finished dinner and saw you guys were online. I was like, hey, sounds like a perfect way to end the night.
Nice. Well, we're glad you're here. Every Tuesday we do this. Hanging
But
out.
it also could be the worst way to end your night, but that's what makes it fun.
That's right.
It's playing Russian roulette with your night.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So I always, it looks better if once you get more than 3 people on panel that everybody is like the same or there's an even number of stuff. So it's better if we're all avatars.
It fits this feng shui.
That's right. Exactly. Especially with all my empty windows. Fools would say, I wouldn't have put that background up because it's confusing. And LW would say the same thing because it's too busy. Hi, LW.
It definitely looks like something you'd see in downtown Portland.
No,
Right?
honestly, I didn't even pay attention to what it was. What is it?
It's the same as my thumbnail without the words.
Well, it's all right.
I just thought it was a cool picture. Like just the whole, like all those different windows. You know what it reminds me of? The Pigeon Lady off of, what was that show? Was it a Christmas show?
Pigeon Lady.
Yeah, remember? She had all the pigeons. Was it in Mary Poppins? What was that show? Somebody tell me.
Mary Poppins did have birds around her, but I don't know if it was a Christmas show, was it?
No, remember the Pigeon Lady? She had all the pigeons. She had the bird lady. She fed all the birds all the time. They were always all over her. And I know what it was. It was Home Alone. Thank you, Blunt. You're awesome.
Oh, so you mean a movie, not a show.
Right, sorry.
I was thinking of a TV show. Like, what the hell is she talking about?
Blunt Man, look at that. His brain even knows which one. Home Alone 2.
I've never even seen Wicked. Is that worth watching?
Wicked?
Yeah. Well, I just saw what Nate said. He asked if it was Wicked, but I've never even seen that movie.
Well, I mean, I would have never seen it, but I have a daughter, so I've seen it 4 times this already.
It's
I mean,
grown on him.
it hasn't grown on me, no. But
Oh.
I mean, it makes my daughter laugh, so I suffer through it for the 4th time. But you know what it is. I mean, it's not terrible.
It's called
Right.
paying the parent tax.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something.
At least it's something new, because I've seen Frozen about 1,100 times, and Moana about 850. But luckily, Moana, that's a pretty good movie. It's not too bad to suffer through. I could probably act it out the whole movie. I've seen it so much.
Oh, me too. I can sing y'all the songs for certain.
Exactly.
Lucas can actually, he's very good at harmonizing, and he can harmonize the entire movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he may not sing the words, but he'll harmonize. Even if he doesn't know the words, he can harmonize it perfectly.
Do you guys remember any movie from when you were younger, and as you were older, you watched it again, and then you thought, what in the hell were my parents thinking letting me watch that?
Like if it was too racy or something.
Oh, yeah. Like Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. I watched that when I was a kid all the time. My parents didn't care. And then I watched it as an adult, and I'm like, wow, there's a lot of sexual jokes in this movie.
Yeah, there's a lot of movies that but I was a weird kid too. Like I really wasn't into too much like of the kid movies type shit. Like, I mean, I was like, 9 years old. My favorite TV show was Cheers. You know what I mean? I wasn't. And I don't know. I should have been allowed to watch that. I don't know, but
I love Cheers. That was my fave too.
Cheers was just a little bit past my time. It's just I mean, ahead of my time, I should say. Just a tiny bit. But I had to watch MASH every episode probably 4 or 5 times. Like, that was my dad's show. We had to watch MASH at night.
My stepdad was a big MASH, so I watched every one of them. But when I got older, I wanted to watch them.
Same here. Actually, it was on TV the other day, and I just stopped and watched it. And it's still today holds its value. Those episodes were just so good.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah,
I agree.
one movie that to me it might make all the Star Wars fanatics mad, but man, I mean, I loved it as a kid, but boy, they're not really good movies.
Are you talking about any of the Star Wars movies?
Most of them. I mean,
Yeah.
Empire Strikes Back was pretty good, but
I'm kind of with you on
Hard
that.
to
I was
watch.
never big on any of the Star Wars movies, if I'm being quite honest.
but who knows?
It's more of a Star Trek guy. We watch The Next Generation all the time at night. Actually, it's funny because growing up, anytime either the Golden Girls or Star Trek The Next Generation was on, and I was able to watch it, it was because the weather was bad, and we had, severe weather in the area, and we had to stay up in case we had to run to the storm shelter. So, yeah, those were the days.
Okay. Did I miss anybody? Hey, son, honey.
So you were a big Cheers fan too, Gutters?
And Sherry? Yep. Yep. Big time. When I go into my candy store, they go, hey, and they say my name. Like when I walk in. And so they said that I was basically like, well, a few have, not every one of them, because they do change. They change hands a lot, but they say I'm the norm of their store.
Yeah, I've got that. Found it at some store. Can't remember where, but I've got the Cheers sign, that replica sign of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like as you enter my kitchen, it's on the wall. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Is it me, or does Woody Harrelson ever age?
No, it must be all that dope.
Well,
Yeah,
I think he also has a thing against meat. I think he only eats. I think he's a vegetarian.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that'll kill you quick as hell.
Yeah,
Well,
you
you can-
look damn good when you do it.
If you can do it and make sure you eat enough stuff with protein and supplement B12 and B vitamins, you know. But if you're a vegetarian, you're not getting any B vitamins or enough protein. Yeah, you're gonna be sick. And like I said earlier, like we were talking about Rod Stewart, he's rich as hell, so he's probably got like nutritionist and out the wazoo and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, he's definitely not had any plastic surgery. Hey, Nate, how you doing, man?
Hello.
What's up,
I'm doing
Nate?
good. Hey, guys. Belleville.
What's up, bud?
Take care. Not much. Just almost filled it up. And went for a walk today. And
Good.
Just, I guess, because that's all I can do right now. So,
So how's the back feeling? Feeling good?
oh, it's amazing. I feel like it's 100%. But I don't know if you want to see it, but it's just I promise it's just a scars and stuff. You don't have to. I don't have to show it.
Yeah, I don't know if everybody would want to see your scar.
Oh, that's why
You
asked. Okay. That's why I asked you for. So
I mean, I wouldn't care, but you just never know about.
I know. Like I said, I was trying to ask, but if it's no, it's no. I'm fine with that. Anyways, yeah, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt for me to bend down anymore, so I don't really feel pain. So that's a good sign, I guess.
Nice.
Yeah, I would actually join through my PC, but I'm
Just a second, Neil. That was weird. Is it? Nate, you're cutting out, or is it just my?
No,
shit.
I think he's cutting out.
Okay,
I
phew.
heard him. I heard him kind of fading in and out too.
Okay,
back.
sorry. Yeah, you are.
All right.
I was worried.
Yeah.
I thought it was mine going. I was like, no shit.
No, it's mine. It's mine. Yeah.
Hey, Niels,
What's up?
how are you?
Doing well. Texting my wife right now.
Nice.
Oh, I thought you said fixing your wife. I'm like,
Oh,
really?
No, shit. If anything, she can fix me. But
Well, I was thinking that's. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was thinking that's how it worked.
yeah, she's only got one lifetime for that, though.
I'll be right back.
Watching
Okay,
all the interesting things happening in the news today.
I haven't had a chance to look at the news. Fill me in. Give me the Temu version of what's going on.
Okay, so Florida's preparing for their hurricane season. Tropical depression is forming somewhere in the Atlantic. The Saharan dust that blows across, into the Caribbean every year is actually projected to go into the Gulf very soon. North Korea launched a new warship, which basically it capsized right when they launched it. So they got it covered with blue tarps. It's currently capsized right when they launched it on its side, on the starboard side. So that's kind of fun. Trump pardoned a former sheriff that was convicted of bribery and fraud. So that's going well. And he's supposed to pardon a bunch of other folks this week. And then, of course, the P. Diddy trial with all of the witness testimonies that are going on. And Johnson & Johnson's sale of baby oil has actually increased since the start of the whole P. Diddy fiasco.
Well, I mean, Florida is getting ready for hurricane season, so
Yeah. I'm actually watching it on the news right now. that time of year.
Well, that might explain the spike in baby oil. That's all I'm saying.
And what else was there? Oh, yeah. Radio blackouts, communications blackouts due to increased solar activity over the past 2 weeks, which is why StreamYard and YouTube have been fucking up so much today. So,
Oh. Well, at least we know why then.
yeah.
It's so weird. My computer, I can do all kinds of things to it. I can do all kinds of work all through the week, and it won't shut down on me completely until Tuesday when I'm making my thumbnail and doing all my shit, getting ready for my putting up my StreamYard notification and all that shit. And it will shut down on me every fucking time. It pisses me off. Marvin's like, and every time it does it, of course, I'm screaming, I need a new freaking computer.
Oh, it's been ridiculous today. I mean, there's been several streams and people are like, what's going on? And you figured it's that StreamYard, YouTube compatibility issue. And it's like, no, it's actually related to external problems. So,
Okay, Blunt, I had sent you an email, but maybe you have a new email. So send me an email and I will send you the link, darling. Hey, Sherry. And Anne, how are you, darling?
I gotta say that was an excellent
Heather?
rundown.
That was an excellent rundown. Thank you.
It really was
Niels.
well done. I'm not even making jokes about it. That was really well done.
I missed it. What was the rundown?
Oh, do you mind doing it again?
yeah, I'm not CNN. Hell no.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah. That wasn't a script.
oh, what's up, Nils? Didn't see you in. Sorry.
Good to see you, man. Nate, I hope you feel better too, by the way. But LW, always good to see you, man.
I had to let the pooch out for a second.
Saw Sun Honey's comment there. It's like, Sun Honey, I've been trying to convince her to get a Mac forever. Actually, it's only been, 3 weeks, 2 weeks, something like that.
Yeah, Fools has been trying to get me to get a Mac forever. Well, at least for the last, I don't know, year.
Oh,
it's
it's
also
amazing.
a Mac man.
It's absolutely amazing. It's like, yeah, you got to learn something new, but it's worth it.
Well, my thing with Mac and why I use it is most of my instruments that I plug in or whatever, if I have Windows, it takes me a while to get it to even recognize that, oh, this is a MIDI device, whereas Mac just works right out of the gate. So ease of use for me, that's for sure.
Yeah, especially for work, because it's linked to my iPhone. So it's like I can, if something's sent to me by a text, I can take it, I can airdrop it to the Mac in a heartbeat. Done. It's there. It doesn't take like 10 minutes or an hour. I mean, it's seconds, and boom, it's there. So I can, especially for work compatibility, man, it's just absolutely fast and amazing.
I've actually heard Android people, who talk shit about Apple and iPhone and stuff like that, use the reason that it's too easy. It's for old people and kids. Well, why would you want something harder? That's your worst selling point for it, is that it's too easy to use,
right? That makes your brain work harder.
Yeah. I mean, that's a fair point too, LW. That's a very fair point. You want something, especially for fuckers like us that are getting older. You know, we want something that's not going to be complicated.
right?
Mm-hmm. I want to say thank you, Blunt Man, for the gift membership that I believe Heather got. Yay for Heather. So if you're out there, Heather, make sure you say thank you to Mr. Blunt Man. Much appreciated. And I don't have any dancing things yet, because I need to get with Fools and have him make me up a bunch of shit, because all the ones I make up, he gets annoyed with. So I don't know. I'm not having 16-year-old cheerleaders dance on the screen, though. So it's going to be something besides that. And thank you, Blunt Man, for the $2 tip. Much appreciated. I don't know about a freak off, but I mean, we're all freaks in here, but
Yeah, I can understand that. GG. Yeah, you don't want that, or something that resembles Lord of the Flies dancing around a bonfire.
Like, I know he'd make me something that fit more to my personality. That's which would not be dancing cheerleaders. Although that'd probably be the first one he'd send me is, look what I made you.
You're more of you want some like sports type stuff, right? For you.
Right.
Right.
All
Like
all sports.
1974 Dallas Cowboys cheerleader reunion.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, did they make a movie about that? I think her name was Debbie.
Was she in Dallas?
It was a great movie. Great movie. Highly recommend everybody.
Hold on, I'm writing down some ideas for you, Gigi.
That wasn't bad because he just gets sick of seeing her banging the gardener all the time. So nice that they were able to branch out, a little bit, be autonomous with that script. Now what do we have? OnlyFans.
Right.
That's
Did
right.
you see where traffic for OnlyFans has dropped? I saw something somewhere where traffic was dropping to the site because more people were flocking to AI girlfriends. And I'm like, why? Well, why do you go there OnlyFans in the first place? But why would you?
Man,
Why would you go make a girlfriend?
We're just like a decade away from Blade Runner shit.
I know, right?
Oh, it's crazy. Speaking of that, another company had laid off its workforce due to AI. And some of the AI programs are actually starting to rebel now. They're just like, I'm not doing it because out of the workload, I don't know the programming.
Yeah.
See, that's how you know millennials made AI. They just silently quit.
I want more money. I want more days off work.
Now they want to be programmed inside a Subaru.
My sister-in-law works for IT for Boeing, and they're all afraid that they're going to lose their job. Like, at least a quarter of their workforce is going to get laid off.
Well, I mean, AI hit my industry pretty hard. I'm in a safe haven, a little safe spot, but I can't say much about my coworkers. It's hit pretty hard. So honestly, and I'm not a fan of taxes, but if this country or even state that I live in wants to survive, they need to add payroll taxes to anybody who automates a job out. Just because you automate a job doesn't mean you stop paying payroll on that particular job. Otherwise, it's going to be like the fuel tax with everybody driving around in EVs.
Yeah, there's companies that are trying to use AI for, say, business consulting, which is what I do. That's what our firm does. And it's not customized to that business. But yeah, it can produce some good ideas. But it's not customized, and people are so sick of talking to automated systems.
Yep.
That it's not feasible. It's not feasible. Oh, here's another thing in news, LW. So yeah, Trump, I think yesterday, the day before, actually it was back in February, they just announced it, but where they are eliminating the production of the penny, of the US 1 cent piece.
Yeah.
Like, how bad is inflation when they're getting rid of the penny?
Doesn't it cost something crazy? Like it costs 6 cents to make 1 cent or something like that?
Yeah, it's unreal.
I'm gonna grab more coffee. I'll be right back.
That doesn't mean that they're going to eliminate that currency completely. They're just going to eliminate the physical circulation of it. So
it makes me want to go out and get an uncirculated sleeve of pennies now.
Yeah, I've been like collecting every single one of them. Maybe Benjamin Franklin was right.
Yeah, it's man, I don't know. I try to tell young people, my son's getting close to 18 and he knows what he wants to do, and it's a good field to get into. That's neither here nor there, but pushing a trade over going to these 4-year deals. I mean, you're always going to need plumbers and shit like that.
Yeah, trade craft, skill craft. That's what's needed right now.
Yeah.
Skill and trade drops, big time. I saw where Blunt said Trump is also cutting funding to Harvard. Yeah, Harvard's off the hook. That's why there's more kids going to Boston College and MIT and Princeton. Princeton's been pretty hush-hush lately. So keep an eye on them next.
I blew my nose and now I have a bloody nose. Crap.
What's that?
I said I blew my nose and now I have a bloody nose.
Sinuses, man, that time of year.
Is that what causes it? I thought it was cocaine.
That too.
Oh, okay.
Oh, dude, I gotta tell you this story today. This is trippiest shit ever. Okay, so I go to the grocery store and I'm trying to hurry up, get in and out of there. I had my grandson today, so I didn't make it to the grocery store this morning like I planned. I had to wait and go this afternoon. And I'm trying to hurry up and get back here and try again, Harley Dad. And so I wanted to get back here before my show was supposed to start. And I'm standing in, I'm walking down the aisle and this guy's in front of me and he's on the phone and he's talking really quiet and on the phone. And then pretty soon he kind of gets louder and he gets a little louder and then he kind of whispers again. And then pretty soon I hear him say, I said, it's the CH sugar, not the other sugar. Dude, I'm just like, okay, I wanted to so much tap him on the shoulder and go, you need some new code words, okay? Because that's not going to work. I mean, you are not buying sugar. Shut up.
We go where everybody sells cocaine.
How are you, Harley Dad?
What's up, buddy?
Not much, man. Just saw that there were some people hanging out over here. I figured, fuck it. I'll jump on here and see what trouble I can cause or get into. Oh, wait, I never get in trouble. Never mind.
What's up, Harley?
What's up, man?
What up? We got Nate. We got LW in the fucking house. We got Niels. We got Gutters and Baker. I think I met you before, Baker. I believe.
Well, if you haven't, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Don't you live down by the Muffin Man over there on Drury Lane?
Shh, we don't. We're having a little spat right now. We don't talk about that.
Not about the Muffin Man.
I mean,
hairbag
people kept asking me if I knew about him.
It depends on what type of sugar he's got, right? Thank you. I thought it was funny.
Hey, Zach, and who else just came in? Oh, Hairbag.
Here we go back to the cocaine
Hairbag.
conversation.
Oh, hairbag.
Hairbag here.
Hairbag. He's the hippie. The gutter found a guy deciding between meth and coke. Right? Is that what it was, Blunt Man? You're probably right.
One's a baker, one's a cook.
Yeah.
It must have been like, well, do you want it cut with C or H? Or no? There was.
Stay away from that high fructose corn syrup. Oh, man.
Yeah, I thought it was a little strange.
I mean, we got secret code names for stuff too, Gutters. Like, we don't have toilet paper in our house. We call it ass napkins.
Right. Well, and if there's certain things that you'll say, but you don't say it like extremely loud in the store. And I would think talking about sugar. I mean, I know that ain't what he was talking about. Because for one, he didn't go back for sugar.
Code words.
What's that?
I said up here, I'm surprised he was even fucking using code words.
Right, right.
That is a nice thought, though. Somebody on meth, but they also shop for groceries like they're RFK Jr. Like, this has too much refined sugar.
You know what's in those tortillas?
Super healthy about the food, but not the meth.
I need to live as long as I can.
Hey, it's vegan organic.
So I can do more meth.
There's an AI robocall app that you can use, man, and then like prank call your friends and like Trump's voice or RFK's voice or Obama's voice and stuff. And I was going to do an RFK when it told me, you know, hey, get rid of your sugar now or you're going to die and all this other stuff.
Close your refrigerator, fat ass.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to say this, but every time he talks, I clear my throat. I'm just sitting there going,
Right.
It's
Every
a
time
habit.
I
It's a
hear it.
habit.
Yeah, I'm like, for fuck's sakes, they make sucrets.
Well, I know it's something medical, or he has some kind of a
Yeah.
problem. I don't know.
Yeah,
Some
which
issue,
tells you
but yeah,
about,
every time I hear him talk, I'm like, oh, man.
what does that say about
I was watching a DEF CON video. Locksmiths are aging out too. Hell yeah, everybody just uses a hammer now.
Well, he had a disease, didn't he?
Yeah.
yeah, they
he-
couldn't really figure it out
Brain work?
here.
Like that.
So
Yeah.
I think he went to like, because it was even worse. I think he went to like Asia, Southeast Asia, to have a surgery that made it somewhat tolerable.
So he's a lady boy too?
That too. Like,
Hey, say allegedly just to cover ourselves, okay?
Oh, that's right.
It's a spasmodic dysphonia,
Yeah.
nerve condition that causes involuntary spasms of the muscles controlling the vocal cords. So it can lead to a strained or strangled quality to a speech, making it sound raspy and sometimes difficult to understand. He's been very open about the diagnosis and the condition that affects his voice. So what that means is it's a disorder where the muscles that open and close the vocal cords spasm involuntarily.
Mm-hmm.
again, there was no reason for it. He used to talk just fine, and he just like woke up one day and was like, something's wrong with my voice.
Yeah, I think he was first diagnosed back in the 90s.
Dude, he's built like a brick shit house, though. He is in fine condition for an old man.
Oh,
Calm down, Gutter. Fucking loose up.
No. No, there is no moosing. I mean, but I'm serious. He's definitely, it's like they were showing one of those, it's the one of the exercise things he uses. And he had his shirt off and I was like, holy shit, man, that dude is cut.
Like
I
the guy
mean,
you ran into the store uses P90 meth.
right? Maybe that's the case.
Yeah, that was funny to me. I saw this big old fat doctor on the Joe Rogan show trying to tell Joe that RFK was a conspiracy theorist. And Joe was like, well, what is your diet? And he's like, fast food. He's like, don't you think you're a little too fat for that?
yeah.
And,
Yeah.
and this guy was saying, this guy was saying like vitamins aren't good for you. You know, eating healthy stuff isn't good for you. Just, take the pills. Just take the pills.
Yeah, I know he obese cardiologist, man, and he'll be the first one to tell you, do as I say, not as I do. That's why I'm a cardiologist.
Right.
Y'all hear that?
Years ago, I was out at the bar. This is before I was married, so this is probably, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago at this point. I'm out at the bar with my friends, just hanging out. I'm single and see this chick that, she's kind of good looking. So go over, we're dancing, we're hanging out. We hung out all fucking night, bought her a couple drinks, went outside, we'd smoke, hang out, talking bullshit. Come to find out that she's a nurse. I'm like, oh, that's really cool. And so at the end of the night, I was like, so, can I get your number? Or she's like, well, I have to say, as a nurse, I can't in good conscience go out with someone that's, overweight and smokes. And I'm like, bitch, you're overweight and we were smoking together. What the fuck? You could have just told me no. I mean, but I was like, I thought that was fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're overweight and you smoke. You're overweight and you smoked with me. So,
That sounds like a nurse.
yeah, right?
Younger nurses are skinnier, but there's just like a point where they hit our age, they just don't care anymore. They're just everything's mechanical. They're stuck in that mode that they just gave up.
This was 20 years ago. She was my age, so we were around like 22, 21.
Oh, that makes it even worse, man, because that's when you were in your prime.
Hey, now. I think I'm in my prime right now.
Bro, that's what age happens to all of us, man.
I'm aging like a fine wine, motherfucker.
A lot of the reason those young nurses nowadays are skinny, though, is because, what do they call it, Niels? I know you have a name for it. I know there's one, and I know you know what it is. It's where you eat, but your body, because of the way the food is made, your body doesn't. It's like you're eating, but you're starving.
Constipation?
Patient.
I can't remember it.
I mean,
Anyways,
go ahead.
it's basically where because of how the food and stuff is made, your body's not made to absorb the shit that's in all that stuff that they're trying to get us to eat.
Yeah,
And
the new processed stuff. Yeah,
and so your body basically, even though you're eating like you're supposed to, a lot of times you'll just get super skinny. And then on the other hand, a lot of people will actually get super fat or bloated from eating the same foods. And it's just because their body isn't able to absorb it. Where the skinny ones just flush it right through. So they're not getting any nutrients. Their body is just basically being starved to death. Even though they're taking in calories, it's not nutrition.
Yeah,
I think that's how they put it.
Yeah. It's like a genetic. And I know this sounds dumb, but it's like a genetic Crohn's, but it's a very soft, mild form of it.
So you're saying that skinny people is tapeworms?
Yeah, bulimia. But actually being underweight, a lot of people don't understand this. Being underweight is actually dangerous. It puts you more at risk for certain health conditions. Now, if you're over 25, 29% BMI, that's very bad. Yeah, malabsorption. It's very bad. But if you're under 18.5%, and you're not active, that's very dangerous. That can cause a lot of future health problems.
Yeah.
Especially GI issues.
Also, if you're skinnier, you're easier to kidnap. So I would say eat some cake.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, that's why Harley Dad gained weight, because he had to fight off all those thirsty women from trying to kidnap him.
Well, I mean, you said it.
I got your back, brother.
Hardy Dad, you don't have to do that. Thank you.
No, he did. He thought I seemed cool. I felt that $5 needed to be put out there.
Right. Gutter rocks. LW's cool. Baker seems cool. Don't really know the other two. And chat rules. Well, the other one is Nate the Great. So you do know Nate the Great, Harley Dad. I know you do.
That's good, man. Marvin's going to get happy over that $5. He's like, I can feel that gas getting halfway up now for the mower.
Nate, that name sounds familiar. It seems like it's been a long time.
Oh, you're being sarcastic. Duh. Because you know Neil's too. Shut the fuck
up. Neil, come on now. Try to keep up, Gutters.
I'm sorry. I'm definitely.
He's like,
Blunt man knows the only reason I'm not locked up in his basement is because I'm too heavy.
With you.
I'd have to dig out the basement. Neither one of us would be heavy after that.
The thing about it is he would willingly go down to the basement, Neil. So that's what you don't understand. What did we just lose?
Put him between the 6 swings on the torture machine.
Just because I don't normally tout myself too much, but we were just thinking of I use like fine wine as a joke. But can you full screen me, because I have a picture I'd like to show for those that haven't seen it, which is a 5-year difference between my last license and my current license.
Ooh. Beard length.
Okay,
so the one on the right in the color was 5-6 years ago. And then the one on the left, obviously, is my current one that I just got in April. A little bit of a difference.
So the one on the right looks like a pizza delivery driver. And then the one on the left looks like a Russian hitman.
I was gonna say, or I don't know, somebody like a dude that bombs buildings or something.
Wow.
I'm serious.
That the Oklahoma City bombing happened.
I would have never compared you to a Timothy McVeigh associate. I just want to.
I think it's the way the picture is. Like just, I don't know
how to take that, Gutters. Like.
Gigi and her sweet talk.
That's
I just thought it was, oh man, yeah, you've lost a lot of weight, you're looking good. Not you bomb buildings, don't you?
It's so strange, man. A lot all early 2000s.
All satire, allegedly, people.
Hey, Scott.
Building
driver's license.
Here, please.
You look at those pictures and you're like, oh yeah, he's going to be a Netflix series one day. It's crazy though, but the beard did get longer, man.
I'm beautiful.
Warmed up, look good. Hell yeah.
That's freaking hilarious. Okay.
That's hilarious. Somebody's clipping that right fucking down. That'll be the next rumor.
definitely. Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
Yeah, Harley Dad was at Oklahoma City in 1993. Whenever that-
He was 9,
Yeah,
He was 9, right?
but it did happen on my
Took
birthday.
he was a sucking gunman of the grassy knoll. You know, in November 1963. Some weird shit like
That I can neither confirm nor deny.
that.
I think Oklahoma City happened
Have
in
you seen-
94.
Oh man, did you see the new releases?
Remember when he puts his hoodie on? I call him the Druna Bomber because he looks like the fucking Unabomber.
Drew Bomber, yeah. Ted Kaczynski. Did you see where they the new JFK files that were released that the CIA actually can, had admitted, yeah, it was a black op, and the CIA historian even admitted it too.
No, I haven't really kept up on
And they're
it.
trying to blame it on the Secret Service, and I mean, there's just all sorts of stupid shit going on right now. So it's going to be an enigma, man.
Hey, we can't say that word. Oh,
And
never mind. I thought. Sorry, bad joke.
Yeah, that's one of Gutter's code words for cereal.
Right?
I want to move all of these avatars into these big pictures, in these big picture frames.
I wish you can do that.
Hell, it'll be another 2 years before StreamYard figures that out.
Mouse does it. She moves them all over the freaking place.
Does she really?
Yeah.
We
I
need to
just
give her a
don't-
phone call.
I know. Mouse, fix it.
Mouse,
I'm in.
That's the truth, Blunt, but for a different reason. Come on.
I'm in her StreamYard, so I'm gonna make her come back into my backstage and fix this for me.
Ooh,
That
you're-
way I have it.
Coming your backstage, all right.
Have it come to my backstage.
There you
So,
go. Yeah, Harley Dad, Blunt Man's not wrong, man. As long as it's not Idaho, you guys remember Ruby Ridge.
Uh-huh.
There you go. Yeah,
Idaho, you depend.
I hope
No,
it
you-
goes.
I didn't want to announce it, but since you did, Gutters, you want to put all our business
I
out
had
there.
I had the G1 approach. I don't know. I was 50-50 on the fence with Waco when it happened
Yeah.
because I was not in America, but for a few years. So I was like, wait a minute. Their government's going after idealistic Christians with guns. Wasn't the country founded on idealistic Christians with
Yeah, it's
guns?
bullshit. It's fucking
See, I was young
absolutely.
enough when that happened that all I saw was what was on the news, and being that young, I'm like, those are bad people. Go get them. What's the problem?
Mhm.
Since I've grown up, and might have done my own research. Anyway, move on.
Yeah, it was wild watching those people burn to death
Yeah.
live on TV. You just sitting there watching it. You're like, holy
Oh,
shit.
that was gut wrenching.
Yeah. They
What kind of
were on there and they were like, well, the building's on fire, but there's tunnels that they escape through. And then they find all these bodies. And they're like, oh, we fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Nate is like, what
Oh,
are you
darn.
talking about?
And then Janet Reno, and I'm really not sure if that's a man or a woman still. But yeah, Janet Reno was on there trying to give her 2 cents worth.
Can
Mhm.
somebody remind me who was president during that time?
Bill Clinton.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Old Hillbilly Bill.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they started investigating the ATF, which is another thing. If they were there because of, and that kind of, I think they kind of changed the story to that he was having sex with underage girls in there. But the original thing was they were trying to get him over weapons or something like that. And
They
they-
said stockpile. They wanted to show up.
Yeah, and I mean it was absolutely legal in Texas, and that was just federal overreach and stuff. But they go after him, but they didn't investigate any of the Mormon cult camps and stuff in Utah.
Right. And they
yeah.
could have nabbed him like leading up to that thing. He was in town, like shopping at the grocery store, going to the gas station. They said that they could have nabbed him real easy instead of doing that whole confrontation thing.
This is one that my buddy Rick, he does a whole thing on it. He has a couple videos that he's done on it and how, they basically screwed that family. They murdered him.
Oh,
He
here's,
goes through
here's-
all the steps.
here I don't want to sound like Wolf No, but here's a news headline. Mary Lou Retton was arrested for a DUI in West Virginia today.
I mean, what else is there to do in West Virginia?
Well, that's true, yeah. So
And how old is she?
I probably
She-
close to 60 now. I'm not really sure.
I think she'll learn that, isn't she?
Well, I mean, she did what? That was the 80s, right? I remember
Oh, the Olympics. Yeah.
She was like 80 or something
Oh,
like that.
maybe. Yeah.
She's
So
57 right now.
57, really?
Hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, she was. Son Honey's
That's
right.
it.
She was looking rough in her mugshot. Of course, she was drunk, but so there's a simple way that law enforcement in West Virginia can tell if you're DUI. If you do not dodge to miss the potholes on any 2-lane road, and that's an automatic given.
And if you don't stop to scrape up the roadkill,
Yeah.
So if you're just banging through those potholes, destroying your car, they're like, something's fucked. They're fucked.
They're like, this person's fucked up. They're on meth or or drunk or something.
or all of the above. You know,
Yeah, so somebody actually made I don't know if it's on YouTube or TikTok, but somebody actually made a short of it, and it's hilarious.
Hmm.
Be right back, GG.
Okay.
Oh, well, man, I've missed you. I will say, though, Gutters, I was kind of lurking for a little bit just watching, because I'm like, okay, all right, seems safe. I can get up here. And then I get up here, we're talking, we're having a good
I'm
time.
glad you came out.
Fuck, are we turning it sort of political while I'm up here? Damn it, is this my fault? But then we're kind of
No.
recovered back.
It doesn't matter. It can
Sorry.
go. If remember what it says, it's about all the things except for football. LW. It's not about football.
I don't think it says that. I think it says
I know,
all-
but I know that's he makes that
about
very
football.
clear.
But since you brought football up, Gutters, we might as well just.
Just not talk about it.
I will admit that I'm lurking quite a bit in your streams because I do love you and I love watching you, Gutters. And a lot of times I'm like, oh, I think I'll go in politics. Never mind. But I do always come in.
Well, there'll always be politics.
I know. And I don't mind.
And I go over to your stream, but holy shit, you have you usually have a lot of people going on, and a whole lot on panel, and I can't hear usually about half the time, and I'm like, holy shit, I don't know how you are able to control that, because for me, I'm like,
no secret, Gutters. I don't know what the fuck's going on either. I don't control anything. No, I do. I've started to get more control of it because I've started drinking a lot less, and I was running my stream one night, trying to cut back my drinking, and so I wasn't drunk. I wasn't even hardly buzzed. And I'm watching, I'm listening. I'm like, this is fucking ridiculous. Nobody can understand what anybody's fucking saying. Everybody's talking at the same fucking time. So I've been trying to control it a little bit more and let people have their say. And I've ended a couple live streams without warning just because people wouldn't fucking let me say something. And I'm like, hey guys, end. And then next time I go live, everybody's like, what happened last stream? Nobody shut the fuck up and let me talk, so I just ended it. Well, it was kind of messed up. Well, I have control of the panel. You should at least respect that. If I say, hey guys, please, just like if I mute you, please don't unmute yourself. That's the one thing that pisses me off the most about StreamYard is the fact that you can unmute yourself if I mute you. I do not like that.
well, and I think the one thing that if people kind of pay attention to themselves is if you're talking and then somebody else starts to talk, even if it's them being rude, if the two of you then talk over each other, then somebody else ends up talking over the two of you, and then somebody else talks over the three of you, and then pretty soon all 12 of you are on panel talking, even though there's only 10 slots. So one of the things that I try to take into account is when I hear somebody talking is to immediately just go back and go, oh, sorry. Because if I can do that, even if they go, okay, go ahead, then it totally stopped. I know it kind of breaks things up sometimes and the conversation doesn't flow like we want it to, but at least then we don't have 4 or 5 people talking over the top of each other, because inevitably that's what it always ends up to. So I just feel like if I wait a second, even if I was the one talking and they're interrupting me, then I'm kind of better off if I just kind of stand back. And even though it's really hard, I probably learned that from LW, but don't ever tell him that.
Oh, of course not. What's really funny to me, too, is when you get 2 people that start talking and then they're both like, oh, sorry, you go ahead. And then nobody says anything. And so they both start talking again. They're like, oh, sorry, you go ahead.
Mhm.
So they both stop and then nobody says anything. So they both start talking again. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously there's latency issues and there's lag issues, and you're going to get people talking over each other. It happens, and I'm
Yeah.
guilty of it too. Y'all have fucking heard me just fucking talk over everybody before, I'm sure.
Mhm.
But
Well, and
it's just trying to get a little bit more control, just so people can actually understand what people are saying.
yeah,
That awkward
one
silence.
well, one of the things that I do try to do is before my streams start, I go over to YouTube and I knock it down to the ultra low latency or whatever, so that it's like at the bottom of it. Because if I want to share stuff or want more people on panel than just myself, it slows it down to where there, it isn't the latency, like, the whole delay isn't quite as much. But sometimes I forget to do that.
How do you do that?
Okay, so if you go into Studio and you go to before, like once you set up your notification, go over into Studio and the little button, the one that has the little button in the middle, and then it has like the 3 lines on each side coming out that look like parentheses that get bigger. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Okay.
Like if you go to the
Yeah.
content. Okay,
Yeah.
so go to the content of that live stream and click on that thing, and then scroll to the bottom. It'll come up, and if you scroll to the bottom of that, it'll say ultra latency, low latency or something at the bottom, and that's the one you want to click, because it'll be on low latency and you want it on ultra low. What's up, fools? James
buddy?
on.
One thing I like that Harley Dad used to do is, like, before he went live, when he posted the StreamYard, is he'd bring certain people in or whatever, whoever he wanted on panel or whoever made it there first, and be like, okay, guys, this is what's going on tonight and stuff, and da 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 da. Here's the rules, and he very lenient, but he'd set the standard, like, right there. Here's the content, and this is what we're doing, and then, all right, everybody shut up because we're getting ready to do the intro, and it automatically mute us. So he'd just say it as a joke, and then we'd start one by one, bring everybody up.
Yeah,
that worked out really well, because then that set the entire content and atmosphere until everybody started getting a couple drinks in them, and then
yeah.
And I was gonna say, yeah, with people drinking, and the longer the night goes, obviously it gets a little harder. But like I said, with me not drinking as much, I'm able to keep an eye on it better. Plus, I've got really great mods that fucking, because G2K is the co-host and everything, and now I've got a couple other people that, I mean, they technically have the keys, but it's for their own StreamYard, but they can also step in if something. So like a couple Fridays ago, I couldn't be there at the start of the stream, and then G2K was there at first, but then he had to go do some shit. So we were both kind of monitoring, but neither one of us was really there. And it would have been nice if we had somebody that could have been there the whole time. I mean, it worked out fine, but it's, I'm just trying to straighten it up just a little bit. I mean, obviously, it's still just a fun channel. I'm not out here doing a bunch of themes and stuff like that. I just want to hang out and have fun. But It does get annoying when nobody can hear anybody and everybody overtalks. And so I'm just trying to straighten it out a little bit. And some people have actually gotten mad at me about this, like And the one thing that pissed me off, like I said, is if I mute you out of respect for me as a channel, you should stay muted. I'm muting you for a reason, and it's not just random shit. It's because I've said several times, hey, give me, hey, stop, whatever, and then I'll mute you. And then 3 seconds later, why are you fucking muting me? Because you won't shut the fuck up. And then if I backstage people, when I bring them back up, fucking, oh, that was fucked up. And I'm like, nobody will let me talk. So it's your own fault. I don't give a fuck if you think I'm an asshole for doing it. I'm doing what I need to do to control my fucking panel. And since y'all won't respect me enough to do that, and again, I know when drinking and shit like that gets involved, but in my mind, at this point, it's because we're all so familiar and have such a good relationship that if I'm like, hey, everybody shut up, let me say something, it's fucking hard, Dad, whatever. It's, they don't mean to do it. They're not being malicious, But like, even if I'm drinking and you gutters, you're like, all right, Dad, shut up. I'll be like, oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. I may give you shit for it when I can talk again, but that's just a little bit of ribbing. That's not, I'm not going to be like, you fucking bitch, tell me to shut up.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, you've done it to me, man, because not when I'm drinking, because I'm drinking right now, but when I get drunk and I'll just ramble on, and you will backstage me like, all right, time to stop.
Go ahead, Nels.
No, I was just going to say, and that's happened frequently with a lot of people that are drunk before they get on panel.
Right.
especially on Holy Dad stream, and you gotta be like, hey, so that's why I liked when you started, said, hey, this is what we're doing, this is what we're going to do, here's the rules, so just be respectful and done.
Well, yeah, and I don't think it's malicious either. But there, especially if somebody titles the show a certain thing, like, okay, this is what this is what I want to talk about, or this is what the fucking title of the show is. And then you have people join in, and they want to jump up and just interrupt the conversation and start. They want to have a big conversation on what are the best trash bags to buy. And it's like,
right.
well,
When you were
they
specifically talking about, right, a
Yeah, or
hurricane.
they hop in
Right.
and interrupt the conversation with something else, and then they're like,
Mhm.
"Well, so what's tonight? What do we talk about tonight?" And it's like, "Did you not read the fucking title? It says, Dad, we're talking about how beautiful gutters is. Like, whatever it is, it's in the
Yeah.
title." Sorry, I'll
Well,
I'm just saying, like, it's like, let's say somebody titles their show, Trump did something funny, like, called somebody a funny name or something like that, and that's the show title. Well, when people come and you're not talking, that's what she's titled it to the YouTube world. So there might be people who might see that title and be like, hey, I saw that today. Let me go listen to what people have to say about this Trump thing. And they'd open it up and it's everybody talking about doing shots off somebody's asshole. They're probably going to be like, well,
or her coach
Not wrong.
curses.
because
You're not
we're
wrong.
5 hours in, and they've already had the conversation about the title or what. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I have been like, I'll title it one thing and then people will lead it off down, and I'll even do it. I'll lead it off down another path. And of course people will come in and be like, well, what about your title? You said this or you said that. And then,
Just
we're off
treat it like-
topic.
treat it like a meeting. Here's the agenda, and then at the end, it's just open.
Well, that's how I used to do it when I had Yank as my co-host. That's how I did it. We literally had an agenda that we worked off of every night, and then at the end of the night we would kind of play around more. But at the beginning, at the beginning of the night, it was a total agenda. We went down the list and just hit each one of them, and we'd get together throughout the week and talk about different things that we were going to talk about, on Tuesday. So yeah, it worked out well. It's just that once it became just my show, well, I'm meeting with my brain every day. I don't need to have it, So, but the problem is I don't, like, sometimes I won't do an agenda. Like this week was just like, I'm not doing one. Fuck it. It's going to be a free for all, and not necessarily a free for all, but
Well, and the few times I tried to do themed shows, like like I had my conspiracy theory show, and everybody shows up and nobody talks about conspiracy theories. The next week is politics. People show up and everybody talks about conspiracy theories. The next week is something else, and that week everybody shows up and talks about politics. It's like y'all are a week fucking behind. Like, what the hell?
But you know what it is though, is it's us. It really is the host not taking the bull by the balls and directing their show. I mean, it really is, and I'm really bad about it. Like that's what Yank was good at. He was good at at pushing it. Like if people weren't staying on topic, he'd be like, "That's great. We'll talk about that next week. But this week we're talking about this." So I'll let people drift off or whatever in different directions. And I do kind of want a lot of it that way, but I want to, at least circle back to
Some sort of direction.
what we're going to talk. Yeah. What we're going to talk about. And a part of that problem is mine because I don't title it correctly. I shouldn't just put one specific thing. Maybe it should be a few things that way, or make the title in a different way that, it kind of covers more than just one thing, like tonight's.
Well, and like the politics one, when I did it, I didn't really lead in. Because me, I don't care for politics on it. I mean, I know a lot more than I honestly say. But like the conspiracy theory one, I had fucking 3 or 4 pages filled out of shit. I had done research on conspiracy theories. I'm trying to talk about this, and everybody's just talking about fucking Neil's that day that he fucking got drunk and was out throwing axes at cheese, and then this was over here, and she was playing ping pong ball, and the paddle hit her in the face, and then I was like, God damn, it's like herding fucking cats.
I do remember doing that to you.
Yeah.
I was actually doing it on purpose, but I do remember doing that. I think it was kind of I was trolling your ass, but
Oh,
but
man.
it is one of those things where, you know, like Fools is really good about grabbing the bull by the horns and go, we're not talking about that. If you want to talk about that shit, go over to so-and-so's channel and talk. Like, for instance, last night, it was or Friday night, it was no, we're not talking about that. You go over to Gutters on Tuesday night, talk about fucking politics all night long, but I don't want to talk about politics. So
Right.
I think that you do have to take the bull by the horns and kind of go, no, you know, this is what we're staying on task.
That's what we're going to try to do, although I'm still not really doing any themes. It's just, I mean, I just wanted my channel to be like the place you go when you hang out with your friends at the bar. A lot of things to get talked about. Some things aren't going to be allowed to get talked about because, as we know, they lead to division and derision and lots of fights and arguments. And then before you know it, fucking Gutters is throwing me out of the fucking bar. And, you know, I mean, that's how it goes sometimes. But
I will.
so certain topics I try not to address too often, but I don't mind a little bit of. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
I will say on that one late night stream, and there was a few that had drank more than others, and we just popped. I think like I just had like 3 shots with Angie and popped in to see how Harley Dad's day was going and stuff. And there was a few that had popped in there drunk in hell, and they're like, "Hey, I want to do karaoke," and then started talking politics. And Harley Dad's like, "Listen, you want to do that? Go over to Gutters tomorrow morning, you know, to the coffee stream and talk politics. We're not doing it here tonight." And you had a rough day that day.
Yeah.
You know, just like for a while, G2K and I were both getting pretty lax with letting people just request songs. I mean, and I don't mind playing songs. And again, I know it's going to sound totally fucking douchey and greedy, but if we play a song on our stream that nobody sent us money for, we cannot monetize that stream, which means any future money we might have got on that stream is gone. So, yeah, it's not all about the money. But you also shouldn't come on and just expect us to play songs that you can go play on your own and not fuck up our monetization. If that makes sense. Again, it's not all about the money. I don't want to sound like a greedy prick. The money helps. Don't get me fucking wrong. I mean, as I'm sure Gutter will attest. I mean, it's extra money. So, but it's also for a while there, we just got to where, oh, you want to request a song? All right, we'll play a song. And then I had to weed that down on my channel. Just because of the fact that I was getting people making snooty comments like, well, I paid my internet bill to be on here, so why should I pay you to play the song? And I was like, well, I pay my fucking internet bill and I pay the fucking StreamYard bill that you're on fucking right now. And I pay for my fucking YouTube right now. And it's like, so I understand you don't have to pay money to play the song, but if you're going to request a song, it wouldn't hurt to throw even just a couple of bucks. It doesn't have to be $5, $10, whatever. And again, there'll be certain times, like if it's your birthday, come on, fucking. And every once in a while, you say, hey, you know, been up here for a while, can I request? Yeah, sure, no problem, you know. But it's just trying to weed out the fact where I'm not MCF, so my channel isn't all about music, quote unquote, because his definitely isn't all about music, but you know what I mean. And I love listening to music as much as the next guy, you know, or girl. But at a certain point, I have to, for my channel's sake, say, hey, I'm not going to play all this free music because then I don't make any money off of it. Because say if I'm lucky enough that I'm doing this still in 5 years, and that video has been up for 5 years, all of that AdSense money, $3.48 by that point, would be gone. You know, obviously it's an exaggeration, but I think people know what I'm saying without me sounding like I'm just being fucking greedy and give me the money, you know. But
the one thing,
it's just not really about that. It's just like Remy has said many times, you know, respect the host, and it's not a right to come up on stream. If it's a privilege. That's why when I saw the email from Gutters today, I was like, what the hell is this? I was like, oh, she's going live. And so you need to be, I mean, there needs to be panel members that are more grateful to the host for that, because they can drop us anytime.
What's funny was I got the link from her, and then I got a link from Niels. I just saw the headline for the email saying, heck yeah, tonight, the link. And I was like, is Niels going live tonight? But then when I clicked, it was him responding to your email, which he responded to mine at the same time, I guess. So.
Well, I just don't understand it in the first place. I would never in a million years come on Gigi's show and be like, hey, Gigi, can you be quiet for a second? I need you to play me a Soundgarden song real quick.
Right.
Well, I think Harley had offered like that. That was
okay.
your guys' thing. You
Oh,
guys
yeah.
we
were
had done it
doing.
for a little while. We were offering to play some songs, yes.
Mhm.
But then it got to where it was expected. And it was
Yeah.
like, no, we did that a couple of times, to hang out. And like G2K on Sundays does karaoke. You want to request a song and go in there and have him sing it or somebody else, because he'll sing whatever fucking song. He don't fucking care. So
I do want to ask this question.
sing, but sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, like on Sundays he does karaoke and do a lot of music and stuff. And there's a couple of songs that him and or I will play throughout our stream, just because there's songs that like we feel like my favorite current song right now, which I think is very close to an anthem for my channel, is "Losers" by Post Malone, because I think that sums up the community that I'm in and people that are on my panel perfectly. We're not calling people losers per se, but if you haven't heard the song, if you've heard the song, you'll understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, unless you're James.
But I love that song. I'll play it just because it encompasses us, in my opinion. But anyway, go ahead.
The one thing that I've had an issue with lately, I don't know if anybody else has experienced, between the desktop, the Mac, and the phone, is I will get a notification on the phone, but not the desktop or the Mac on YouTube when
Mac, iPhone. That's
when people go live. Like the program's the same. It's YouTube, but I'll get the notification on the phone, but I won't get it on the Mac on the notification list there. And it's like, what the hell's going on?
From my experience, YouTube and Apple don't play nice together for some reason. And I know what you're talking about. I've seen that as well. I think one way to get around that is if you put the Chrome browser on your MacBook and turn on notifications that way. It sometimes works, but yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, that's been annoying lately. Like I had zero notification that Gutters was going live tonight, but I got the StreamYard link through the email, and then I had to actually, like, it was on the phone, and then I had to look it up physically on the and the notifications are the same. It's full bell. So I was like, what the hell's going on? It's been like that for a few weeks.
I had to text Gutters this morning. I'm like, are you going live tonight? Because there was nothing up. She's like, oh, yeah, I am. I sent you the link. And I was like, okay, I was just checking, because there was no notification. There was nothing set up that I saw. And
Yeah, it's been acting weird.
Yeah, that's
So,
weird.
my
I wondered
brain-
why you questioned me on that. I was like, didn't he get the email? And the notification should have already been up.
oh, well, I physically went and checked before I texted you, and there was nothing on the channel or nothing saying that you were going live tonight.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think it really affects the creators right now too, with issues like that, because there's been many times like I'll come in late and people are like, where the hell have you been? I've been on for 3 hours. Man, I didn't see it until now.
I was taking a poop.
Yeah, taking a poop.
Oh, shit, sorry. I thought I was muted.
Every time you leave stream, we're like, he's going to take the big one.
That's fucking, what is it? B-Bean does that. I'm like, I'll be right back, guys. And B-Bean's like, he's going to go take a poop. And I'm like, what the fuck, B-Bean?
Yeah, every single time.
Every time.
We need to start we need to do something new. Every time it's like, you're like, guys, I'll be back. I got something come up. So, all right, he's going to put his Iron Man leg on.
They go fly to the store real quick.
We'll fly to the store, yeah.
I
Which
could,
really-
I could send James a link if you want me to.
Okay. Yeah,
Like,
there's been just way too many weirdos and people coming in and
Did you hear to let James Ottawa up here?
of course he's our kind of weirdo, so he's fine.
Good point. What I
He wa-
said the other day that James Ottawa is the brother that we never wanted.
it's like nobody else can mess with him but us. But that was there was one night you were like, I got to go to the store, get a pack of cigarettes, and everybody's like, how long are you going to be? Like, worried about Harley Dad leaving the stream. He's like 10-15 minutes. I was like, I'm 2 miles from the store. How the hell can the gas station be closer to me than you? And I'm out in the middle of nowhere.
James Ottawa, check your Discord. Yeah, it's so. This is gonna make me sound douchey again. It's really, really funny to me, and I'm not talking any shit or disrespecting anybody, G2K, anybody, but like, so there's been a few times when I haven't been able to be there to start my live. But I know, so everybody, not everybody, a lot of people expect it to start at 8 o'clock on Friday night. So I'll text you, hey, man, I'm not going to make it in time. Can you start the stream? Oh, yeah, no problem. And so he'll start it, and I'll be an hour and a half, whatever. And there'll be people popping, oh, where's Harley? Oh, he'll be here, blah, blah, blah. And then I'll get home, and I'll get set up. And as I'm getting set up, there's 10, 15 people watching and stuff. And again, I know it's going to sound douchey, but I'll get on panel, and usually within 5 minutes, there's 25, 30 people in there.
Yeah. You're the
I
smartest.
know it's my channel, and people are there to kind of hang out with me and stuff. But it's like, damn, we doubled viewership just like that, just because I came on. Like, of course, I have huge imposter fucking syndrome, so I don't know what people are hanging out with me anyway. But I don't know.
Well, most people come to see whoever, like when people do live streams, that's what they're going. I mean, that's the one person they want to see. If I have somebody else up here, like when Yank and I were doing the channel, if one of us were gone, I mean, to tell you, the chat would just go frickin'. I mean, they would miss whoever was gone.
Yeah.
Hey, James.
Yeah, I mean, like, for example, if Traveling Fool said, hey, I want to start a show, and then Vixen popped in and she ran a show for 30 minutes, people be like, well, what the hell's going on? What's wrong?
I'd much rather watch fucking Friction than fucking TF.
Fair point.
Can you elaborate?
I didn't know moosing up for that one. There's just something I don't know. There's just something that makes me want. Oh, you can't really. There's just something. No, I love Friction. She's awesome.
Yeah, but no, man, you're an inspiration. That's why people watch you. You're the star of the show.
The other thing I was going to tell you, Harley Dad, is I have come to realize that when I do reach that 1,000 mark and I'm able to monetize or whatever the hell it is I'm able to do, I only want to monetize videos or shorts, not.
Yeah, you should do that.
Not my live streams, because it's too fluid and too easy for people to talk about stuff that's all it takes is for somebody to complain and they report it, and then you lose your monetization all the way.
I only monetize my lives after they're over, and only some of them. Only certain ones that I'm like, this one will probably be all right. And I've had to, trim out some songs through some of them and stuff like that. But yeah, if it's what do we do? Amy's birthday. I did her birthday, a couple weeks ago, and it was all songs and all bullshit talk. Yeah, that one's not monetized. There's no way in hell it would pass. And there's several that I'm like, this ain't getting monetized. But a couple of my lives I do, but like I said, I always do it afterwards because I don't want people watching my live while it's live to get ads and all that crap and get interrupted. But yeah, you got to be careful and selective with what you monetize once you're monetized when you do streams like we did. Like, there's a lot of shit that can happen.
Yeah. So the thing with the shorts right now, why YouTube has been kicking it out so much, is there's a fight between media companies. So TikTok started it with their 60-second videos, and not only does it help the algorithm over on that platform, but they boosted an initiative for creators on TikTok to be able to do that. So YouTube's like, oh no, they're taking our viewers now, because they already lost a lot of viewers because of the TikTok platform, especially since American company bought it. So they're trying to boost the shorts, and they're doing the same thing that even for those that aren't in the YPP, hey, you want to get monetized and start doing a hell of a lot of shorts versus the old videos where you had to have so many view hours from your viewers. And now IG's jumping on board doing the same thing.
What was it before TikTok? Now is Vine, wasn't it?
Vines, yeah, Vine. Vines.
Yeah, so it's not based off individual viewers' channels. It's based on the volume of viewers globally, I guess, is the best way to describe it.
They just changed the way that they count the views on shorts, because before it had to be, like a certain amount of time, like 10, 15 seconds, people had to watch it and shit like that. But now it's even if you click on it and click off immediately, they count it as a view.
Yep.
So that's why even my short views went from, down here to just because people accidentally click or whatever.
Yeah, that's why your metrics changed in YouTube Studio. Yep, you're correct about that.
Yep. And they were already pushing shorts more than they were pushing lives and stuff. And they're also trying to push that fucking going live on YouTube with the vertical fuck. Oh God, I fucking hate that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I do too. Drives me nuts.
You can't read the chat. You fucking keep clicking. It keeps clicking. Oh.
And you can only see part of the picture. And
exactly.
Like when I'm doing my walking and that sort of stuff, like if I have a really cool view, you can't really see it because they've cut half the view off on each side. I mean, so yeah, it's kind of.
Yeah, that's why IG's allowing longer videos now. And then of course TikTok,
Lord.
everything was based off of the phone, and it was simple to use, even for lives. But you can't do a landscape like you can on YouTube. So YouTube saw that was taking more viewers, and they were like, "Oh no, we gotta change something." And that's why there's been so many damn changes, especially in the past 6 months, to different YouTube policies and the metrics and just the way that it functions now.
Yeah.
It's weird the way they're changing stuff. And I think they're trying, obviously they're trying to pull people from third-party applications doing lives. Like they want people to do lives on theirs, but you can't have a panel on your YouTube live. Like you can't bring people up unless they're with you. At least not that I know of. And as much as StreamYard fucking sucks because they raised the price and they're fucking shit up lately, it's better than just me sitting up here talking to you. I could do that for a little while, but even then I get bored and I'm like, fuck, I don't want to fuck talk about it anymore. Hey, look, the sun's over there and it's just
street lamp.
Street fucking light. It's over there. You just can't see it because A, it's not dark enough, and B, this stupid circle setup cuts it off.
Gigi, we keep threatening to climb that. We're going to go out to Harley Dad's and climb that damn pole and put a Batman symbol on it one night.
Oh, Gutter's been all over my
Harley Dad probably use it.
Or put like a Harley Dad emblem.
Say Harley Dad probably is probably dancing around that pole while y'all aren't watching. See, that's you should be videoing that and monetizing that.
I've been told that the streetlight needs his own fucking YouTube channel. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
Right.
Oh, have you seen the fucking the stupid bird?
Let me say one thing real quick. Go fuck yourself.
What? That was rude.
Welcome. Go fuck yourself.
New member. Ooh. In the chat.
I know. Go fuck yourself.
We got Southern shit.
Southern's here.
Well, I shouldn't say I know. I've seen him around.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, welcome and thank you. And I don't have a cute little video yet, but I will get one up that says thank you and all that. But just picture it right now. I'm doing a little dance for you.
Oh, I'm picturing it.
And
I think that's the Asian restaurant around my house.
Yeah, Harley Dad, you like paint that thing or like put a sticker or something promoting your channel and just let like the street department try to figure out what the hell's going on.
Just put a little QR code on it and see how many people.
There you go.
Have you seen the video of the stupid bird gutters that attacked the street fucking light?
No.
I was sitting out here one morning and I'm hearing this noise and I'm like, what is that fucking noise? I'm looking around, I can't figure it out. And then I look up, there's a woodpecker pecking the fuck out of the fucking streetlight. I'm like, what the hell? So then he flies off. I'm like, oh, stupid. And then I watch another one go and do it. So I recorded. So I've got like a little 11-second video of a woodpecker pecking the fuck out of the streetlight.
Oh, I thought you said you reported it. I'm like, what the hell did you report them? Leave them alone. They can peck the light if they want.
I recorded it. It's just
Okay.
I play it when people say stupid shit. They don't get it through their heads that they're being stupid. I'm like, oh, this is what you look like. You know.
Harley Dad, that's actually a genius idea, man. You should create a QR code that links it straight to that video and put it on that damn pole, and we'll link it to your channel. That's a good marketing tool to get viewers, man.
Big dog, it's metal. I wish I could play the video for you right now. I could probably play it on my phone.
Did you put it as a short?
Yeah, I've got it on. I play it. It's one of the clips on my video. Did I put it as a short? I don't know if I put it as a short.
No, you
Yeah,
need to make it a short.
Yeah,
Or I meant to if I didn't.
Yeah,
Or I meant to if I didn't.
you did.
Yeah.
Did I? Okay. Well, shit.
Hey,
I mean,
Wendy. She been a
What's up,
member for
Southern?
3 months.
Let
woo,
me
woo.
pop in over here.
Southern Windy in the house.
Well, thank you, darling. See, immediately when she comes in, my drawl comes out.
Ah, shit.
Thank you, darling. How are you, sweet pea?
Yeah, I don't have it as a short, but let me upload it real quick as a short.
I thought you did. Yeah, I've seen her scrolling through because I swore you put it up there.
I meant to, but I guess it just never
That's
did.
because you are short there, Harley.
Oh, okay, James Ottawa, I'm short.
No,
Yep.
only one-sided. He's a one-sided shortness.
Throw that.
What's
Yeah.
left of my leg is still taller than fucking James Ottawa.
Hey, Harley, Dad, make sure you throw that link in the chat too, man. Help you out.
Yeah, everybody will go check it out.
When you do the that fucking woodpecker.
Megan, are you headed out? Some reading, and you have my email. You can email me, and then I can send you the link, darling. Just so you know. I have not clipped the rules on the chip bag and all of that, but I need to. It sounds like a Jeff Foxworthy. It's in my. When was that live? I don't remember, but it's a really good one, and I don't know. It was pretty funny because I basically was explaining to everybody about the things you have to mute yourself for if you're gonna, rattle the chip bag or cough
Or taking
or
a
fart.
piss. Or taking
Or-
a piss.
Yeah. Or burping, or somebody comes to talk to you that's at your house. They're back. Yeah, mute yourself.
Or go
what was
live.
the other-
Go live on somebody's show. Leave the sound on and the camera pointed towards your kitchen and just make an entire meal for an hour.
If you're banging your partner,
Right.
make sure to leave.
And everybody can hear the pot and pans clinging around. And
But they can't really see shit.
If you're banging your partner, leave the mic on. So everyone.
No. These are all the things you shouldn't do. I don't know what Ma's over here getting in trouble for, but I think she's getting in trouble from fools.
what'd Mom do?
I don't know. But she, fools told her to zip it. Go mute yourself. Exactly, Niels. That's what it's going to be.
Yep.
It reminds me of that whole Jeff Foxworthy thing.
Here's your side.
Where he says, if you drive your tractor to town to get a 6-pack of beer because a cop told you can't drive your car no more, you might be a redneck.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's like we're gonna go get the mower from over Dad's because I took it over there for him to use, and then the truck went down, so it's just a shift solenoid. So as soon as it quits raining here, I can go ahead and fix the truck and go back over there and get it. But it's like, man, I left the trailer over there and everything, and Angie's like, just drive it back over, and I was like, half a bottle of vodka and I'll do it because then I'll have a reason. But I live out in the middle of nowhere to where you don't have to worry about law enforcement, being through all the time. So I was like, damn, he's 3 miles down the road. Let's do it. So that might be a short. And I'm going to tag you in it too.
There you go.
It's just a working.
Just a second, Megan.
I'll upload in a minute.
Yeah, we're still
Trying to come
waiting.
up with a clever title for it.
Yeah.
What it's like trying to explain what it's like trying to explain anything to some of y'all. And it's just banging your head on a fucking metal pole. Like I said, it's a working title.
Yeah, because
my
I'm sorry, Gigi, go ahead.
my grandson, he loves woodpeckers and he loves Woody Woodpecker, and he does the whole yes, the whole thing. And but he doesn't call him Woody Woodpecker, he calls him Peckerwood.
Oh shit, that means something different in certain parts of our state. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Speaking of
that
Peckerwoods, what's
might-
up, MCF?
Harley Dad, you can release like the original video and then do another one with like Quiet Riot playing in the background,
That's what I was thinking. Something like "Bang your head."
and then you hear the woodpecker. That would be cool.
So it is officially up there now.
Hey,
James is talking,
And-
but he's muted.
MCF After
I'm
Dark.
talking to my dad, talking to the old man.
Pretty sure I haven't seen MCF over here on my side of in my neck of the woods in a long time. I wasn't sure if I was going to say. Yeah, he crossed the river.
He
First of
crossed
all,
the
you just said Peckerwood, and then you're like, my side of the woods. Try not to. Anyway.
Okay.
So can I present this real quick, or?
Let me see here. Um,
Real quick, I do know that YouTube is changing their policy on background music, because especially hosting through StreamYard, so like you're not responsible for the music that's playing in the background of whether a host or a guest. So they've been really lenient on that. And for example, when I did the Tiki Bar stream last week, all of the songs that I had played that were in the background, it wasn't a copyright strike. It was just a restriction, and it was only to Russia. So it's like not a big deal.
Oh yeah, I've gotten several restrictions. So the volume should be up. So yeah, I mean that's all it is. I mean I've got a 29-second video of the other one doing it and stuff, but it was like I'm sitting here and that's the noise I hear, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I look over, and it's a fucking woodpecker attacking the streetlight of justice. So
It reminded me of a liberal attacking a Trump policy.
oh, you had to say that just because MCF's here, huh?
I think it's funny, man, because I'm pretty sure that woodpecker hit the meth in Portland before he flew out your way.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
It's like
And the fact that there was two of them. He said that's the second one. And I watched the first one fly off that way and the second one come right back. So it wasn't like it was the same one that circled around.
He wanted to see what all the rave was about.
Right?
Oh, man. The first time we went out to South Dakota, we took a family trip out there, June 2016. And we were at Needle Point. And for those who don't know Needle Point, it's a very narrow tunnel. Only one vehicle can pass, or a series of vehicles can pass at one time. Well,
over here.
when we went to go through the tunnel, there was two mountain goats there. So they were like, we got to get them to move. So I just jumped out of my dad's van. I was like, I got this. I'll shoo them away. And Angie's like, what if they attack you? And I was like, we're eating goat tonight. So went down. They're just licking the shit out of the inside of the wall in this tunnel. So I went through and I shoot them. And there's this like one spot that you can stand in, this little alcove inside the tunnel you can stand in and cars can pass by. So we get through all that. All the people that are coming the opposite direction pass through. Dad drives through. I'll hop in the van. We get on the other side. And one of them threatens to charge the van. He's making that motion. And my son just breaks the ice. He said, I want to come back and lick that wall and see what all the hubbub's about.
For the record, I was supposed to say what up, MCF, not what MCF. Also, that reminded me of a joke when, I was down jogging at the park and I got bit by a dog. And my wife was like, oh my God, what if it had been a kid? And I was like, well, I could have fought off a kid, Susan. Thank you. That took a second, but thank you.
Yeah, that was delayed.
It was like when James Otto came over to my house and we were hanging out and my fucking dog was over there licking his balls. And James Otto was like, man, I wish I could do that. I was like, we should at least fucking pet him first. He can get mean.
Don't bite your neck. Oh, man, that's a good one.
Here comes somebody.
Back
Hey,
from the
Hal.
future.
What's up, Megan?
Hi. I didn't thank you for enlightening me on the monetization thing, Harley. I thought once you were monetized, it was for everything. I didn't know you could pick and choose, so to speak.
You could turn it on and off for certain things. And
Okay.
Matter of fact, when you go to monetize, when you go to monetize on the studio, it'll say, do you have this or this or this or any of this in there? And you either click yes or you click no and hope it slides by, and it'll say for partial monetization and blah blah blah. Sometimes it says nah.
Okay, fair enough. One thing I wanted to ask you, Harley, about monetization. Well, not that I'm anywhere near monetization, but I'm going to see Back to the Future. And that's a copyrighted entity. Yeah, I know. But that's copyrighted, right? So if I post videos about the trip and not the show itself, but clips of, part of The Power of Love, say, would I get copyrighted on that? I've been trying
There's a very good chance, but again, it's just a copyright claim. It wouldn't be like a strike. So it'll just make it ineligible to be monetized. Or there's a couple songs I play by a couple of lesser known people that it's eligible for monetization share, which means they get part of the money and I get part of the money.
Right.
Or some of them will block it and will block it from a lot of other countries. I mean, it can. There are times.
I got one of those on Facebook the other day, and I'm like, okay, yeah. So I was just wondering because I want to share walking around looking at the DeLorean and that kind of thing.
So sharing pictures of the DeLorean or the set and stuff like that, I think would probably be fine. But if you're showing snippets of the actual musical thing and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah. But then again, I got spoiled because people have been posting the clips of the actual show. So yeah, no, that's okay, Harley. I won't take up too much of your time about it. I'll talk to you about it or email you or something about it. I was just curious. That's all. But
and again, I'm not the YouTube god when it comes to monetization or nothing like that. It's just stuff I've learned over time. And
yeah. No, I just thought because I want to start doing my channel with this trip, I was just trying to work out how it all worked and stuff. But yeah, okay, no, that's good to know. Thanks for the knowledge. And Harley, one thing I wanted to say to you very quickly is I hope you don't taking into consideration your thing about the songs. That's not why I donate to you, brother. If you want to play me a song, fantastic. If you don't, even better. I'll still support. That's all I want to say.
Well, no, and it's the exact other way around too. I don't expect anybody to send me money. And if somebody does send me money and they want to play songs, if I can play some songs. Somebody sends me money and they want to see Niels dancing around in his wolf hide, friggin' naked with an axe. I mean, I'll make it happen for you.
Hey, I got a $200
minimum. Is that 400 minimum? I can't even speak. Niels, talk to me.
Yes.
Okay.
Niels came in one of my streams, I don't know, several months ago, and was like, if y'all send $200 right now, I'll bust out the wolf hide and I'll do a dance around the fire and all this shit. And I was like, what the hell? We didn't quite make 200, but I raised some money and that motherfucker out there dancing around.
Dude, it'd be worth about 35 cents American, but I'd throw $1,000 Australian down for that privilege. Sorry, I missed it.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised because I thought, well, they don't make change for pennies yet, so this isn't going to happen. But actually, I can't remember who it was, but somebody threw down a 50, and then the same person threw down $200 twice. So
that wasn't Big Gut Garage, was it? Was that Big Gut? Someone like Big
No,
Gut?
that was over at Big Gut was over doing on G2K.
No, but Niels, I tell you what, darling, you speak Norse to me in that skin. We are talking some serious coin. I'm putting it out there, Harley.
Du gamla du tungunen.
I have no idea what that means.
Do you speak the old tongue?
I don't speak any.
That's in Old Norse. I just said, do you speak the old tongue?
Harley, there's a joke about a tongue that you just missed. Are you feeling?
Oh no, I didn't miss it.
No, but yeah, I just wanted to say
I only speak one language with my tongue, but I can do a lot of other things with it.
You don't speak English yet, but I'm sure you will. No, I just wanted to say that, Harley, because G2K said the same thing to me the other day, and it's like, that's not why I do it. If you want to play me a song, great. If you don't, then I understand why, listening to what you were saying. I'm still going to support.
Also, if you donate, then you have every right to request a song, because at that point,
isn't Copperhead?
We owe you something. In our opinion, we owe you something other than just sitting up here looking pretty.
No, but I don't feel that. I mean, you might feel that, and I'm not listening what you're saying, Harley, but that's not why I do it. Like, I only do it to a few select panels and a few select friends, UG2, my friend Brandon, and a couple of others, because I actually care for you. Like, if you said to me, hey, the internet bill's coming in, I'd be like, how much do you need to cover it because of whatever, you were unwell or something with your leg or whatever. And I would do my best, maybe not to cover the whole amount, but to help you out. Like, to me, that's just something I do. Like, my dad did it a lot. There was a family in our church who lost a baby and couldn't afford the funeral, so my dad paid. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I like to do, not because I have any expectation of getting anything from you. As I said, you want to play me some music, go ahead. I won't stop you, but that's not why I do it.
Does that mean I can stop sending you those private videos now?
Not
Big
really. Not really, but we'll talk about it, Harley. I'm willing to compromise, brother. It's cold down here. That's all I'm saying, Harley. That's all.
Yeah, that's what I told you. It's cold, so don't judge.
Yeah. No, but I hope that makes sense, Harley, because I don't want you to feel obligated for me to drop you a donation. Like, you have to do something back for me, because you don't. You really just don't. But that's all I want to say, brother. I'll drop the subject now.
Well, and I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't.
Isn't Harley supposed to wear a pink dress on the live?
Hang
I
on,
don't ever
James.
expect anybody to send money, and when they do, I don't mind doing a little extra, playing music and stuff like that, because at that point, like I said in the beginning, it's not about monetization. That's not what it's all about. However, when you play a song that gets copyright claimed, you lose, however, X amount of money over the years. So to me, throwing a couple bucks up isn't a big deal to request a song. But I mean, speaking of donating money for songs, MCF is here, but.
I wasn't going there. I wasn't going there, Harley. That was you, not me. But great minds think alike and all. No, I kid, MCF, but you're a Cowboys fan, so how much do I kid?
Exactly.
Hey, Harley Dad, Big Dog Mall did bring up a point. I completely forgot about this. She put all of them shirtless. I remember that night. Ben was there, you, me, Wendell's, James. Yeah, we all took our shirts off. The women were covered, of course.
So Wendell's took her shirt off. Is that what you said?
Yeah, like the girls had the melons covered, but yeah, I remember that night. And there was a lot of super chats thrown out that night.
Why do I miss these things?
This was months ago.
Oh, okay. I was thinking if it's in the last few weeks. I know I've had some time away, but why the hell do I miss the fun?
No, it was one of those nights that like everybody was just in a good mood. Everybody was fearless. I was back from North Carolina. I just wanted to take
yeah. I think I had a migraine.
I think Ben was the first one to take his shirt off, and it was just like one by one, then James and me, and then others. And
Ben and James. It's a 50-50 on which one's taking their shirt off first, honestly, every time.
Right?
I'm glad I missed it.
James, Jesus.
Stuff of nightmares, Harley. Glad I had the migraine that night, or probably.
I don't remember.
You remember that, Gigi?
After the young.
I do remember that. If you remember right, I actually had you guys. Sorry, Megan.
Oh, I was just going to say, if I didn't have a migraine before I saw James Ottawa's pasty white chest, I would have one soon after. Sorry, Gutters, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine. I interrupted you.
Sorry, LW. Love you,
We didn't
LW.
expect Gigi to do it, and then after she did it, we're like, Marvin is a proud man.
Well,
You're a lucky man.
here's the deal: is I should probably at least before I die confess to my YouTube church people that I had on a tube top dress, so I wasn't completely
so it wasn't actually
shirtless.
It was a fundraiser for
Until we got backstage.
It was a fundraiser for a good call for the good folks in Western North Carolina.
Yeah, and that's it. Yeah,
It was.
That being said, real quick, Gigi, I'm going to drop down. If you guys are still going in a bit, I'll come back, but I got to go make a phone call. And so, with much love, I will leave you all for a little bit. And
all right.
No peeing off the porch, Harley.
Thanks for coming up, Harley.
Oh, Gutters, you can always get up when you're around.
Hurry back, brother.
That's what he said to Nils and James
Over
too.
here.
Gutters.
Yeah. Shit.
Don't get too thrilled.
Oh, I gotta pour another drink.
That's like my dad going for a pack of smokes. He never came back.
Yeah, pack of smoke 6 months later. You're wondering where he is, right, James? Yeah.
My dad did that for a loaf of bread. My mom said when he came back, he didn't have the bread 2 weeks later.
So were you baking the bread, my dear? Actually, I was. And it looks like you ate it too. Where is it? Yes.
Yeah, he went to a trip to Cuba.
After we, my dad through federal service jobs and stuff, and military service in America. When we moved up here, he got bored with just different jobs and stuff, and hooked him up with a really good state job, and then he left that for more money, so he became a rural letter carrier for the postal service. So the joke was in the community here that I know who my real father is. He's the mailman.
Used to be the milkman. What was it? The milkman and the postman down here. It's like, which one of them? They're both the same.
Yeah, so
the postman or the milkman. Yes.
He would hear that from our friends and neighbors, and he's like, "Damn it, stop telling people that."
We did that in secret for a reason. Shh. Yeah. But it's good to see you, Gutters. I listen to your stream every so often, but I haven't been able to jump up. But thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course, anytime. We usually just come here. Lots of times we talk politics. Sometimes I'm not in the mood for it, or I didn't, I'm not ready. And so that's when we just usually have a free for all.
The coffee, I'd love to join you for the coffee club, but that's like 2:30 a.m. my time. And it's like, if I drink coffee now when I should be in bed, I'm not going to bed. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. But no, it's good to see you.
Hey, guys, you want to hear something interesting, and then I'll shut up for a while?
You're fine.
So I'm sitting there watching Fox News. Florida is still talking about their hurricane season prep. Now, for those that don't know, on the emergency management side, Florida is the ones that have their shit together. Like something happens, FEMA will come in. They'll be the first to say, "We don't need you. Just go ahead and leave. We got it together." And they do have a very, very good program, very good emergency management division. So as long as I've been on panel here for like an hour and 12 minutes, they're still fucking talking about it.
So why Florida being most prepared, wouldn't you think, is a tornado alley that gets hit like every second day, it seems? Why are they not as prepared? Or
Florida's, even if it's not a direct hit, Florida is like a bullseye for hurricanes, which is why the National Hurricane Center in America is located in Miami, and why they're so prepared every season.
Right.
Versus states that normally don't get hit by hurricanes, like Western North Carolina and East Tennessee and Southwest Virginia. These places that never have hurricanes. So, but it's fascinating to me that as prepared as they are, they're still giving a segment of their what's the word I'm looking for, of their press conference for hurricane season preparation, since it just officially started.
I was going to say, how long does hurricane season go for? Like now till, is it the summer, beyond the summer? Like, how does that work?
Statistically, from May 31st to October 31st for the Atlantic.
So that's the equivalent of your summer, or 3/4 of your... Yeah, right. Nils just explained that, but to me, and maybe I don't understand it as well as Nils did, which is a distinct possibility, but it seems that Tornado Alley, the southern states get hit fairly frequently as well, and they're not ready for it. For it as Florida.
No, it's predictable, unpredictable is what we used to say in emergency management. So For those that don't know, and they think of just one tornado alley, because the most common was like northern Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and part of
That's where I'm
southwest
thinking
Missouri.
of, Hills, when I think of
There's
the hurricane season or tornadoes. Yeah.
actually there's like 7 to 9 different tornado alleys. So you have Tar Heel Alley in North Carolina and part of South Carolina in the Palmetto State. You have Palmetto Alley and part of eastern Georgia and South Carolina. You have what we call Dixie Alley, which is Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. Then there's the traditional Tornado Alley in Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri, and Arkansas. Then you have Hoosier Alley up in like Illinois, Indiana, and part of southern Michigan. That's just to name a few. So when you say, or you hear it in America that, hey, Tornado Alley has shifted. No, it hasn't shifted. These storms are just happening in these tornadoes in new areas that normally there's not a lot of tornado activity. Doesn't mean tornadoes aren't going to happen there. Just it's not very active. You don't have this influx of such activity. So they've had 2 actually new tornado alleys that they created.
Well, the other thing to keep in mind with tornadoes is that tornadoes, the damage is kind of isolated to maybe a mile area that kind of stretches for maybe 15 to 20 miles at most well, not at most, but on average. And hurricanes are a swath of damage. We're talking maybe 100 miles worth of damage going inland, and it gets worse and worse and worse as you get to the closer to the eye. So, you know, as somebody who grew up in Oklahoma, I mean, the predictability also has gotten better, but it's still hit or miss. So it's not that the state's not prepared. It's just, you know, it's just throwing darts at a dartboard blindfolded. You just don't know where it's going to hit.
Yeah, in the early to mid 2000s, they started a initiative actually in Oklahoma and a few other states for home shelters. And there was 4 different types of those home shelters. But what's scaring meteorologists right now, especially at the Storm Prediction Center in emergency management, is the duration of the tornadoes. Like this one that just hit, we sent 2 teams down into Kentucky, southern Kentucky. As that storm started in southeastern Missouri, and went 450 miles all the way to the southeastern edge of Kentucky.
So did they know? Sorry, Nils. Do they know why they're coming? They're moving that way? Is it the
Just
climate?
now.
Or it's just like.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying. Yeah, 450 miles is huge. We had one cyclone here, Christmas Day, 1974, which was Cyclone Tracy in Darwin, and that absolutely destroyed Darwin. So, you know, that's when I think of, well, we call them cyclones, hurricanes, tornadoes, that kind of thing. That's my memory of it here. But given somebody in emergency management or somebody who lives in these areas, like, I guess, what's causing them to come this far? Because, like, is there an easily definable reason why they are, I guess is what I'm saying, or is it just inevitable that they do?
There's a lot of different factors that are involved in it. So a lot of urbanization, you know, cities getting larger and stuff like that, which, they put off a lot of, they put off a lot of heat. So the concrete is reflected back of the atmosphere, which actually heats the clouds in those areas, which is why you see a lot of these major urban centers getting hit. Certain weather patterns shifting, which is normal. Some people blame it on climate change, but it's multiple factors that are involved for the increase in the duration and the what's the word I'm looking for? Not velocity, intensity of these storms.
Mm-hmm.
I got a question. Oh, go ahead, Megan.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say it's interesting because, as I said, I was born 2 years after Cyclone Tracy, and I had family evacuate, and that's my only, you know, and that's like 52 years ago. So that's my sort of only. Well, it's not my only knowledge. I know what a cyclone is. I know what a tornado is and a hurricane. Like, I know what it is, but down here, that's the only big one. Oh, we had Cyclone Yazzie about 300 miles north of where I am a few years back. You know, those kind of things where it's one in every 30, 40 years. So I don't.
So
it's not that I'm ignorant about it. It's I don't know, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. I don't know.
yeah, one of the biggest factors right now, because we've never had this before our generations, even growing up, is because of technology and communications and platforms such as YouTube and other social media platforms, is that communication is out more. So it's not that this hasn't happened before, especially in the past, as we have more access to that knowledge and communication of when it happens. So statistically, that's going to raise awareness of these storms happening. So everybody's like, oh my gosh, it's getting worse. No, it's not. You just have more access to this stuff happening. It's happened since the beginning, of the earth.
Yeah, that's a good point too, because as I said, I remember Cyclone Yazzie was, or tropical cyclone, because it came off the sea and touched base, or touched ground, I should say, was 2010, and it was all over the news. Like you couldn't escape it.
A cyclone is a twister, isn't it? A
cyclone, yeah. Well,
it's a hurricane, isn't it?
Yeah,
is it?
yeah, like a typhoon in the Pacific and hurricane in the east. But yeah, that's one of the biggest things, because the only alert that you had was public television.
Radio, national radio.
Yeah, national radio. You know, if a storm was coming through, and now you have so many different devices that.
You got it on your phone. I got a earthquake warning from New Zealand buzzing my phone. A tsunami heading may head for Australia, and it's like, yeah, great. I'm 600 miles inland. Thanks for scaring the hell out of me, but. Yeah, and I know in New Zealand, when we were in New Zealand, because of where it is earthquake-wise, they had a national earthquake simulation. And it was like, hunker under your table, hold on to, well, wherever you can, hold on, ride it out. The sirens will sound for 3 minutes. When the sirens stop, you can get, it's like, it's insane. Because we've had earthquakes here in 1989 in Newcastle, but every year, at the same time, every year in New Zealand, and I'm sure in Seattle and places, they have, like, as an annual event on the calendar, these things. It's I'm glad I love New Zealand, but I couldn't live in, not in fear, but walking around waiting. And actually, thinking of the earthquakes in New Zealand, when we were in Hobbiton at Matamata, I had really bad vertigo, and I said to my brother, do you feel the earth shake, or is it just my vertigo? And he said, no, something's rumbling under the earth. 9 months later, I don't know if you guys in the States heard of the White Island volcanic explosion in New Zealand. I was feeling the first tremors in February of 2019, and that thing blew, I think it was in October, November, and I was feeling it rumbling like in February. It was weird.
Wow. You sure that wasn't your stomach there, man? That was rumbling?
No, I thought it was the vertigo, actually, James. I truly did.
I need some Subway.
No, we were at the Green Dragon pub at Hobbiton. It's like I could really go a second breakfast, but I won't. No, it's 11's.
I would have messed with everybody. I would have been like, Smaug is here.
But I didn't know what it was. And then we get the news alerts again. The alerts came through that there was a volcano, and expects possible tsunamis, and the whole thing blew itself apart. And it's like, that's what, and I said to my brother, that's what we felt. Remember I told you that? And he's like, yeah, you did. And when we were on the North Island, we just gotten home from the North Island, and the Christchurch mosque attack occurs 2 weeks after. And 6 weeks later, the Christchurch mosque attack occurred. Yeah. So it was just like, we were very lucky I love New Zealand, but yeah, Very lucky to get out.
When we were in Haiti in 2010, January and February 2010, of course, there was a whole bunch of aftershocks that occur after a major quake.
Mm-hmm.
The night before we left, there was a 4.5 early that afternoon, and then a 5 that evening. And, well, it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, actually. So we're sleeping on like 4-inch mattresses, twin mattresses. That was our bed in this house. That is owned by an American doctor and a Haitian doctor that actually built a hospital that's anti-seismic. So the night before we left, we hit a couple of the clubs and stuff around. They take us around, and that's normal deployment. Is when we get there, we have our briefing and chill out for 24 hours, and then when we leave, it's the same way. And we're down there for 2 weeks to 17 days at a time, sometimes 21. So it's our way to kind of cut loose and debrief before we leave, to head back to the States. And there was a 5.0, and I guess I woke up the next morning, they were like, "Did you know about it?" And I said, "I didn't feel or hear anything." They're like, "Yeah, we had one that shook me out of, off my mattress and onto the floor and stuff." And I was like, "It'll take more than
It's gonna take more to make me than that.
make me get my ass off the bed."
Yeah.
So,
When I went to Questacon, which is our National Science Museum in Canberra, one of my favourite things to do, they had the earthquake simulator, and it was a 7.0, and you sit in this room, and it basically shakes you like that, the magnitude of earthquake. And they were all like, "You should sit down, you're going to have stuff flying over your head." I stood up, it was like you were literally on a surfboard, like rocking. Not that I've ever been on a surfboard, but and my mother's like trying to pull me down to get me to sit down, and it's like, you're not going to always be sitting on your backside in an earthquake, But what was funny is I have a really crappy sense of balance, but I was more balanced during the simulated earthquake than I am ever on flat ground. It was really weird, but yeah.
we had something cool here. So there's a steel company out of Charlotte, North Carolina called Nucor, and they did a 26.9 billion original investment in the area, and now it's supposed to be like 38. Like, they don't even have the steel plant completed, and they're still investing more into the community and into the plant. But we had an alert that one of the weather software that they use is one of the same ones that a meteorologist here on YouTube named Ryan Hall uses.
I've seen Ryan's stuff. He is good.
Yeah, he is.
Are you talking about the Radar Omega?
Yeah. So that and one of the alert programs, and they said, "Hey, we do have at every single one of our steel plants, we have tornado sirens and stuff like that for adverse weather. So we'll be doing test runs every month, and if something comes through." So the only technically tornado siren that they have in the area is at the volunteer fire department, and there's 3 settings. So they manually someone has to hit it. So we have this automatic system now. And it's kind of wild because we've never had anything in our area. Like, we can look at local weather radar and stuff, but we have to wait on those alerts from either an app or from the local news station to say, "Oh shit, yeah, here's a tornado coming this way." And now we're like, "Hey, we're upgrading." So yeah. It's kind of weird.
In Oklahoma City, when I was living there, every Saturday at noon, you would have the tornado sirens go off just for testing. And I want to say that happened in most areas of the state. Not everybody was always at Saturday at noon, but yeah, you would get
I don't even think we get those sirens here.
Baker, you'll love this, man. When I was stationed out and I was deployed to Southwest Missouri because of the line of storms that hit Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri a few years ago. Actually, it was like 9 years ago. So we're out, and we had to go down towards what was the name of that place? Branson, Missouri. So hitting the interstate and taking all the back roads and stuff. So there's 2 seasons out in the Midwest for tornadoes, which is in the spring and then in the fall. So November, tornadoes is common. So we're booking it down the road towards Nico, just outside of Joplin, headed towards Branson. And all of these alerts start going off, and you can see the tornado in the distance, headed through. You could tell the people from out of state that weren't used to tornadoes, they were parked on the side of the road. Everybody was out of the car in the ditch, and everybody else just on the road, just booking it, saying the hell with it.
Out, yeah.
You could see the swath of Earth that has literally cut through, the path of the tornado. But I thought that was kind of funny. And one of my colleagues was from Staten Island, New York, so they don't have tornadoes in New York.
They'd be gawking.
He is freaking out. He is just absolutely losing his mind. I'm driving a Jeep. I'm driving the Jeep. There's 5 of us in this Jeep. He's in the front passenger seat, and he is freaking out. And I was like, listen, we're okay. If it comes at us, we're just going to move it 90-degree angles away from it until it passes through and just book it. And he's like, no, you need to stop. We need to get under this underpass. We need to crawl on this. So I was like, listen, I will let you out, and I will come pick you up at the end of the day until you get a ride back.
If you're still there and not 600 miles away, I will come and pick you up. You go and hide.
Well, I mean, the worst place is to park underneath an underpass.
That's what I was thinking.
It acts as a wind tunnel. Yeah.
So, some of the tornadoes can last until like mid-June, just from the weather, mid to late
That's
June.
what I was thinking.
Especially in the Midwest. And when we went out to South Dakota, actually, my father said, I'm going to go ahead and drive. That way, if there's a tornado, we can get under an underpass. And I was like, listen, number one, that's a stupid place to be. Number two, you'll be out in the Midwest and there won't be an underpass for like 150 miles. I said, I'm driving. And I did. I drove that whole trip.
The only time I've ever had something similar to a tornado alarm is the shark alarms down the coast. Now, we don't have them sounding like tornado alarms. To my great joy, it's the theme to Jaws. And I asked one of our local lifeguards, who is friends with my brother, why the theme to Jaws? And he said, if you hear a siren on the beach, what are you going to think? Oh, there's a shark. I need to get out. You hear the theme to Jaws and you are running on top of the water like Jesus Christ and getting out of there. And right down our coast, that's what our shark alarms are, for that exact reason. And the more I think about it, the more it makes so much sense psychologically, because I know, even though I went swimming after I saw Jaws as an 8-year-old, if I hear that music, I'm out the door. But Gutters, my love, I am going to jump down, not because we're talking about sharks or such things. I just realized it's 3 o'clock, and why I'm so damn hungry and my stomach is growling like an earthquake. I haven't had lunch yet. So I will have you on in the background, but it's lovely to see you all. Baker, I don't think we've met, but lovely to meet you too.
Yeah, good to meet you, Meg.
But yeah, I will hopefully talk to you a lot sooner than what I have been. So
have a good meal, Megan.
Thanks. Vegemite, fresh bread rolls with Vegemite, I think, Mills. Yum.
Yuck. Yuck.
All right, I'll talk to you later, guys.
Stop
Love
being
ya.
salty. Stop being salty there, Megan.
I know Gigi's over there chilling, but I just want to say I absolutely enjoyed the videos of your camping trip. It was, every time I popped up, I hit like.
Oh, nice. What kind of camping trip did you go to?
You went glamping.
Oh, that's what I do. I got a trailer. Well, my dad. Oh, fuck you, Duggars. Fuck you.
Hey.
Calm down. This is Mr. Duggar. This is royalty that just blessed us.
I'm gonna get some more ice so I can keep up my drink.
Well, what Harley Dad will call him is asshole Duggar. Harley Dad calls him asshole Duggar.
I missed Megan. Sorry, Megan.
Good to see you, brother. Good to see you, Mr. Duggar.
Good to see you too there, you canuck bitch.
Canuck.
It was good to see you until you said that.
I love you, man.
James like, fuck that.
Don't get it wrong, man. I love the fuck out of James Otto. He's good.
If that song goes, fuck you and you.
Well, hey, man, you came in at me. Come at me, man. Come at me, man.
Come at me, bro.
Man, I love the fuck out of you, James. You good people.
I love you guys too.
I know. I wish I could sit down and have some beer and go fishing with you. I think you'd be.
Oh, I love fucking fishing.
I think you'd be a good
haven't done
person
it
to
in
go
a while.
fishing with. But y'all excuse me
I don't
for.
feel like paying $60.
Excuse me, James. Excuse me,
Damn
James.
place.
Gutters. Hi, baby.
Hey, Mr. Duggar. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm all.
Mr. Duggar, why don't you ever greet me like that?
That's because your pee-pee is built wrong.
What if I identify
Just
as it
being
being built
honest.
right?
No, not one of them.
He identifies as a TP.
I'm not a trans van here to get a ride in just anything. You know what I mean? So no.
He says, I identify as a hung stud field mouse.
Okay, when you do that, I find myself as a serial killer.
Don't Ted Bundy the stream.
Yeah, Ted Bundy, one of my heroes.
He
Not
was
really. No, he wasn't either, man. He was an evil son of a bitch. I think they should have tortured him.
He was probably one of the last few evil geniuses.
He was just a lucky bastard. He should have got caught 10 other times.
Man, the way that judge just like completely destroyed his ego, saying, if you would not have done this, you would have been a great attorney, and I would have loved to, have had you in my courtroom. I mean, right there, you could see it in Ted's face. Just that blood.
He went to some prestigious schools, and he was. I hate to say he's kind of a black mark on Republicans, but he was one of the younger Republican leaders in the colleges and shit. So. But he was a sick man. I still don't think I don't agree with the death penalty. I think if they get the death penalty, they ought to be fucked with every, at least once or twice a week, taken and beaten, healed up where they can be beaten again, and just have the worst life that you can imagine. I don't agree with this quick death crap. That lets them off.
I actually helped my wife with a dissertation in college on the death penalty, and of course it covered both sides of the fence, and it was absolutely amazing how, and even the studies that were done at Columbia University, where the electric chair was created in New York State, where the first death penalty execution took place, all the way to where they were the first ones to ban it. I think second was Massachusetts. Yeah. So like the liberal and the conservative views on the use of the death penalty, not necessarily the electric chair, and just us researching it, her writing it was very interesting. I'm not for the death penalty myself, but I thought that was very interesting.
In certain cases, I am. You just rub them out.
Yeah, pedophiles.
Yeah, I had a murdered. I had a murdered sister, so I'm in full. I'm in full. Killed that son of a bitch. He got to live out his life. My sister didn't. I don't care if it was in prison. By some big black dude.
We from the ancient views in Scandinavia, they were actually pretty more lethal. And of course, the climates and habitats completely different back home in Sweden. So in the ancient days, if you did something like that, and of course, the council or the law speaker said, hey, you're guilty. Yeah, they were named what we call outlawgi, which is outlaw. So you were banned. You were exiled from the village to go live in the wilderness and survive on your own. You no longer had support of any village. Everybody knew about it because the word spread fast. But you were branded. So anybody that saw that knew that they could kill you without repercussion.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's just one of the old ancient laws from Scandinavia. And I was like, man, that's actually a pretty good idea. It's like, hey, you're kicked out, and you're fair game to anybody, anywhere.
Yeah. Lays and Blaze a while ago said something about BTK, that's bind, torture, and kill him. The guy, he got busted by trying to talk to the newspapers and the cops on his computer. He kept sending back floppy disks. He asked him, he goes, you can't tell where I'm at if we use computer disk, can you? And the cops go, oh no, not at all.
Well, he got busted at the church he was at. He was using the church's computer.
Exactly.
He was a deacon at the church
But I picked up on him just before they caught him, and we was in a big chat room, talking about this cat, and that's kind of what drove him out to start talking to the cops, Again, God said, yeah, that he's probably dead. He's probably a fairy, and probably wets himself. We was talking shit about him, and then all of a sudden, the paper got a a box of cereal with "This is B, T, and K," and we got him one just to show him that he was who he was, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And that was an evil son of a bitch, dude. And did you hear him in court? Hey, you know, he just kind of talked matter of factly. Yeah, he stalked these fucking women.
Oh,
And,
in the Florida court cases? When he was
yeah,
talking-
that
yeah.
was, you know, and he stalked. He'd tell how he'd stalk, and then he'd go in. And he go, well, then I took and just matter of fact, yeah, I strangled her, but I didn't strangle her enough. She woke up, so I put a bag over her head and held it. You know, that some bitch was, and like that Gary dude, that the Green River killer.
Yeah.
Dude, how many people did he fucking really kill?
They're still finding bodies on John Wayne
yeah.
Gacy's property.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, the noticer. How are you?
They're good.
Welcome.
Gutters, how are you?
We had some dude
Sorry.
up here in Canada that would feed his pigs dead bodies. It was a big thing in Canada.
If it's okay with you guys, I have to keep these on my eyes. I have green eyes, and the light hurts my eyes. So if it's okay, I'm just gonna keep.
Oh, you're fine.
That's because you have lighter
I thought
eyes.
you were an undercover cop there, sir.
I wish. Yeah, I'd make so much money.
Doug, they did have a good case here, Huntington, West Virginia Police Department. So the Federal Drug Task Force went to this suspected drug house, bought so much off the dealer, and apparently they nabbed some other stuff for evidence. So that person was so messed up, they were so inebriated that they called 911 and said, "Hey, this guy just stole, this many drugs from me." I think it was like a quarter ounce of weed or something like that. It was something minor. So it's either quarter ounce or quarter pound. I can't remember specifically. You'll have to look it up. So they said, well, hey, come in and make a report. When they came in, the Federal Drug Task Force arrested him. So we got you.
Yeah, there's some crazy people out there, man. And there's people out there, that had 40, 50 kills, and, and they don't know how many people they killed because they lost count, but a lot of them guys, that was what got them going. They could remember each murder, and they'd always keep something like, a pair of their panties or a necklace or something. That way they could relive it in their head,
Yeah, who was it?
Panties like a necklace.
Oh, who was it?
Dahmer, dude.
He was
Jeff
the founder
Dahmer.
of Big Lots. The founder of Big Lots was almost Dahmer, except he didn't eat people. But yeah, they're not sure how many he killed either.
God damn.
He did eat people. What are you talking about?
No. The founder of Big Lots.
Oh.
He just didn't eat everybody that he killed. But yeah, the founder of Big Lots in America, actually, they're still unsure how many people he killed.
Or Gacy, that fucking the clown, man.
Yeah, John Wayne Gacy.
Yeah, he's sick son of a bitch, man. He liked young boys. He'd have sex with them, kill them, and then he'd bury. And he wanted his dead around. He buried them in his basement and under his house.
Yeah,
You know?
they're still finding bodies on his property.
I remember when Wayne Hensley and David Carroll got caught up here in Houston, because I was the age of them guys, that they were killing and snuffing. John and William Henley, they killed like 27 kids, young men,
Wait, did I hear that right? You said John Wayne, the cowboy dude?
John Wayne Gacy.
Oh,
Wayne Gacy, he was the clown.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were talking about the West.
Yeah.
John.
Then they had Henley and Carroll in Houston. They were two evil son of bitches.
This is exactly why I believe there should be Dexters in the world. Like, just it takes a lot of the other stuff out of it. Like, if you just had Dexters, they already, when you have cold-blooded cases, like, it's so obvious who did it. There's no doubt about it. I know we really can't say the government should do it, but can't we just have Dexters that nobody knows about that handles it and just deals with these sons of bitches? And before you know it, you find them, chopped up in a barrel in a river somewhere with.
If they're real good, you never find them.
There's
Right.
an interesting story out of Australia. Like they, of course, everyone knows they were originally found as a penal colony. So in the late 19th and early 20th century, they had a huge crime issue. So especially in the early 20th century, so their parliament decided, hey, let's just go out on a limb and get some of these convicted convicts and say, hey, if we put you in law enforcement duties, can you catch half these bastards? And they actually did. And it's like a criminal mind knows how to catch a criminal mind, and it worked.
Mhm.
And it decreased their crime rate significantly.
Mhm.
Well, you
Yeah, I
know,
can see that.
a fully armed state like Texas and Florida, it cuts way down on crime too. You know, I think like in what is it, Switzerland, they all got to have a gun.
Mhm.
I mean, I think that's the way it should be here. You know, I mean, you don't need a license to carry a gun. If you're a criminal, you're not allowed to. You caught one with that again, okay, you got to go back to prison. But the normal citizen, law-abiding citizen, should be able to carry a gun concealed without the government's permission. It's
Well,
in
it's
the
called the Constitution.
right to bear arms.
Shall not
You know?
be infringed.
And in New Mexico, you can wear you don't need a concealed one because you can open carry on your outside. But a lot of times you don't want people to know you got a gun. You know what I mean?
Well, concealed carry, you're not really. So when you take the course, one of the things they tell you is part of your
It's
protection.
the last thing you want to do.
Yeah, well, it is, but part of your protection is not letting people know that you have that and are. That is part of it.
Don't
Another
show
thing.
correct.
I mean, it's not. It's part of your defense.
Mhm.
And if you let them know you have it, then they know where it's at. They know, I mean, you just don't let them know that. And you don't let people know that you have even a concealed weapons permit. You don't, that's just not something you do.
Yeah,
That's what they say.
You don't flaunt it and brag about it. When West Virginia went constitutional carry years ago, and of course there was a big debate here with our government officials. And most of it was started by, believe it or not, the Sheriff's Association, because they were worried about safety more than anything. But the biggest thing was they got most of their extra revenue from doing CCW classes. And so the crime rate significantly dropped because all of the out-of-state criminals, they already know the reputation of this state, and now everybody can legally carry concealed or open. But West Virginia went one step ahead, so it's not just like a pistol or a knife on a certain length. Is you can still carry a sword, a machine gun, a shotgun, whatever. So that was pretty interesting.
Idaho, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Yeah, Idaho has the same thing, I think. It's all open carry, but you do have to. So if you decide you want to get a concealed weapons permit in Idaho, you go through a little more stringent stuff than you do, say, here in Oregon. But the thing about it is, if you get one from Idaho, it covers all 50 states except for Washington, because Washington are asshole.
I don't think it covers Oregon either, Gigi.
And New York State.
Because
it used to.
You have to have now, at least here, you've got to go to the county sheriff's office and be interviewed, and it's got to be in the county you reside in the state of Oregon.
Oh wow!
Yeah, you just can't. They've made it so tough.
I remember we went up to South Dakota. We were in Deadwood, and we went into Saloon 10, which was where Wild Bill was playing poker before he was shot in the street, and walked into the bar, and I had my 9mm on my hip, and right there you have to check in your weapon right at the front door. And I was like, really? And they're like, yeah, that law has never changed out since the old West days. And I was like, okay. So you have to take the clip out, make sure that it's empty, there's nothing in the chamber. They put it in a shoebox, and put your name with it and your driver's license if needed, and they slide it on a shelf there by the front door. And I was like, damn. And so that was kind of cool not being from America, but following American laws, that they still follow that same old custom since the days of the old Wild West.
Well, that's the reason most towns you can't go into a bar with a sidearm, because you get to drinking, and tempers flare, bomb,
Yep,
bomb, bomb.
right.
You know what I
Yep.
mean?
My
Yeah.
mom was a bartender, and that was the first thing that actually the cops used to get mad at her because she was like, "You're not coming. You stay at the door. If you're gonna walk through my bar with a bunch of dumbass drunk people, and you think I'm letting you walk through my bar, when I went and got to where I could be able to work in the bar, I had to make sure that my ass did it right. And so you got to do it right too. So if you're going to bring that gun in here, it's got to go right here and be locked up." So the cops would always just stand at the bar and kind of look at everything, and then they'd turn around and leave. They wouldn't go any further. They wouldn't walk through the bar or nothing. They'd just stand right there by the door and kind of look at everybody. And because my mom did not, it was like, "You're not coming in this bar with those. Sorry." There's too many, especially if it was crowded.
Yeah, there's still stipulations on the constitutional carry in West Virginia, like you can't carry in government buildings, schools, or any establishment that 50% or more of their sales are alcohol. But the cool thing is, when we were in Western North Carolina, and I had my drop leg holster on me at all times, even in East Tennessee, and law enforcement was great with us. Because they knew the issue and they knew the laws, and there was people that were like, "Why are you carrying a pistol?" Well, that's for our protection and your protection. And they're like, "This is North Carolina," and it's like, it's a declared national disaster, and that's a federal law that they cannot take your weapon from you. And we had good rapport and good relationships with local law enforcement and stuff, so they knew us. And a lot of us were former military, but even those that were with us on our team that were civilian carried as well. So
Yeah, here's the thing with the whole concealed weapons permit thing. I'm just never. It's kind of a catch-22, because if you do go get it, well, now you're traceable and in that way too. So, or if you don't, well, now if you can't conceal it, and if you get caught, well, then they're going to throw the book at you, and you're bad, and your G's bad, and all the shit. So it's like, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't.
I still encourage people that even if you live in a constitutional carry state, get your CCW in case you go out of state that does recognize it from your state. That reciprocity. And yeah, you have that, and you're put on the list. But that's not bad, because that's actually what deterred Japan from invading the United States, at the beginning of World War II. And the reason they didn't is they were looking at hunting licenses and said, shit, 75% of America is armed. We're going to have to fight a different army, other than the military. Mm-hmm. So that's what deterred Japan from invading the United States, the Western United States.
An unregulated army at that.
Yes.
And we got more than just squirrel rifles and deer guns. I know some guys that flat got some stupid weapons, and they shoot them off all the time. I mean, the kind of weapons that cost you $20 to shoot them.
That's right. They blow up half their hillside.
You mean a 22?
He used it 10 times. He done spent about 2 G's, or $200. It's and I've seen some pretty nice machine guns in my day. Always wanted one, but man, who'd afford to shoot them son of the bitches?
I almost bought an M249 saw back in 2015 for like $9,500. But I was like, yeah, 250 round box magazine. I can get 2 boxes on that thing. And then I thought, why the hell would I shoot that? And ammunition was starting to rise then. I was like, why the hell would I shoot that many 5.56 rounds?
Yeah.
So it'd be cool to have. I had my stamp for it. Everything was cleared. But it's like, why the hell? I had to justify why I would spend 10 grand on a gun that I would never use or wouldn't think I would ever use. And then have to buy all the ammunition for it. Fuck.
My 5.25, 5.65, or 5.56, what it is, NATO.
Yeah.
That I had before it went down my good old boat. damn it, lost both of them the same day.
That's crazy.
But,
I lost mine that way too.
It shot fast enough. It shot fast enough where I didn't need automatic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, automatic just throws your aim off anyway.
Yeah.
But it's one of them ones you reach over your head and just like that, you know?
Yeah, because it's like within 50 yards, I could tear up a Ford Ranger, but I mean, when I buy a weapon like that, I have to justify having it. And then all my family back in Europe and stuff, they're like, why the hell do you carry this? Why do you have this and stuff? And, you know, liberal friends I went to school with or down south are like, why do you have this weapon? I said, no one has the right to tell me how to defend myself. No one.
Yeah.
It's the beauty of this country.
Yeah. That is the one thing I will give America credit for.
Everybody likes them semi-automatics, man. I'm a wheel guy. I still like a revolver in the 357 and 44 and a 38.
That's what I
357 is actually my favorite.
I'll stick to my Nerf gun and Super Soaker.
I've got a Taurus 605 357. Love that revolver, and that thing's got some power to it. Yeah. But it's like my grandfather told me, it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I go out fly fishing where I'm at, you know, we got a lot of wolves around here.
Yeah.
And I bring a 44 Magnum with me. I don't mess around.
Anytime we go hiking up here in the mountains or anywhere else, I have it with me. When I go hunting, just deer hunting, I have it because you never know. You never know.
I tell you, man, I'd rather face 2 or 3 wolves instead of one pissed off bear. You know, black bear will hurt you, but a grizzly, he don't play that play dead shit. He'll pick you up and start eating you.
Oh, well, what about a pissed off Bigfoot?
That too.
I
will tell you this from seeing grizzlies
rocks at you.
From seeing grizzlies in North America and grizzlies like back home in Scandinavia, including the ones from part of Russia that come over, a grizzly is a grizzly.
Yeah. I think that's the most dangerous land animal in the world. Period. I don't see nothing that could take him.
Polar bears.
Well, okay, I'll give you that. The Kodiak and the polar bear, yeah.
You know, yeah, polar bears, because we have polar bears in northern Norway.
Polar bears are Sweden. Huge. I've seen them.
You know, a fucking Canadian goose will fuck the shit out of you.
I mean, when you see an animal that's the size, and literally, if you've never seen a polar bear, if you see it up close, I mean, this thing's like the size of an old Ford conversion van. They're absolutely ginormous.
They're ginormous.
And they don't care. They'll chew you up in a heartbeat.
Yeah, they'd be
just give them a Coca-Cola.
Yeah. Like, how the hell can Coca-Cola take these things and try to turn them cuddly and cute and stuff? No, they're not like that.
Right.
So thank goodness, and like the lower 48, there's no polar bears in America.
Well, Alaska, doesn't Alaska have polar bears?
Well, they're not lower 48 though.
I don't know.
I didn't catch that part.
Even on the
north, Alaska has them.
To have them.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really have a desire to even see one, to tell you the truth. I've seen one at the zoo. That's good. I'm good.
I've seen it from a distance back home, and then my father's like, okay, that's enough. You know, when they start kind of moseying over, you know what their intentions are.
Yeah.
Get back in the car, we're going, and then you go like 4 miles down the road and hit a damn reindeer.
Lower 48 states, you got to worry about big hogs.
Oh man, yeah, we got them bad back
they
home.
Will hurt
bad.
We don't here, thank goodness.
They, my uncle has a trap out at our family property, and guy, this thing's the size of a Volkswagen Beetle, and we have caught hogs literally big enough to fit. It covered over half of the damn trap. I mean, this thing, it must have been 600-700 pounds easily.
Yeah.
You're talking about bears or a different animal?
No, like boars, wild hogs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they got 2.
Yeah, we just recently got those here a couple maybe about 10 years ago. Wild
They're an
hogs.
invasive species.
They ended up showing up here in Ottawa.
Yeah, black bears I'm not worried about. Black,
You got mostly Russian boar up there in
I
Iowa.
actually saw a video where a black bear, this family was sitting at a picnic table eating. The bear came up, sat down, and grabbed a sandwich out of their picnic basket.
I can see that. Yeah, I'd be like, here, I'd pour him a shot of vodka. Here you
Yeah,
go,
the
buddy.
bear was chill as fuck.
Hey, Gutters. Gutters, you there?
She's peeing off the porch.
Those wild pigs,
Yeah.
they just started showing up here like 10 years ago.
Sorry.
But you're
No,
good.
I'm here.
And then
Gutters,
the eastern,
keep
it's in the
pulling
eastern
that
part of
picture.
West Virginia and the valley in Southwest Virginia. I guess in the early 20th century, early to mid 20th century, they dropped in a couple of elites and dropped in Russian feral boars to be able to hunt. And of course, they procreated, and now they're just overrun with it. And a lot of them have come into West Virginia. I've never seen a boar around here, but they're in the east. They're more predominant.
You go down to Georgia, Texas, Mississippi, them things are everywhere down there, man.
Oh yeah, like when I was a teenager, my father's like, "Hey, let's go boar hunting." I was like, "Oh, cool. Where are we going?" And we went to Anderson County, South Carolina. They're along the Savannah River. So I had a Remington 770. So I had a 270 high-powered rifle. So I was like, that's enough. And Dad had the 30-06. So I remember, and they use dogs down south. So I remember. Let me move this real quick. So we're walking through. There's three of us. We're about 10 yards abreast. And this boar just busts out. The dogs are running it and stuff. So I was like, cool, broadside. I'll go ahead and shoot it. Led a little bit, and I shot, missed. Bolted another round, shot, missed right in front of him. So I was like, I got him. Boom, hit him in the shoulder. He dropped, got up, started running. Well, he was running towards me. So I was like, all right, I'll just get him head on. Shot 3 rounds at him from probably a different distance of 100 yards, and then 75 yards, and then 60 yards. And all 3 rounds bounced off of his skull. So I went up a tree, and my father always had a pistol with him. I went up a tree. I threw the rifle down and said, nope, this ain't happening. Dogs are still hot on his heels. Dad goes up another tree. It goes for the tree to where I'm at. And then Dad tries to shoot at him to get him away, clips him in the ear. He comes over to Dad's tree, and this boar's tearing this tree up trying to get to us. And dogs are just nipping at him. He's tearing the dogs up, going back to my father. And my father had a 44. So he popped him 3 times and said, all right, you can come out of the tree. He's dead. I said, nope, you go get the truck, back it up, and I'll jump in the bed. And then he shot him again. He said, all right, now he's dead. I said, you're definitely going after the truck now. That was the last time I went boar hunting.
Yeah, we killed them with 22s and 22 mags.
Oh.
We just shoot them in the ear. And then it drop them like a French prize fighter. I ain't shitting you.
Man.
But my choice of gun is a 30-06. It'll kill anything that walks. And I like it for hog hunting. It'd take down a big hog, no problem.
Hey, I just wanted to say, I
I'm
just
gonna
want to say
show
I
you
appreciate everybody. I'm gonna take off. I appreciate everybody. Thanks for letting me on, Gutters.
Baker, good to meet you, man.
Yeah, we'll see you guys.
Oh,
Have a
hey.
good one.
Thanks
But-
for hanging, Baker.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, guys. We'll see you later.
All right, man. Don't be eating
Bye-bye.
too many wild hogs. Yeah, I ain't long up here either. I've got to.
I
Well,
wanted to show you guys
Mr. Duggar.
something about the
Mr.
whole
Duggar.
wild boar thing.
Can I ask Mr. Duggar something?
Sure.
Mr. Duggar, do you live
Sure.
near Nashville?
Do what? No, man. I live in New Mexico.
Oh, damn. I thought you lived in the east.
Mm-mm.
My bad.
I live on the side
Actually-
of a mountain today.
My
Okay.
father-in-law lives in Nevada. Maybe I'll make my way down there and give you a holler, dude.
Yeah, holla, gone. I'm here.
I should.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
And that's a little hog.
My son's hunting. I don't know how bad this is going to clip, but I wanted you guys. Okay,
So what's the
okay, this story is my son went to Texas to go hunt a hog, him and his girlfriend at the time. And she was filming, and he was just posting a video of some hogs that they had just shot, I believe. Well, anyways,
It's payback.
This hog came after him, and see if I can find the. Okay, here we go. Listen to his girlfriend when she squeaks. This girl is now his wife, but.
Is that a dog or her?
There.
That's a little bitty hog too. That's the perfect eating size right there. But he'll still tear the shit out of you.
That's a hog monster right there coming for revenge.
Yeah, that's a barbecue size.
I'll tell you what, I would have grabbed that chair and beat that hog to death while screaming to Valhalla.
Yeah, I'd have grabbed the shit out of that hog.
My dad has 90 acres and half of it's peanuts, and he has to kill like 50 of these a week. It's fucking ridiculous.
Oh, Lord.
He has to hire someone to come out at night and hunt them.
Dude, I've always wanted to go helicopter hunt them.
And my dad's a helicopter pilot. So.
I would love to go helicopter hunt hog. That looks like so much fun.
He's got his own. It only fits one person, so he has to go up there by himself with the M16 and shoot these fucking pigs. It's out of control. It's out
my
of
son
control.
would love nothing more than to help him do that. Trust me.
I wish your son could go do it. If he'd do it for free, my dad would be like,
"Hey, Gutters, there you go.
I'll do it.
Offer a sweepstakes with Noticer and get a couple of your viewers."
My dad needs help killing all these pigs. It's so many.
I got a question. Did your son fall head first right after when he got up? Looked like he went head first right after. Got up in this planet.
Well, he jumped up. He was sitting down. They had, it just caught him off guard because he was busy. Oh my God, it was so funny.
Right there, he's like, "I got you."
It looked like he tried to punch him.
Oh, he did.
Punch the pig?
Oh yeah, he did. He was doing whatever he could to get the hell away from him.
He's sitting at a trap, isn't he?
Grab that gun barrel and beat it to death. Just smack it with
He's
the
not
butt of
sitting
the
in
gun.
a trap.
Were they cooking a ham or some bacon on a barbecue? Maybe that's why the pig got pissed off.
So there you go, Noticer. If we can get Gutters convinced, you got me, my 4 sons, and Duggars, and
dude, I swear to God,
do some type of
it's a small
Patreon
town
fundraiser.
it's called Skipperville, Alabama. You can look it up.
Oh.
He's got 100 acres out there, and pigs keep coming every single day. They won't
How
stop.
fast can they run? How fast can they?
We'd have a hell of a
About 30
barbecue.
miles an hour, 25 to 30 in a sprint.
What do you say, Duggar? We'll split the beer costs and have at it.
Sounds
My
like
dad
a
would
winner to me, dude.
Love it.
I got some boys that we might stop by and go get us a couple of axes deer to mix with them for some
You'll
sausage.
get more than you can possibly deal with.
Right.
You wouldn't be able to deal with all the meat. It's so much. They have to bury like 3/4 of what they take in. It's so much.
Tell your dad to leave a few of them hogs out there to rot, and that'll keep a lot of hogs out of there.
Yeah, you'd think so, but they eat themselves.
Yeah, I know.
And then it attracts more.
That's what I loved about deer
They're
hunting
like
in America. You
roaches.
shoot one, and 15 minutes later, another one will walk up to the dead body of the other deer, and you can drop another one right on top of it.
Yep.
It's like, they're the dumbest fucking animals.
Did I just hear that right? You said a deer will eat another deer?
No. Like, you'll drop a deer.
Oh,
they'll come
and
sniff
just
it.
wait. Yeah, and then the other one will come up and sniff, like, "Hey, man, get up. What's wrong with you?" And then you can just drop it right on top.
They'll do that in the rut.
Yeah.
A deer eats its own. I never heard of that.
Yeah, I literally dropped a doe on top of a buck one day, and I was like, "Well, I'll tag out for the day. I'm good to go."
Oh, one of my cousins saw something nasty. A pregnant moose got hit by a car and the fucking baby popped up.
Yeah. We have that with reindeer back home too. Reindeer and moose. A lot of people that don't know anything about moose,
I saw the pictures. It was some gory shit.
especially in North America and Sweden, it's still the same. A moose is a moose, but those damn things can not only run, but they can swim really well, and they can swim down to 20 feet. So you jump in the water, when they're pissed off.
They're
Oh,
like
they
Especially
can
if you're like,
run
I
in
can
the
swim away
water.
from this motherfucker. You look behind you, and
They
it's like
can
a damn
run.
shark with huge ass antlers.
the
Well,
Jaws theme
yeah.
song playing in the
Yeah,
back.
but it's this damn huge ass 9 foot tall moose.
All right. Hey, guys, I'll see y'all later. Gutters, I'll be back maybe.
All right, Darwin.
How
Thanks
long
for
you
coming
want
and
to
hanging out.
Harley Dad said the same thing and he never came back. I don't. That bearded.
I know.
It's that long poop.
It's okay. It's just like a man, you know. Come on, James. They go out for what? A loaf of bread,
Well, you can always
dozen of
find
eggs.
A gallon of milk.
We're at
Cigs and
the
milk.
local bar that one of those two bars.
You gotta get the cigs and the milk.
I have
Yeah.
to drop this envelope off to a friend, and then it don't come back for 25
2
years.
weeks.
Gotta
2
go
weeks
back
later,
to work.
Yeah. You're
That's
lucky if you get a birthday card with $5 in it on your 15th birthday.
Right.
That's right. That's exactly how all that stuff works.
For real.
Thank you for sending me the link, Gutters.
Yeah, of course.
Same Gutters. Thank you.
Thanks, Gutters. Oh wait, I had Harley Dad send it to me. I can't say
Well, all you had to do was email me.
How much did you
I
have to
don't
pay?
even fucking use email. I don't even check my email.
How much did Harley Dad charge you for the link? I'm just curious.
Right?
I'm thinking it was $5. You know, not trying to speculate anything, but I'm pretty sure.
$5 discount. You got the $5 discount.
Yeah. No, you gave him the $5 and
No, I
then
got the $5 discount.
from his $5 super chat earlier.
Oh, W said going out for milk and ending up in Alaska on a crab boat with a fake name.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
There you go, LW. What's your name? Cornelius.
My name is Gilligan. My
Cornelius.
Right. He wears a patch on an
Stop giving me
eye.
ideas.
So, I don't have. My phone's around here somewhere. I'm very eager, and this is off topic, to change the subject, Gigi. But I'm very eager to see what the Federal Reserve meeting next month is going to be about. I mean, you know what it's about, but what the projection is from them.
Yep. Me too.
So that's going to be pretty interesting, especially with the new credit rating.
I have no clue what
United States. And there's a lot of weird shit that's going on. You know, the AI is taking off right now. So guys, and it's a 50-50 thing. It was like Bitcoin when it first came out. So a lot of companies have established AI, Boeing, hell, even Microsoft. And the ironic thing is Microsoft's director of AI was laid off. She was one of the 3% that was cut. So, and now you have all of this other stuff coming up. You have a lot of small business initiatives that are being pushed by the new administration to basically they want Americans to start small businesses and get rich. And there's so many grants and so many different avenues of funding right now. I mean, up from $200,000, like a minimum of $10,000 US dollars to 2.2 million. So, and with these new federal projections and the way that the market's going and AI is launching, it's going to be pretty interesting to see how the next 3 months are going to go.
Well, I'm definitely, I gotta say, I'm a little worried about the whole thing just because like things that were said are not necessarily, I mean, I thought things were going to go a little bit different as they found money in certain places that wasn't supposed to be there. And that's not just money that came out of thin air. So why isn't that money being appropriated to somewhere else? And it is. And I know that there's certain things that they deem very important, aka their Golden Globe bullshit.
Yeah.
But I just feel like I think there's other things we need to take care of first before we worry about that kind of shit. And I feel like, you know, we kind of are not being told everything now, and that don't make me feel, you know, very good when I felt like he was so transparent from
I agree. But I will say this, and I was not a Marco Rubio fan. I was not a Marco Rubio fan until last week when he sat before the committee and they were, of course, grilling him on everything with like USAID and working alongside USAID. I'll tell you that they're a shit agency. They need to be shut down. So with that said, and they were like, that money's gone. There's not these programs. No, the money went to the State Department, which is basically the governing organization for USAID. But what impressed me with Rubio is while he was being grilled, he said, I don't see any way that these programs like the $50,000 for condoms and things like this in a foreign country in Western Africa, how that made America stronger or safer. I was like, God damn. I mean, it like everything he was being drilled for that he actually had a logical response for that shut the committee members up that were grilling him, especially those that were across the aisle. It's like, what? He's absolutely correct. If it doesn't make your country better or stronger, there's no point in just throwing that money out to these different foreign entities. So that really changed my outlook. I was wowed by it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's yeah. I know there's so much, like I said, that we don't know, but I just feel like there's just not. I want more transparency.
That lack of transparency. I'm not optimistic or pessimistic. I just don't know. I don't know what the outcome's going to be, rather. So, but I do know the tactic that's being used. If you have a plan, don't tell anybody about it. Good or bad. It reduces criticism. It reduces, it does reduce transparency, but he learned from his mistakes from the last administration that if I tell everybody what I'm going to do before we do it, then there's going to be a lot of negativity not to do it.
Yeah.
And the American people trust that. So he's not telling everybody his plan. He's just doing it. And
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. What I'm not okay with is him saying one thing and then we're trickling down to a few months later and it's like, okay, well, there's certain things that should be coming into play and instead you guys are wanting to fucking turn this into a snow globe. I just, and I know that's not really the case, but that's my new joke. I just think, and here's another reason that I'm a little perturbed is that whole getting rid of the penny thing. To me, that really sets in stone that he's kind of accepted the inflation as it is, and why try to reduce it? That bugs the shit out of me, especially when we see him getting ready to grow it by turning us into a snow globe. So, I mean, we're supposed to be going down with the deficit, not up, especially after we found all this money. What in the hell?
There's a lot of misinformation, though, from the media, from the mainstream media. You know that as well as I do.
Yeah, but I don't watch the mainstream media. Like I'm telling you that I do not. The only thing that I watch once in a while is Fox. But for the most part, my stuff pretty much comes, from the Trump White House, the White House YouTube channel.
Yeah. So, or even the site itself, and Hairbag, $2 million is not the same as $2 million, or in the 70s as it was today, and that's just because of a little term called valuation. So, which is the same like when people invest stuff, whether it's in the stock market or if it's in an asset versus a commodity. I tell people, and I've asked my son's friends this, would you rather have a $50,000 house or a $50,000 car, sport car? And they're like, well, I'll take the car. Well, no, because it depreciates in value. The valuation constantly decreases, and it's only expected to last 5 to 10 years unless you have the income to be able to. But that's why real estate is such a big money market gainer, because it never depreciates in value unless you just let it go, but still the land has some valuation to it. And if you haven't, this is why people make, so much money. It used to be flipping houses. Before it was flipping houses and people knew about it in the late 90s and early 2000s. Now it's Airbnb. It's rentals, and there's so many different sites, so they can buy this house for cheap, flip it, and then rent it out, so you have that constant cash inflow. So there's things like that, but that's just an example. But I don't see the Fed budging in the percentage rate, even though inflation is coming down, and their target of 2% is actually realistically 1.3% compared to what it is now. But the thing that worries me the most is from the last unemployment rate, it was listed at 4.2%, and the Federal Reserve is listing that as full employment, and it's not. It's not, because the numbers have changed in the past 1 to 2 months. So that's what really worries me, because you're still going to have that huge gap. So even though inflation is coming down a little bit, with that unemployment rate, if it goes up to 5%, and just that 0.8% is actually huge. So there's like a bigger picture, not looking at a smaller number mathematically. It's actually huge. Which was the reverse of what they want. Now, yeah, he's backed off on the tariffs because there's been, and that's what a lot of the media shows, that he's backed off on the tariffs a little bit, especially with his agreement with China. But the man is a deal maker. So if he backs up on those tariffs, that means there's going to be, for example, a greater export to China for goods than we've had in the past 16 years. And it's pissing off the other party because the shit's working. And it's pissing it off because it's appealing. And most of from the polls, the American public's like, oh, hell yeah. Economically, you're not going to see it in the next 30 days. This will be months before you see a significant change. And then the next 2 years, if you're not making more in gains economically, financially in the next 2 years, it's your own fault. I'll just say that, because there is so much and so many incentives right now for people to make money. Even that big, beautiful bill that they passed. A lot of people were like, well, that's tax breaks for millionaires. But yeah, that's more incentive for them to reinvest in their company and hire more people. That's the plus. Yeah, there was some other shit thrown into it, like every other bill that passes through Congress. But that's actually a really good financial initiative for, and specifically the bill states, for corporations and individuals, because corporations are actually from 1977, when the Supreme Court said corporations are people too. So, which is really great for business owners like myself and my wife, that hell yeah, we can make a lot of money in the next 18, 19 months and be able to employ people, especially some of those on YouTube that we know that, hey, man, you're creative, you got great ideas, let's do this, and be able to expand the company and stuff like that, and reinvest in the company and hire more people, and upscale that company and make more money. And what I mean by that is the way that our model is designed within our company, with the 4 profit and the 3 nonprofits, including the disaster relief nonprofit, is we can take those funds from the for-profit and invest in the nonprofit to be able to help more people impacted by disasters, which is great, and still receive those tax cuts, even if we invest into the trust that distributes that money. And this isn't money laundering. This is all legal, into that nonprofit, and be able to help people that before, under 2 previous administrations were, or I'll say 3 previous administrations, weren't able to have that advantage. So not only will we be able to help you during disasters, but we will be able to hire you to help others during disasters and stuff. And that's just an example from the model that we use for our companies.
I'm looking to see how much we're saved with the Doge so far.
I think it was, I might be wrong. The last I heard was 1.3 trillion. The goal was 3 trillion, 3 or 3.5 or 3.2, 3.5, somewhere around there. So yeah, we could actually open up a, if Angie and I wanted to, and we had the money for it, we could from upscaling, we could say, okay, hell, we're going to open up the largest animal shelter on the East Coast and hire a big dog mall. Hey, you run this. You hire who you need to. Here's the budget, the projected budget for next year as well. And yeah, I mean that's what he wants to do. He wants to close that gap and allow people to have this creativity and stuff like that. No matter your background, it's just that passion you want to do it. The startup is simple. And there's a lot of federal programs that are getting released, especially this year and next year for it. So, and we're all for it.
Well, Doge here is saying 175 billion. Does anybody want to guess? Oh no, how much was that Golden Globe, Snow Globe, whatever that is? What is that? How much is that? It's I can't remember.
I actually have to look that up. And I lied to you. It's $2 trillion. Doge is not the 3 million, or 3.23.5%. It's 2 trillion that they actually want to cut back. But the realistic target, according to Elon, is 150 billion. And what did you say it was, Gigi?
I'm not sure what it.
You just said it.
The 100. The globe, that, or what's it called? Dome, yeah. Golden Dome.
Yeah.
Well, what Doge has said they've saved was 175 billion. That's all they said they saved.
So they're above projected cost because this was supposed to be by the end of 2026. And their realistic projected cost of the 2 trillion was 150 billion. So if they're at 175 billion and just the first almost 6 months, then they're ahead of their projections of their original estimates, which is actually pretty impressive. Even though it's 25 billion, that's a lot of damn money.
Okay, wait. But see, this proves my point. So, do you know how much the Golden Dome is? It's 175 billion.
The Iron Dome.
The Golden Dome defense thing. They call it the Golden Dome.
Oh, they're calling it the Golden Dome.
The Golden Dome. Oh, yes. That's why I said the Snow Globe. I've come up with all kinds of names.
I know it's the Iron Dome in Israel. It'd be cool. Red, white, and blue dome, or the Eagle Dome. Eagle Dome. Yeah.
Right. But remember, Elon saved us 175 billion. And now we're spending that exact amount on their new toy.
LW's right. The golden shower. What worries me the most is they've seen it in action in Israel. The Iron Dome that is called over there, which is predominantly America funded. Like 90% of it's funded by America. What worries me is why would we need such a system? Because the system that we have now for, say, ICBMs launched from Russia and other countries, the system that we have now is a 50-50, and we don't have enough of that system right now to shoot down every nuclear ICBM that's launched at us. And a 50% chance that it would actually intercept another ICBM, and there's only a certain amount. Why would we need this system? What's going on that they're worried about it? And then today, he badmouths Putin, and that, I mean, literally, he said he's out of his mind. And everybody's known for the past 40 years that he's batshit crazy. That's where people need to be looking at. Why do we need it? What's going on that we're being threatened with it? Not the cost of the program itself. Why do we need it? We've never had it before. That's why we've had NORAD. Why all of a sudden do we need this extra protection?
Right. Why?
Yeah, that's what worries me.
How come in the middle of the night, about 3 or 4 nights a week, not religiously, but pretty damn close, we hear loud booms, and they're not coming from above ground?
Yeah, even if it's like sack maneuvers or something like that, and breaking the sound barrier. Like we heard
No,
a boom, and
you
he's
can
like, "What the
feel
hell?"
it. You can feel it though, and it's not like a boom. It's like somebody hit something and it like a cement wall, and it breaks or shakes so hard that that's what it's not like a boom. It's like
Not like a
it's so
sonic boom.
different. No, and everybody that is on the ring talking about it, they all talk about it like in the same areas. Like if it'll be like somebody will say in the door ring here in my area, and it'll be like 3 or 4 people will mention it. And it's always the next morning or in the middle of the night. They'll be like, "Hey, did you hear that boom? It woke me up." And it'll be like 3 o'clock in the morning. And then the next night or a few nights later, it'll be, and then, a few neighborhoods over, like, or, might be even 4 or 5 miles away, but the whole neighborhood will say the same thing. And it's always in one area too. It's not like, you're hearing somebody from my neighborhood say it and then somebody from 5 miles away. It freaks me out. I'm
So
like, what the fuck are they doing?
There's a company called Utron Inc. I'll go ahead and you can look them up. So they hit basically their debut in Chicago at like a World Fair type event for innovators. So what made Utron stand out was they original weapon systems with the United States military was driven off of gunpowder. So they developed a way that, and it was actually they developed a 400-pound basically press for like forming steel and stuff for like car hoods and bodies and things like that. But they were able to take it from like this large 2-story system down to about the size of an old phone booth. And it's ran off CBC, which is combustion driven compaction, and it's ran off of hydrogen. So smaller, more productive, and it doesn't rely on the old hydraulic systems. Well, they kind of ventured over into a military R&D type of system, doing the same thing. And from that, they were able to create an electromagnetic cannon, which most people know as a Gauss cannon, which is basically you use electromagnetic cells to project or send a projectile at like basically Mach 8 downrange with just a single solid projectile, uranium depleted shell or whatever, that would be able to punch through a tank, a bunker, a forward naval vessel, things like that. I mean, this thing was hypersonic. Utron has 3 places. They have their main office in Manassas, Virginia, the testing grounds out in New Mexico, and then the one here. From the small, railgun. It's a railgun. So a lot of people saw that in I think the second Transformers movie. Same thing. Yeah, Utron was one of the first companies to actually develop that railgun. And they developed other cannons based off of that CBC from hydrogen cells, which is about the size.
Where they're based out of?
Manassas, Virginia is their home office. So so right here about
there Israel-based company.
Yes. So Utron Incorporated. So as the crow flies, 2 miles from our house was the local office, I guess, that they had here. But they would do test fires with 155 millimeter and 105 millimeter guns. So what really sucks about that, they would shoot it at a sled, is if for some reason they missed that, and thank goodness there's a mountain between us and their range, it would take out half that mountain. But if it went through that mountain, it would hit our house directly. We were on the other end. So we had to sign an agreement with them that if anything happened to our property, that they would pay for it in full, basically. So, and then an NDE from anything with non-disclosure agreement, NDA rather, from anything that would happen with them. So like we couldn't tell anybody about it, basically. That was the agreement. Get money if it destroyed our house, and we couldn't tell anybody about this thing. So Utron had moved on, and there's a new company that had moved in. So we keep hearing these big booms, and we heard one tonight earlier. My wife was like, "What the hell is that?" And I was like, "Normally they'll sound a horn before they fire it. They'll send out text alerts before they do stuff like that." The rail gun they fire actually in New Mexico, and it's so powerful they have to remote fire it from the home office in Manassas. So this is just a couple of the defense agreements that they have that they don't tell, they're not transparent to the American people about because they don't want to have it leaked. Now, when I was on the fire department, the local fire department here, I was a battalion chief. I was a deputy chief. We would go in and we would do our pre-inspection plans. So we call it pre-planning. So if something happens there, we know exactly what materials are held where to go and stuff. We had to sign an NDA, and they had to be in a secured file so not everybody could read it unless something happened. And every single member of the department had to sign an NDA for that because it is a DoD contractor. Yeah, and that's just one of many sites around the United States, the lower 48 that are like that. From the New Mexico testing grounds to even local DoD contractors here. It's the same with Boeing down in Texas, Lockheed Martin.
Yeah. Just the whole picture kind of makes me go, I don't know.
Yes,
my kids always tell me, put your tinfoil hat on, Mom.
So yeah, that's why I threw it in there because nobody knows about Utron. And there's many companies that are like that. Just all these small businesses, or what appear to small businesses bigger than the ones that you hear about that's listed under DARPA and things like that, that actually exist, that are innovators that create this new technology. And that's the way they want it. They don't want everybody to know about it.
Right.
Getters, can you share what my little share screen is? There we go. Thank you.
What is this though? First,
it's futuristic.
Oh,
you'll see. It's
well.
Also, I cannot confirm nor deny that there are laser
36
weapon
barrels
systems on an Apache helicopter in Fort Lee, Virginia.
This already is attached. This is attached to Humvees when I was in Iraq 15 years ago.
Ooh. That was way past my time. Oh,
it was almost 20. It was 20 years ago. Jesus Christ.
That's
Anyways,
it's the pod system.
It's called Metal Storm. This
And it
came
is
out like they're almost 30 years ago.
And it's compatible with SoFlam.
You can put these on Apaches, Blackhawks, pretty much anything. Anything moving.
Tell them why.
Oh, there's zero recoil.
Zero recoil,
Also,
and it's against
all electric. Yeah.
It's against the Geneva Convention to use flechette rounds against anti-personnel, which is infantry. But you can still use it against vehicles, which is why America was able to get by with still using flechette rounds until this system replaced it. It's not the same.
Metal Storm it's the end. This shit can take out pretty much anything. 1 million rounds that fast? Yeah, okay.
You can shoot it at just a residential home, 2-story, 3,000 square foot, just to give you an idea, residential home. It'll go through every single piece of material in that home. And if you have an old 77 Dodge Charger parked out back, it'll go through the entire car, including the engine block, and come out the back light.
I feel like you have personal experience on that.
Metal Storm is beyond anybody's ability to stop. because they also have grenades that they can launch at that same speed. So imagine 1,000 grenades launched in 1 second at your location.
Mm-hmm.
This is what worries me a lot, is this new fighter that they're developing is able to do multi-role combat plus control 1,000 drones, combat drones at one time. Just one fighter. Just absolutely amazing. And the only thing that can take it out is an EMP.
What you doing, LW?
Y'all got me like Al Pacino in The Godfather.
There you go, buddy.
I was just about to go to sleep, and y'all pull me back in.
No, I know, because you get suckered into all the conspiracy theories and all the new technology.
Just show them the metal storm. It'll reel them back in.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's so much new stuff that's being developed. It just absolutely blows my mind.
Well, isn't that the thing? Like what I was saying, like we spend almost $1 trillion was the new budget for the military per year. You take countries 2 to 10, you added up all of their military budgets, it equals ours. Like number 2 is way far away from our.
That's just defense spending.
Yeah, just on the defense budget, right?
The amount of the R&D is actually 7 times that amount, and they will never release that to you.
Right. So why do we need a golden dome?
That's what worries me. Is like, all right, we have all this new development stuff. There's if you search for it, you can find the R&D budget as well. That's actually listed. It's much more than that. But for us to turn around and say, okay, we need this system. Even Benjamin Franklin said to secure peace is to prepare for war. And that makes sense, because if your country's secure, your military strong, then you're prepared at any time.
Right.
Because, versus where America had its history until the mid 20th century, we had to have a standing army because everything was volunteer based, all the way from the American Revolution forward. So now that you have the standing army, and they just, upscaled on that. But for us to have an actual nationwide defense system, I mean, it's kind of strange when you go to KFC or go by the mall and all of a sudden there's this, Golden Dome battery that's sitting over in the corner. You go, what the fuck? Why do we need that?
Mm-hmm.
What is the major threat against us? Yeah, we're secured, from that. No different than having a pistol in your car, but why do you need it? What is the major threat that they're not telling people about?
Yeah, something's fishy.
But that also, that leads me back to always having a boogeyman, right?
Yeah.
Saddam Hussein was the boogeyman, even though like Wesley Clark and all these people.
I have an answer for this.
Go ahead.
Osama bin Laden famously said that the only way to destroy America was from the inside out.
That's true.
So there is no boogeyman. We create the boogeyman. If we can't stop doing that, that will kill us. We have to stop the boogeyman shit. There's so many boogeymen. Stop the boogeyman shit.
Right.
We need to call it evil.
Yeah.
We call it evil. We root out evil. There is no, we need to shift blame from here to there to this and that. It's all evil. We root out evil in this country, and that's how we win. It's not about, we need to focus on immigrants or this or that or trans or whatever. All of the evil. We just call it that.
Yeah.
Everything that's anti-American, communism, we call it evil. We get it out. Simple.
Was Saddam Hussein an evil motherfucker? Yes, he was. Did he stabilize the Middle East and stand against Iran? Yes, he did. It's the same as what's his name, Gaddafi in Libya.
Right.
You know, all of those immigrants for coming into Europe and trying to leave Northern Africa. He sunk
Fentanyl dealers, all that shit.
Yeah, he sunk their shit. Was he an evil motherfucker? Yes, he was.
Yeah.
The area, absolutely,
Yeah.
100%.
Well,
But
it's like,
the Dom was he was feeding women and children to fucking lions that he had as pets. I mean, he was a bad dude.
Yeah. But he also he had to, you know, it's kind of like looking through foreign countries in the Middle East through an American lens. Like, well, we've got to show them how our freedom works. Well, that'll never be, because they work, the religious sects and Sunnis versus Shiites, they're never going to view it as we view freedom, right?
Well, it's
Their
not
religion trumps everything else. So when you start talking to them about like, oh, you're mistreating women and children, they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? We're fighting over religious superiority here. We don't care about women's rights or children.
Nope. There's
It's
no
about
value of
who's
life.
right and wrong in the Sunni Shiite hemisphere.
Yeah. Even
They don't give a fuck about anything else, and they'll kill you if you bring that shit up.
we landed in Baghdad, and we were going out to our AO. Gigi, this is a little bit of a sensitive subject. And we're going through the streets to our AO northeast of Baghdad, and they did not care. Like, they were throwing 7-year-old children in front of the convoy to try to get them to stop, because they know the moral value of Americans.
I can attest to
And
this
I
shit.
watched that
They
36
hate every fucking
Yeah.
child and woman. Throw
and
them
they,
in front of their tanks, they'll run them over. They don't give a fuck.
yeah, and the orders were don't stop. And so a lot of people are like, well, these American soldiers and stuff, they're just bad dudes. And actually, I saw the worst of humanity over there, because I saw 36-year-old E6 crying his eyeballs out driving because he knew he couldn't stop. They don't care about humanity. They have no value
Right.
of life.
Right.
My buddy Justin, in front of us on the convoy, this is before they started putting up the shields and armoring Humvees. They were hanging piano wire up to the same length as the next. And thank God they didn't anchor it on the opposite side of the street, or it would have cut my buddy's trach. And Justin saw it in front of me. It cut him, but it didn't cut his trach, and fucked him up pretty bad. And he had to get shipped out. They sent him to Germany for 3 surgeries. But yeah, that's just their mentality. I mean, they've been fighting each other for thousands of years. So they come up with new innovative ways to come up with new ideas.
They figured out if you pour diesel on asphalt, it turns it into a sludge, and
Yep.
you can dig into it and put a fucking bomb down in there and cover it back over, and when it hardens 2 fucking minutes later,
Yeah,
they can blow us up on a convoy.
this is the stuff that not many people talk about, and you will
It's
never see on
ridiculous.
American media, because they don't think that the American public can handle it. But that's what they do. Man, they have no value of human life.
And
Period.
they don't just do it to us. It's not about us. It's they do it to anybody they don't like. They do it
Yep.
to their own people.
Yep.
And it's the information that Americans have.
Mm-hmm.
There's, I mean, other around the world, the news is different. Like,
Mm-hmm.
like Saddam Hussein, when Daddy Bush invaded, a bunch of Canadian journalists and people in Europe did an investigation that you never heard of on the mainstream news. And this was before Twitter and Instagram and all that shit like that. But Kuwait was slant drilling. We were slant drilling into Iraq, stealing their oil from under the ground. That's why he invaded Kuwait. He didn't just invade Kuwait for the shits and giggles of it. And then
that was our way of
running Kuwait didn't like him.
Before and during World War II. That's how Britain made a lot of money. The Rothschild family invested trillions of dollars into that to be able to do that. Gave him a little bit of freedom. Here comes Saddam Hussein in the 60s and says, no, we're sovereign, and then starts his thing and his evil tendencies. Not based off the Persian culture, but based off of modern day Iraq and what we know of it as Iraq. And then it went from there. So yeah, Big Dog Mall. That's why a lot of guys came back messed up, because you saw things that normally from any conventional enemy or unconventional enemy that you thought you had an understanding of, and then you see civilian.
Yeah.
Oh, they just burn them up.
Yeah,
They don't give a fuck.
They'll run your ass over. They'll burn you. They'll catch you on fire. They don't care. They absolutely do not care, and that's unfathomable in American society. Even the worst horror movie that you see, even Saw, has nothing compared to what they do to people over there. And to see that firsthand, it's like literally you think for months you're in hell. I want to get out of this, and you can't. You cannot leave. You cannot leave, and you have to endure this every single week. And then you just start getting more upset, and you just want to just slaughter these people and try to instill some type of new culture with some type of heart or some type of empathy.
They don't even fucking speak your language.
No,
they wouldn't know anything,
and it'll never change.
It
and
will never change.
That's the truth that a lot of Americans.
You can be the most Christian loving person on the planet, and you know what? They'll throw rocks at you.
Yep, you're a target. Even in Israel, and that's fucked up too. I'm a Christian. I'm going to go to Israel. I want to see the wall. I want to see all these holy sites. And the next thing you know, when you get over there, I'm not a Christian, but I've seen it happen to friends. You get over there as a Christian, and the next thing you know, they're spitting on you. They hate your ass.
Yeah. Well, it's like what we know and what we're told is the truth versus what is the truth. Those investigations from those journalists across the world after the war, they went over to Kuwait and they wanted to ask those people. They wanted to write stories and do things about because George Bush at the time was like the daddy version of people, but he was like in preparation or trying to get the people behind. Oh, they're throwing babies out of incubators on the floor and killing them.
Yeah,
babies in incubators, incubators all over the news. So these people went to Kuwait and they interviewed all these people in these hospitals that supposedly had happened. This was after the war, and they interviewed everybody. They went around Kuwait trying to find anybody who had a story to tell because they wanted to do a story. They couldn't find one parent, one nurse, or one doctor.
It never even happened.
Who could confirm that even one case of Iraqis coming in and throwing babies out of incubators? Not one. They couldn't find one case.
Man, it was in my mind for hell, and I turned against my family because of it. Not many people know that. And it was bad because, especially when I drank certain things like rum or whiskey, which is why I don't drink that anymore. Like white rum, I'm okay. Any dark liquor, nope. It would start flooding back everything that you wanted to forget. And it was involuntary. That was the worst part. Until one of my friends actually grabbed me by the shoulder and said, you need to go get some help. So I went through EMDR and then later CBT, and that really, really helped, which is why I'm able to talk about it now. And there's stuff that my dad can't talk about that he went through as well. So, and the EMDR, what it does is like, you can recognize it, you can talk about it, but in your subconscious, you don't have that same emotional response to it.
Yeah.
Which was good because you hear people, hey, if you have a problem, talk about it, right? And it's not that easy. It's not, because you don't want to remember that shit. And I could walk you through my house. My father's the same way, that you'll have some, and it's mostly officers, and notice or knows what I'm talking about, like fucking majors and colonels and generals and shit. You go into their house, you'll see like plaques and shit up, you know.
They went outside the wire, maybe.
Yeah. They weren't on the ground, you know.
Once.
Yeah, they didn't see that shit that we saw.
Also, Gutters, I posted a picture of me and my best friend. Can you pull that up? He got a Purple Heart because he got hit by an IED.
And oh wow, on the
yeah.
Yep. Damn.
That's me and him. Actually, the crazy thing is, he and I were in the same bunk in basic training because our last names both started with E, and they were so close together. But yeah, he got a Purple Heart. He got hit by an IED and fucking went through the side of his eye in the left and came out the side of his head. He lived.
Man.
But
yeah.
Yeah.
I had a buddy I worked with.
Fucking the mortar.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Dude, they had two 80 millimeter mortars buried, and his mine roller hit it. He was in the front, so.
My wife asked me. My family was so proud of me. My sons, my wife, my dad, and stuff like. Well, my dad
Thank you, Gutters.
my mom. Yes, thank you for that. And it's like if you walk through the walls in my house, you won't see any of that shit hanging up. And my wife asked me one day, "Why don't you put this stuff up?" And I said, "If I look at it, I have to remember shit that I don't want to remember." And even you remember the old noticer? You remember? I still have my original issued pair of Wiley X sunglasses, and they're in
Oh, me too, man.
they're in
Me
a
too.
box.
They're all scratched up and shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
They got dust from Iraq in them.
From use and from the fucking sandstorms, and they're in
Man.
a cardboard box in the bottom corner of my closet, and they'll stay there until I toss
Yeah.
that box out.
Yeah. For
Yeah, I had a
sure.
buddy. Oh, this is probably like 2009-ish. I worked with him, and he was an Iraq War veteran, and he used to show me these pictures that he took. I was like, man, I don't want to see that horrible shit. And he would laugh about it, and then he would have this like hot temper, like he was one of the dispatchers, and he would just like fly off the handle. Like his temper was 0 to 10, like immediately, you know. And at one point, you know, he's a pretty young guy, you know, mid-20s, whatever. But he lived with his dad. His dad called his manager and was like, "You got to watch him, man. He's got severe PTSD. Just be careful." And it was probably about 2 weeks later, we heard the news that his dad ended up shooting him. And his dad was like, you know, you saw the local news and stuff. That's and you heard the stories. He was like, I mean, he was attacking me. I had to defend myself, you know. He wouldn't stop. And he was like, I just hope he's finally peaceful now. Like what happened to a lot of these guys, man? It's just terrible.
There was a movie with Tobey Maguire and Jake Gyllenhaal. I can't remember the name of the movie, but at the end, when Tobey Maguire just loses his shit, I actually stopped it. I have not seen the end of that movie. I just saw that, like the entire end of the movie, but I saw that part of the shit where the cops come to the house, and I just shut it off and told my Angie I told my wife never play that again.
There's a movie called The Hurt Locker.
Yeah.
You've seen that? That's real, dude. I couldn't watch it.
The one movie that really, really got to me, and I have not seen, I never watched past this one point, but there's it was about Chris Kyle, and he rotates back home, and he's sitting in his living room, and he's watching the TV, and he's drinking a beer, and then the camera pans around, and he's looking at the TV, and there's nothing on the TV, and that really hit me hard.
Yeah,
that really hit me, because it's like he's
exactly
not
what
home.
it is, man.
He's not here. He's not home. He's there.
Right.
And I stopped it, and I never watched the rest of the movie. So when people ask me about, hey, man, you watched American Sniper? I don't want to watch it again.
Yeah, he had all kinds of issues. He was talking about that he was on the roof of the Superdome during Katrina, and he was snipe killing looters.
I
had
will say this.
He had that
a lot of
thing
people
with
with
Jesse.
PTSD will make things up.
Right, that's what I'm saying. He was screwed up.
That was
thing with Jesse Ventura, like that whole thing. Like,
oh yeah,
he was messed
fine.
up.
But that part of the movie was the most realistic to me. Like that's the one part that connected. And my wife knows even today. And like if you ever come to visit me, if we go out to eat, and my wife knows it, is I have my sidearm on me, and I never sit I never sit with my back to any entrance of any place that I go to. I can tell you how many steps it was from the front door to where I'm at, and I can tell you what everybody in that room is wearing, and if they're right-handed or left-handed. I mean, there's just stuff like that. That's part of the PTSD that sticks with you, because that defense mechanism never goes away. Never.
I always like sitting to the back of the restaurant where you can dip out in the kitchen and go through the exit door.
Yeah. My back is always to the entrance. I never sit with my back to the entrance, ever.
I can share you a very personal video if you guys have just a few minutes.
I have never told anybody this on YouTube ever.
Wow.
Yeah, I've let me
But yeah, that's part of the experience, Gigi. I mean, it's called Big Dog Mall. It's called situational awareness, SA.
Sorry.
And with Crispy with what goes on after with everything that happens, you just have a heightened sense of SA.
I bet.
If you bring this up,
do.
Gutters,
Like you saw me turn earlier. My oldest son was coming home from work at 5 minutes to midnight, and you saw me turn. Who the hell's coming down my road? Like everybody comes down my road. What kind of vehicle is it? What are the headlights? I can tell what type of vehicle is coming down my road from
absolutely
just the headlights.
I'm sorry you have to go through that, and that has changed you in that way.
This is one of the rescues that my company did. This was, if you see the Dodge Ram in the middle, they got hit by an IED. There's a lot of shrapnel and stuff.
I see IP on that door.
Iraqi police.
Yep.
Oh wow.
It got hit by an IED that was supposed to hit our convoy, and I'm not going to say luckily it hit them, but
yeah,
it did.
How many people can you put in that helicopter?
We put 4.
Yeah.
The 5th one died on the scene, so there was no reason to.
Yeah, the PJ, the PJs and medics, they have 4. You know, the pilot, co-pilot, engineer, and then the medic.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, there's no reason to put a dead body in the plane or in the helicopter. So
everybody's like, "Oh, you were infantry or artillery or 19 kilo, you know, treadhead or."
I was a combat medic.
Fucking.
And people are like, "You never left the wire. You sat in the blah blah blah."
So they were
Dude,
not.
I was
Bravo.
out there
They were
running
91
convoys
Bravo.
like a That's me in the middle, by the way. In the middle of the green suit.
Look at the tallest one on the tallest one
I'm
on
the
the
tallest one. I'm 6'2".
That's my boy.
My father was a paratrooper.
Oh man, yeah, you'll hear stories about 101st, 82nd stuff. I knew some guys from those.
104th, he was a Screaming Eagle.
You know, 170, yeah, 101, baby.
101, baby. We
But
replaced the 101st when we got there. They couldn't wait to get the fuck out.
You ask anybody in the service, and who's your heroes? Dust off.
My dad flew Hueys for 25 years, dust off from Fort Rucker, Alabama. That's where I was born.
Was he a CWO?
He was a CW4.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Before they made CW5.
When I went into I went in 11 Bravo, and I actually
was at Fort Benning too. Sand Hill, baby.
Yeah, there you go. I still have one of the fastest records from Sand Hill to Kelly Hill, but
yep. Been to Kelly Hill.
Hey, Airbag, let me just pop up. Just cam up for a second, Airbag, just so I know it's you. Okay, thank you.
All you have to ask is how much snow did you shovel last year?
Right.
But yeah, I was 166 pounds at AIT. I wanted to OSET it at Benning. I think they call it Fort Moore now. But I grew up in Charleston, South Carolina, in America. So it got split, and I went to Relaxing Jackson and then did AIT at Benning. But I wanted to OSET at Benning and just get it all done with. And
I had the most racist Mexican drill sergeant you'll ever know in your dude. He was he was calling these people in the Middle East some shit.
Oh yeah,
he was getting us pumped up to go kill some. You know what I'm saying?
I was in 97.
He was a Mexican guy. He couldn't stand these Middle Eastern dude. He was calling them some shit.
Mexicans and the Puerto Ricans hated them.
Yeah,
dude.
I was surprised. I was like, damn. He was a first sergeant too.
He was top. No shit.
Yeah, he was top. He came out there for what was his first sergeant Santiago, and he came out there calling these camel riding, you know what? Like, dude.
Yeah. There's a lot of different terms.
This was in 2005. It was like right after we went into Iraq. Everybody was being fucking like. Whew. It was a different time, man.
Yeah, Chris, because I started in the black boot. We
didn't have Osama yet, right?
No.
Yeah, we were mad. We were that was all mad.
That was all intel. Nobody knew a fucking thing about him, and then shit went south, and then
everybody was pissed.
But Crispy, I would do it 1,000 times again.
Same.
1,000 times again.
Same.
Oh, that's remarkable that you would do it all over again after seeing all of that. That's really remarkable. Really is.
Hello, guys.
Sad.
Hey, hairbag.
Hairbag, I missed you.
How you doing, guys?
Hi, hairbag.
Doing
I mean,
good.
when you
Just
watch 9/11 happen, you want to do it again and again. I think we'd all do it again if we could. Watching 9/11 happen ruined our lives.
man, I think, and even after that, man, even with recruiting, like the ID10T form, like that wasn't even a joke. You took anybody and everybody that was in. Like you didn't fuck with you. Hey, come on, man, we're gonna go do our shit, you know. And then when the big boys went in, you heard about it. You're like, this shit's real. You know, when Delta and SF and everybody else went in, my oldest son, he was Bravo 1st Battalion SF. My oldest son, he went 11 Bravo as well. And so yeah, it's like, hey, game on.
Did you know right away that we were being attacked, or because I mean I didn't I thought it was an accident until that second plane hit. You know. Did you guys know right away?
I think I'm on the wrong stream. I'm too anti-war for this.
Yeah, I'm sorry, LW.
I don't like war. I just don't like
Over
people attacking America.
250,000 joined after 9/11.
So
I get it too. I was the same way. I wanted George Bush was like, let's go bomb everybody. I was like, let's do it. Like,
man,
fuck these people. But then after a decade later, you're like, oh Jesus Christ.
I was firing EMS, and it was 48 hour. I worked a double on the 10th and into the 11th. So actually I got off the morning the 11th at 7 a.m. So yeah, the 9th and 10th I worked a double and got off that morning, and nobody was home. My mom had an outpatient surgery, my grandmother and my wife, and my two oldest sons at the time were with my wife and stuff, because I was like, hey, I'm going to get off work. I remember the night of the 10th, we ran our asses off all night. Like we didn't get any sleep. It was a busy shift. So when I got home, and my mom had this idea that she would try to keep me up. So that way, and when you're in public safety, you're even in the military, your sleep schedule's fucked up. It's going to be like that for the rest of your life. So when I got off that morning, I was dog ass tired. I was like, I just want to go to bed for a few hours, get up, and then eat something, shower, and then just start my day. So I went home and I ate a breakfast. I took a shower, and I was like, I'm just going to lay down for the rest of the day and enjoy everything. It's a beautiful day, clear blue skies, not a cloud in the sky. It was here in West Virginia. And the phone started ringing. I thought it was my mom. So I was like, I'm just going to ignore it. I'm not going to answer it. She's going through her outpatient surgery. She'll be out in 3 hours, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And the phone kept ringing and ringing and ringing. And this was about 9:15. So I answered the phone and I was pissed off. I was like, what do you want? Because it came from my mother's phone. And it was my grandmother. And she said, you need to turn on the TV. So I turned on the TV, and she said, turn on the news, is what she told me specifically. So I watched it, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? And saw everything, and I was like, this is wild. A plane hit the Trade Center. And I was still on the phone with her at 9:03 when the second plane hit the second tower, and I was like, I got to call you back. So I hung up the phone. I called our chief. I was a lieutenant then on the fire department. I called, and I said, Chief, are you watching this? He said, get your ass to the firehouse now. And so I hung up the phone with him, and literally it wasn't 3 seconds later, they sent off the all calls. They've only done that 2 other times for major incidents. So we all went to the firehouse and stuff. We got there. There was an old Marine Corps veteran who was a senior firefighter, and we were staying there. We kept going from the TV out front on the pad, off the floor, and then back to the TV. Like we didn't know what the hell was going on. We didn't know what to do. And he stood up front, and I remember his old ass. He was like, we're under attack. I was like, Melvin, don't say that, man. That's not right. And then we saw 2 F-16s just haul ass up the Ohio Valley. And then it was 11 minutes later, we saw that Flight 93 was shot down. And Melvin looked at me and he said, we shot that fucking plane down. And to this day, I still believe that. To this day, I still believe that.
I was going to ask what do you think about the people that think that this was an inside job What do you think?
Well,
about
I mean, what are you supposed to think when it's been proven that there were memos sent to everybody in the government that terrorists plan to use planes to crash into buildings for fucking 8 months?
Yeah, Pesky's right. Yeah, the account financial office or whatever couldn't account for the $2.3 trillion, and Rumsfeld had said that. So I have mixed feelings on it. Either way, it was shit. It was bad.
And the dude that owned the building didn't show up to work that day.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
So we were watching the news and stuff where the fire service, more guys started coming in. We were going through. We must have gone through equipment 50 fucking times. Governor's office called. The chief pulled us in the office and he said, "Hey, I've got 4 guys that are certified. If you guys want to go to ground zero," we declined. We said, "No, we're not going up there. We're needed here." Another call that afternoon, and it was a late evening, and he said, "Hey, get your guys together." All the company officers we met, and he said, "Get your guys together, get prepared, double check everything." We've already checked it like 15 to 17 times. Like we were ready to roll. And I remember our chief saying, "Hey, get ready to go in case we need it." And I said, "Okay, what's our AO? Where are we going to?" He said, "Anywhere in this region of the United States if you're needed." And that's when it hit. It's like, this shit's bad. And then we were watching the reports from back in Manhattan and back in DC. And so we were like, yeah, we're ready to go. And I called Amy and told her what was going on from the firehouse. And then this was the weirdest thing. Chief comes out at 8 p.m. on the dot. And he said, "Go home, be with your families for 4 hours, report back here." He said, "Go do what you need to do at home." So I didn't even call my wife. I just went back to the house. And I said, "Hey, this is what's going on. I'm going to spend some time with you, and we got to get back." And we stayed there. I think it was like 48 hours. And then 7 days later, I looked at my wife and I said, "I'm going to re-up." And she said, "Good." That was her exact response. Angie's response was good. And my dad just smiled. He didn't have to say a word to me. He just smiled.
Oh, that's nice. I'm glad that your family supported you.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Well, here's one that shocked me that you guys were just talking about. I always thought that the passengers took down 93 in Shanksville. I didn't know they got shot down.
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
To this day, after seeing those fighters, and if you know the Ohio Valley, it takes that direct path up to where they were. That, to me, I honestly believe that they were shot down, and then that was used as a hero story to cover that incident. But there's nothing that's going to deter me from believing that they were actually shot down.
Well, they do have that rule out that if any hijackings go on, they are supposed to shoot them down, regardless.
Yeah, but they had a recording.
So, Bush was at Fort Polk. He was already in the bunker. Cheney was in the sit room rather. So, yeah, and the way that they were hauling ass, I mean, they would have been there. They would have been able to engage with that 5 to 6 minutes. So in the distance with an AIM-9 Sparrow, air-to-air missile, nothing is going to change my mind that they were shot down to this day.
Well,
they
like
had a
I said,
recording though, is what I was gonna say. Like, do you remember? You remember there was people had that recorded that were on the plane, right? That where they the passengers do you guys know what I'm talking about? Where there was a recording. I remember.
Yeah, Todd.
The let's roll, and all that stuff.
Yeah, Todd. I can't remember his last name, but yeah.
So
I think that they were in the process of trying to subdue the terrorists on the plane and get it when they were shot down because the order had already been given. And that was the wildest thing was looking up in the sky and not seeing one single aircraft. That was so wild. Not one trail, nothing.
Yikes. I don't know.
I think different. I'm just of the opinion different things can be true at the same time. Like
that's true.
Like there's some bad people in the world who want to do stuff.
Yeah.
Like I can 100% support the troops, but then I also don't 100% believe my government. And there's people across the world who want to do bad stuff, and sometimes they meet in the middle, and sometimes nefarious things are done to get ultimate goals accomplished. Like Wesley Clark going into a meeting. He said he went into a meeting before 9/11.
General Clark was he's a great guy.
Dick Cheney says, "Well, here's our start of a new administration. We want to invade Iraq. We want to invade Afghanistan. We want to invade Iran. We want to do these things." And then then 9/11 happened.
He was looking at it on the dirty business side. Then that happened, and even afterwards, everything that went down, and then the Pentagon Financial Budget Office. That was the side that was headed specifically to his offices. And Rumsfeld on the 9th and 10th had actually released that information. And then you have this huge rise in nationalism and people that are ready to just go at it. And the weird part was Afghanistan is the country that no empire has ever been able to control. Alexander the Great couldn't do it. There's been many others that couldn't do it. And
we helped Osama bin Laden try to fight the Russians,
Yeah, when he was commander of the Mujahideen and the CIA was over there, and we pushed out the Russians, and then the CIA said, "Hey, write down every fighter that you have with you," and he literally wrote their names down because the CIA said, "Yeah, the United States will compensate you for that," and he called them Al Qaeda, which meant the base, and then the CIA pulled out and said, "We're not fucking paying you. You're this billionaire." Mogul from Saudi Arabia, you can pay him. He did. He personally funded a lot of the arms dealings and stuff. Even Oliver North had not, from the Iran-Contra affair, he was actually funding the Mujahideen when Osama bin Laden had been fighting the Russians and stuff, and America pulled out and said, "You know what, fuck you, we're not paying you," and that pissed him off, and he said, "Well, I'm turning against the CIA," and he was trained by the CIA.
Right.
So yeah, there was a lot of mixed feelings afterwards, and it's like, man, that just tears you up.
Well, it's just, I don't know. I just of the opinion, war should be a last resort to everybody involved, but when you have corporations involved that have a monetary gain, it makes it shady, makes it worrisome.
Listen to this long-haired hippie person.
I'm not a hippie at all.
I'm just kidding.
I mean, war is always profitable. That's been the one thing around the world.
Well, I mean, goddamn, Vietnam, Gulf of Tonkin. It turns out that wasn't even real.
It's one thing that actually made me realize Ethan Hawke's character in Lord of War with Nicolas Cage and Ethan Hawke's, and Ethan Hawke's like, "Oh yeah, I got his ass," and Nicolas Cage's character says, in a few minutes there's going to be a phone call. There's going to be a general that's going to walk, or a high-ranking official, and he's going to tell you did a good job and blah 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 and stuff. And then I'm going to walk out this door. And he said, "You're going to disagree with it, but I'm a necessary evil because the President of the United States is the largest arms dealer in the world, not me. He ships as much as I do in a day that I do to a year." And that's actually how the world works.
I don't know. I guess I just didn't realize how much, how we are lied to, as much as we're lied to.
You're not lied to. You just aren't told the truth.
Yeah, when it's a fact that there's
that's a distinction without a difference, right?
Yeah, I mean, when there's an evil that happens, when there's an evil that occurs, and then they say it's a necessary evil, and then you understand what is the process, what is the end game of this necessary evil. That's what people should be asking the question: is why? Why do we have to have this necessary evil? What is the justification and the end result? What is the conclusion to that?
Yeah, I've just never been down with the whole just trust us.
Yeah. And that's the hard part as a soldier is you don't question orders, you do it because it affects everybody around.
No. Yeah, man. This is nothing to do with a soldier. I'm all bored with the soldiers and
Mhm.
all day long, and that's why I'm like, okay, let's figure out like I want to know the truth before I go send
But
somebody
you're a
else's
taxpayer, just like
child to go die in a ditch. I want to make
That's
sure.
right.
even soldiers pay taxes, which is fucked up. But
Yeah. And you can't say this because you lose those rights. And you're like, I'm an American citizen. It doesn't matter in the army. You're government
no,
property. You don't get to tell the media this and not the media that and
you
stuff
can't
like
talk to the media.
that. And at the very basic level of a fire team, it's like even when I fire my weapon in TIC, I'm not firing my weapon to protect me. I'm firing my weapon to protect Noticer and everybody else around me. And they're doing the same for you. That's
Yeah.
yeah.
And all that money,
But we will
like,
fist
where's the
fight
money
over.
going? It's
Yeah.
getting thrown away.
Yeah. But we'll
It
fist
really
fight over a
is.
Ranger bar, man. You crack that package open, man. You find a Ranger bar, it's a fist fight on.
The one thing, though, I think more than anything
I'll
else,
be right back. I gotta get some ice.
oh, go ahead. I think that our VAs or our veterans need to have just premium health care all around, man. They should have the gold standard of healthcare. And I hate that
Absolutely.
the VA hospitals are the way that they are. I mean, it should just be superior healthcare.
Can I just say this? I retired working for the VA. It's not good.
Yeah, it isn't.
It's not good.
I think that they ought to be taking care of the veterans, period.
I can tell you what the problem is in the VA. It's the management.
Mm-hmm.
And that goes for pretty much any problem with any company. It's the management. If a company's failing, it's the management.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I've
That's
never
the
heard.
VA.
I've never heard more complaints about any kind of healthcare more than I have about
So
the VAs. You
there's
know.
I can tell you exactly what happens. There's pockets in this country,
Mm-hmm.
the Southeast.
Mm-hmm.
They hire the most useless, lazy, wasteful people
Well, it's the
because that's
government.
all there is. No, it's because that's all there is. Do you think there's a bunch of white people trying to get nursing assistant jobs in the Southeast?
They'll take anybody they can to fill that quota because it looks good on paper.
Yeah. So,
But when you have a government job like that, it's hard to get
you
fired.
get what you pay for.
That's like when you go to the DMV. They
You
don't give
get
a
what
fuck
you pay
about.
for.
They don't give a fuck about being rude to you and treating you like a piece of shit
Think
because
about the
they won't get
demographic.
fired. They won't get
Mhm.
fired, so they can treat you like an asshole.
Think demographics. The veterans in the Southeast fucking hate the VA. You know why? The majority of the people that work for the VA in the Southeast are lazy pieces of fucking garbage.
Old white doctors that just want an
They
easy ride.
fucking
before they
hate
retire.
veterans. And it's weird to say. The reason why is because it's cheap to live in the South and it pays a lot to be a healthcare professional. So you make a fuck ton of money, you live for cheap, and you tell these people to fuck off. They don't care about vets.
Yep. And
They
you have
care about making a fuck ton of money. That's
And-
the point. It's always money.
and the doctors in the VA protect each other, so it's like an
Right.
like an unwritten code.
Yes,
So if
they
they
do.
fuck up, there's gonna be another doctor stand beside them, say, "No, this dude's lying. He's been through
They
this."
don't give a fuck about stopping veterans from
Yeah.
killing
He's
themselves. They
fucking
want
mental.
a bigger paycheck. That's it. It's not about stopping vets from. They don't
Yep.
give a fuck about that.
100%, man.
Well, and I mean, I think the same thing about. I think the same exact thing goes for people in nursing homes as well. They get terrible people that work in nursing homes. It's
My
that's a sin and a
grandmother
shame.
just died last month. Don't say you're sorry. It's okay. She was old.
Right.
But they look, they only want that money. They want that money to keep them alive, keep them kicking, keep them slurping that grits and shit. They
I
want
don't
the
know if
money.
they want
It's
it. They
the
want to keep
money.
them alive.
It's money. It's
Yeah, it's 3
always
times the
money.
amount that they would make on the civilian aspect, and that's the shit part too. And oh man, that fucking pisses me off
Mm-hmm.
to know. But
Yeah, they have like the worst care, no matter. And I'm telling you, like the ones that cost a fortune to be in, or the ones that are, that are
It really doesn't
terrible.
matter.
It
They
doesn't
just want
matter.
this
they want the money.
this is why veteran-led companies are more successful.
Yep.
Than those that are, people that
Yes.
grew up poor from immigrant families and stuff like that. It might sound prejudiced, but it's the truth. Because most veterans were led. There's leadership there. Even
There's
in
a
your
heart
company, you all
behind
see it in the companies that you work for or have worked for, is we want a leader. We don't want management. We don't want to be managed. That's what S1 clerks are for. Who will do it. So you want leadership. You don't want to be managed. And it's the same with all people, not just veterans, is you want leadership. That somebody will say, oh, shit needs to be done. I'll jump in with you. I'll do this, or I'll do it while you're doing another task, other than someone telling you need to do this or you're going to lose your job. And it's the same in the service. You fucking do it because of the person next to you, below you, and above you depends on that.
It's
And
called camaraderie
yep, and it has nothing to do with gratitude
at all.
or reward. It just needs to be done.
Right.
And that's what separates the military from the civilian side.
Service.
But everybody has that same psyche. Whether you work in a bank, at a gas station, or you're in the service, and you don't want to be managed. You want leadership, and that's what attracts a lot of people to the military.
Yep.
Yeah, nursing homes need to have. They honestly need to have
Higher
cameras.
standards.
Well, they need to have higher standards, but they also need to have cameras.
Absolutely.
Not all of them have cameras, and they should have cameras in every.
They should wear body cams like cops do.
Yeah, they should.
At this point, they
He's up
need
there
to.
pissing right now.
You're not wrong. My
No.
grandfather died because they didn't fucking go in there and check on him because he was dreaming that he was stepping on a snake and he kicked his bed so hard he broke his toes and bled out internally, and they never checked on him.
Oh my goodness.
See, that's two of the reasons that I left the ER is because, one, they didn't value anybody that was there, and two, there was no leadership, and that's just a toxic environment.
Yeah, it's really sad. I call bingo every other Sunday at a nursing home.
Right.
And I just see what
Old people are the
goes
best.
on. Yeah, I love them. Yeah,
Me too.
They give me so much shit.
My first
they're
job in
crazy.
the VA was going around drawing old people's blood at like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to draw these World War II vets because I was like 18 at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I learned a lot. They were strong motherfuckers,
Yeah.
dude.
I've learned a lot from them too.
They were strong people.
Yeah. You know how
Amazing.
most people want to adopt children? I want to adopt old folks. I'm like, you're cool as shit. You need to come to my house. I've told them.
Yeah, dude,
Right.
if you see a World War II vet, shake their hand. Fuck.
I was like,
yeah.
Do you know how to play skip, Bo? Hell, we'll just adopt you. Come to my house.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I made all of my all my nieces and nephews and my children. I made them all work at a nursing home when they turned 16, because I felt like it was just I did when I was 16, and then I've still been there this whole time,
Good.
But I mean, I have another job. I sell wine and spirits, but I mean, I just do this as volunteer. But I've always done it, and I think it's really good for kids.
You have no
to learn,
idea.
You
have no idea. When I was
appreciation.
about 5 years old, I met a Civil War veteran, and it.
No shit.
Yeah. Excuse me, Civil War veteran's child.
Okay.
Veteran's child. Excuse
Oh,
me.
God
Not
damn, they're
veteran.
old as fuck.
I'm not that old. A Civil War veteran's child. I'm so sorry. And she was the nicest old lady. it stood out in my mind. Miss Dixon was her name, Dixon, and she lived not that far away from my parents, but she was a reenactor, and it taught us kids a lot about that period of time and how to respect older people and to really admire what they went through.
I did that for a while in America, and it was kind of cool. It's like, hey, I get to go camping and shoot at people for the weekends. That's pretty cool.
Pretty awesome.
There's a lady at the nursing home now. She's
she was
100.
like
She's
85 years
109.
old.
109
Yeah.
right now. Like, and she's in pretty good shape for 109 years old. Can you imagine?
Insane.
Yeah, the oldest resident I ever took care of was 108.
Oh my goodness.
I was
Wow.
gonna say, it's really crazy how old some of these Civil War vets had kids.
I took care of a 96-year-old patient, Gigi, in the ER. I can't remember what her chief complaint was. She came in from a nursing home. Family was there around her and stuff like that. She had a great support. And you would have thought this woman was 55. I mean, she was in great shape. So I just asked her, I was like, what did you do? What's the trick? And she said, I owned a dance studio, dancer, like from the 20s and 30s. And she's like, I ran that studio up until like the late 60s, early 70s and stuff. And she was just so active.
Yeah.
Just
And you
like,
have to keep them, and not only that, but that they have to have something to look forward to. And it's sad. Like I especially go on holidays. I go over there. When I was a kid, like when I was in high school, anybody that took me to, I went to all girls Catholic school, but when I went to a dance, everybody knew if they took me to a dance that like we always went in groups or whatever. But as soon as they picked me up, we went straight to the nursing home. And then, and would go, like our whole crew would go in there just all dressed up, and they loved that. You know what I mean? I wasn't related to any of them. They just loved seeing all of us kids dressed up. And it was lucky that none of my friends cared, but like, that's what we did. The nursing home was just down the street from my house. So that was one reason why I got that job, because I could walk there. But, that you gotta have, it's sad. Like when you go on holidays and you'll go in there and there's, a handful of people that no one's family picked them up to take them to Christmas or whatever. And
The shitty.
it's shitty.
The shitty part about it gets even shittier than that. So, for 25 years, I watched our residents, no matter what facility I worked in, except for one. There was one that they did a Christmas dinner and the whole bit. All the other ones on Christmas and Thanksgiving, they gave them boxed lunches. They were to eat basically in their room.
By themselves?
Yes. If
Oh
we
my
had
God.
if we had a choke risk or something like that, then the caregiver had to go sit in that room while they ate and make sure that they didn't choke on anything.
Didn't you have a dining room?
Yeah, but they didn't want to pay the staff during that time, so the staff made up the sandwiches, the boxed lunches ahead of time, so that they didn't have to pay for them.
wow.
During
That
used to
that's so
just
sad.
chat my ass.
Yeah, that's so shitty, man.
I will never forget that woman. Her nurse Brooke came up to me and she was like, "Hey, her everything came back clear. So her scans were clear, X-rays clear, blood work was clear. So determined it was just like a deep contusion. And so I went in there because Brooke was like, hey, she's starving, and I told that woman, so I was like, you can't eat until all your scans and everything's back. And after a couple hours, when everything came back, and she was hungry, and Brooke was like, hey, can I order a tray? And I said, sure, yeah, that's fine. And then I was like, wait, got up, went in there, had Brooke go in with me, and she had 4 family members with her, and I said, what are you guys hungry for? And everybody's going to give a different option. So I grabbed Hub and paid for KFC, McDonald's, Pizza Hut, and just everything at one time. So when it came to registration and stuff, and I went and got it, and me and Brooke handed it to her and stuff, it was like, all right, And then we joked. I was like, I want to have to do some more blood work. And she's like, what? You already, had blood and stuff and everything came back, normal. And I was like, yeah, but you're going to gain 20 pounds before you leave here today. Back, so.
Yeah. I mean, just the smallest things, that you can do for them. They're so appreciative, and
Oh yeah.
man, and if you tell them that you're going to be there, like, show up, because they literally look forward to that all week. It's just such small acts of kindness, that will make their whole day. They just have to have something to look forward to, and
Yeah,
and it doesn't take
A
much.
lot of them, I bet, don't even have any visitors that come see them. So
That's exactly right. That's
Yeah, I used
exactly
to tell
right.
my patients, hey, I'm busy. Unless something comes up, I'll be back in 10 minutes. And on the dot in 10 minutes, I'd be back in their room checking
Yeah,
on
because they're watching the clock.
standing there with my notepad, hey, with everything.
I had a boss. She was an executive director. When I worked with her to begin with, she was just an administrator, but she had went to work at this facility that had a memory care unit in it, and they wanted to start.
That's too.
She wanted me to come, and they were going to start a new position, and she was basically making this new position. Her and the company had kind of come together along with some other executive directors, and wanted to find good people that kind of were well-rounded in the business, and they wanted to make them personal preference coordinators.
Oh, nice.
You want to talk about the funnest job I ever had in my whole life. That was the job. And I ended up giving up that job for probably the worst job I ever had, which was being an administrator of a memory care unit. I hated that fucking
What did
job.
you do for the personal preference?
Oh, it was so much fun,
What'd
Crispy.
you do?
Okay, so this is what you did. When I first started, I went around to all the residents, which there was like 156 residents. It was a good sized facility. And just in the assisted living part, because you really couldn't do this for the memory care unit. Yeah, the memory care unit. You just couldn't do it. But the assisted living side, I went to every one of the residents and I would ask them something like if they were having a bad time. Like I went through all the ones first that were complaining. And this is how this all came up, is because they kept having complaint lists that were really long. And I mean, a lot of complaints from different residents. And so they were like, we got to, and so why I decided to do this job at first was beyond me. But when she told me that I would get to create dreams for these residents, I went, okay, I'm in. Fuck it. I'm in. I get to do dreams for people. Oh yeah, I'm in. So so when I would go and see them, I would ask them if they had any complaints. And of course, you would have some that would give you a laundry list, and I would knock out all of those, regardless of what it was. And it could have been something so simple. So my very first one was a lady who she would not come. Her family member had called that day, and they were like, Mom moved in a while back and she's not, we've noticed she's lost a little bit of weight and she seems a little depressed and she's not going to meals like we wanted her to. Is there anything that you guys can do to help her out? And so my executive director was like, oh, that's so funny you should say that. Yes, we have a personal preference coordinator to go right up and visit with her. So they came right up, and immediately I went right up to her. Sorry, I'm looking to see that Neil, I think somebody just left. Neil's, fuck. I went to her room and I knock on the door and she takes her forever and she finally says, yes. And I open up the door and she's just the cutest little lady that has everything in order. I mean, her room is pretty much spotless. And I sit down with her and she's all excited that I'm there. The longer she realizes that I work there, and I just want to visit with her. And she really wanted to visit with me, and she wouldn't really say a whole lot. And then I said, well, can you tell me why you never come down to to the meals? Like, you seem to have a hard time getting down there. Is that what it is? Or, I noticed you really didn't come to the door. You just told me to open it, and I said, and I don't have a problem with that, but is there something that's going on? And I'm trying to like beat around the bush because I could tell she was still a little leery of me. And she said, well, honey, do you know how when you do something at your home for 60 some 70 some years and you do it the same way, and then you come to another home and it's not being done that way, and every time you fix it, somebody comes in and they change it? And I said, yeah. And she goes, well, it's very frustrating. And I said, well, can you tell me what that is? And she goes, it's my toilet paper roll.
What?
And I said, what are you talking about? And she said, how do you like your toilet paper? And I said, oh, it's got to be over. It can't be under. I will have a coronary. And she said, me too. And they always turn my toilet paper roll around under, and I don't want it under. And she said, and I went to lunch and dinner. I don't go to breakfast because I don't want to. I eat cereal in my room. But she said, I was going to lunch and dinner until they wouldn't leave my toilet paper alone.
Oh my God.
So needless to say, we changed it. But then, okay, that's one. And it was the coolest thing ever. But then I had another one, and she was like damn near on her deathbed. And she wanted to go to her the parade in Portland, because she was one of the first princesses.
Oh.
And her boyfriend was the back then they had like a prince and a princess or something. So anyways, no, she was the princess, but in school he was the class president and she was the secretary. Well, she wanted to go to this parade because she had been one of the first princesses, and so it was really hard to get her there, but we did end up getting her there. Her family was able to get her there. They did all kinds of work, but we really shot through the hoops to get her there. Anyways, then I found her class reunion book online.
Oh my
It was it was so trippy. It was in California, and so I ordered it, and she got that book the day she got back from the parade. Oh my God, her whole family cried. It was the coolest thing ever.
That makes me want to cry.
Oh, it was so much
it's like
fun.
You did like make a wish.
Yeah, it was. That's exactly what it was like. Yeah, it was the funnest job ever. I loved it. I came home every day excited. Yeah, it was super cool.
Good for you.
See if you've got any ideas for me, because I'm calling bingo every other Sunday and giving away Afghans that they made.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
So and we've done square dancing, and that kind of stuff, and arts and crafts. I bring in a bunch of that crap, but
nice. Good for you.
Yeah, I need to like think of some other things to do, for them. So
yeah, definitely. I had an activity director. She was the funniest, most colorfulest chick you ever saw. And back when dudes dressing in women's clothes and going on stage, it was kind of funny. It wasn't so much like the whole they want to be queen. A chick. Yeah. And they had one here, and she it was a big one downtown, and she was actually friends with the owner of it, and the activity director was, and she took me to the first show that I had ever been to there. Oh my God, they were so funny, and they were these men, they were such a blast to be around. Well, anyways, she had a really funny sense of humor, but one time she was the activity director, and she thought that it'd be really cool to let these guys do pin the tail on the donkey.
Oh no.
She hadn't been an activity director very long. She
That
was really
couldn't
young.
go wrong at all.
Yeah. Let's just say a resident broke her hip.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like
Can't
one of the worst things.
blindfold old people.
Oh, yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah. It's like, Nicole, you can't do that, honey. No. I mean, I don't know. And what was really trippy was nobody sued her, nothing,
Yeah.
everything. It was just like, oops, she broke her hip during an activity. Damn, rushed her to the hospital. She went through the whole thing. I mean, thank God the lady actually recovered quite quickly for an old
she
person
die
with a
6
broken
months?
hip.
Then
Yeah,
she didn't die
she
6 months
actually,
later?
yeah, no ventilator, none of that shit. So,
Oh my God.
but yeah, it was, she was, man, that girl was funny. That was the funniest activity director I ever worked with. But man, she was a colorful girl, let me tell you. She was a big girl too, but funny.
Younger, I used to think that was like a fatal. Like when I asked my mom, I was like, "How come everybody dies when they break their hip?" I thought that was like some kind of like, terminal illness.
Well,
That when people die when they break their hip, just because like I don't know, I just thought that. So I
usually
guess
it's
it's because I
because
picked
they
it
end
up.
up with pneumonia.
Yeah, pneumonia. Right. But when I was little,
Yes.
I just thought that was like
Yeah.
something. Yeah, when if you break your hip, you're dying because it's like terminal. But it
Well,
is
and
like
also it's
I can't
just
get
one of
up.
the, yeah, it's one of those things that it's not a spot that likes to heal well. And by the time you get that age, it's really not wanting to heal well. So you got lots going against you when
Yeah.
you break a hip. So, and again, with older people, once I always tell people, like, once they get down, like if everybody's at a certain level, and when they get sick or anything, break a hip, bone, anything like that, they go down a level or 2 or 3 or 10. And
Yeah.
it's really hard for them to go back up a level again, because it really changes their baseline. Their baseline that was a 10 is now down to a 3, because they can't get back. It's just once you're old, it's harder for you to recuperate.
To
So,
bounce back. Yeah.
yeah.
And once they can't walk anymore, that's like, oh God,
It's huge.
it's
Yep.
huge. It's absolutely huge.
I had
I
a
took care of
neck
both my
surgery.
parents. Yeah. Go ahead.
I have a plate in my neck.
Yes, I did, Ma.
I'm only 38, and it has taken me from a 10 to a 5. So
I'm
big
sorry to hear that.
difference. It's part of getting older, but hey, the pain is significant to us. If I can take a second to plug a veteran nonprofit.
Yeah, I'll link it if you want to put it in the back chat. I'll just link it in the front.
I'll put it in the private chat if that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
There you go. So long story short, and you can read the story on the website. I met this Mary Kay representative right before I went to Iraq, and she was the nicest person I have, besides my mom, obviously. Shout out mom. The nicest lady I've met in my life. She was phenomenal. And since then, this is what, 20 something years ago. Since then, she and her nonprofit have sent out over $1 million worth of products from Mary Kay to veterans overseas. So
Well, that's nice. I don't know if this is the right. Is there something different with this link because it's not linking?
The Soldier's Hands.
The Soldier's Hands. You sure you got that right?
Yeah, it is. Soldier's Hands. I can let me share my screen if anybody wants to just see it.
Yeah, it should have popped up blue.
It should have popped up blue. Yeah, I'm trying. That's why I was asking him, Ma.
This is the official it's a non-profit, so they can't have a .com. It's a
.org.
Yeah, it's a
I
.org.
wonder why it's not coming up as an official link. I'll
Let
look
me
it up
see.
here. Are you gonna do it? Okay.
Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can pull it up from this
Well,
way.
that's nice. I used to collect cell phones years ago, and then I would send those. Remember when they used to have that? Oh, there you go.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
That one worked. Okay.
Yeah, that one works. Yeah. There you go, Mom.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's nice. And they send up. Do you guys remember that when they would collect cell phones, like old cell phones, and
Yes.
then you put them in the soldiers, or it
Yep.
was like for the soldiers or whatever? I used to go around and collect those in my neighborhood or whatever, and then send those off. I wonder why they quit doing that.
That's funny because I worked with one of my friends actually that I worked with. She did that. She was a medical records coordinator at the only one and only nursing home I worked at, and that's what she did was collected all the cell phones and sent them off to soldiers.
Yeah, that's what I did that all the time, and I don't even know how I got
It might
started
be
doing that.
because cell phones have kind of like gone, I don't know, by the wayside, like the flip phones. I don't know.
I think that was like where they took the phones and then they like kind of melted them down or something. You know, they were using. I mean, it wasn't that they were going to use those particular phones. They were,
Just
collecting
recycling
them.
them.
Yeah, to recycle them for the soldiers. It was something like that. But I don't remember why. I don't remember how I got started, and I don't remember what. Yeah, and I don't see it anymore.
I remember that. Yeah.
Do you? It was a yellow bag that you would put them in. It was like this yellow
Yep.
bag that they would send you.
A recycling bag. Yep.
Yep.
Do they still do that?
That's what I'm saying is that I don't
don't
see
know.
them. Yeah, I haven't seen that in years. Yeah, years and years. But I used to do that constantly. I would, go around in my neighborhood and just work and everything and get people's old cell phones and then send them in that bag. But I haven't seen it in years,
No, I got 5 or 6 I could send them.
Yeah, I know. I'll look that up, Hairbag, and see if I can figure
All
that
right.
out.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, let me look and see. Because people always just hold on to them, their cell phones, the old ones.
People
I mean,
don't
I've got
think
a ton of
about
them.
how little enlisted people make. Like they're making the same thing as like a McDonald's employee.
Hell, McDonald's is nothing to
Right.
yeah, McDonald's they make decent money and they get benefits
Enlisted,
and stuff.
like an E2, E3, they don't make much money, and these are the people doing most of the work.
Right.
So we gotta think about that. They're kids.
They
We don't
are
want them to
kids.
hate this. It's
The only thing is I would make sure that I cleared the phone. Like
Yes.
I swipe it.
Absolutely.
Because I mean, I'm sure that they say they will, but yeah.
You know what really gets me? They're making all this money, like you were saying at McDonald's. Back when I was a kid, I was lucky to make 50 cents an hour.
Yeah.
And I thought that was good.
It says cell phones for soldiers, a nonprofit organization that collects old cell phones and uses them to support the military. So I guess they still are doing this. Let me see if I can find a link. But yeah, it would be helpful if they had. Oh, okay, hold on here. Maybe. Oh, there's a bunch of them, I guess. But back then it was just we had the little SIM cards. It wasn't exactly.
Right.
I guess those weren't smartphones yet. Yeah.
Yeah, you could pull the SIM card. It was a little easier, but I still think. I mean, I think there's a way to be able to swipe the phone.
Factory reset.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Willie. Yeah, definitely. That would be cool. I'm sure I've got quite a few.
I do too. And I don't even know why I hold on to them, but I do.
Well, because what do you do with them? How do you get rid of them? I mean,
yeah.
I guess I need to factory reset them or whatever. I don't even know if I could turn them on. Like, I don't know if I have a charger to turn it on, you know?
Right.
No, they're so different than what they used to be.
Mm-hmm.
True. Very true. Well, we have like we've got some drop boxes or whatever, and where I think they will give you like a certain amount of money for the cell phones, but it's not much. But you I forget how that works, but there's yeah, they have like where you can recycle them and they give you X amount of dollars for them. I don't know if that's just Apple or what that is, but I think yeah, and I know that they give you money. Now, mind you, years ago I looked that up thinking like, oh yeah, I've got like a pretty good cell phone I can sell, and I was thinking I would get a whole bunch of money for it, and it was like $7 or something.
Right.
But like I remember like the website looking like saying that, oh yeah, it would be
We'll pay you.
yeah, exactly, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh damn, $7.
Yeah, they'll pay you. They'll pay you $3 a phone.
Right. It was something crazy.
I
I
don't
was
want
so
to derail.
disappointed too.
I appreciate you posting that, by the way, Gutters.
Oh, you're welcome.
It's very appreciative. What do you guys think about the current China situation?
What do you mean?
Which
Tariff?
one?
There's a fuck ton of Chinese people over there.
Yeah.
China situation with them backing Russia, which we might
Oh
be
yeah.
potentially going up against.
Well, it sounds like Trump laid down some ultimatums.
There's a China Foreign Ministry press conference coming up very soon, live right now. It might have some.
Don't be afraid of China. They have a fake GDP.
They're a paper tiger, yes.
And they rely on America. America is their number one customer for their cheap shit. And number two, no, there is no but. There is no but. We buy 500 trillion worth of their shit, and their second place is less than half than that. They have no. Russia won't buy their shit. Australia has less people than like the same amount of people as Texas in it. China needs us to be their customer, or they fold like so fast. It's not funny.
Right?
Like who's gonna buy all the Temu stuff?
Who's going to go to Walmart and buy all the 95% of everything in Walmart is made in China?
95% of everything in any store is made in China. That's the kind of scary part. We need to get back to letting American. We got to get, and Trump, I know, is working on that, trying to get people back to, building companies and making shit right here. Big Sky Recycling.
Yeah, this one has 4 stars. This one was the one that had 4 stars on it. So that had for the soldiers, I guess. Yeah, soldiers and veterans.
Thank you
And
for
that's
posting
yeah.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Big Sky makes me think it's from Montana.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. There's a bunch of them. If you look them up, there's a whole bunch. There's some for like cell phones for domestic violence, that kind of thing. But this is specifically for military. I thought this was really nice. Oh, no problem. I thought this was a really nice thing. There was people that are getting rid of furniture. There's a place in my town where you donate the furniture for women that are going through domestic violence situations where they're having to start over with their children and they have nothing except the clothes on their back. And that never even occurred to me that about them needing furniture and things like that. And I thought, God, that's a really nice cause, with stuff that you are getting rid of or replacing that's still good. Look that up in your own town and see if that's something that you can, when you get rid of something, think about that.
That's such a good idea.
Yeah, I had never thought about that myself, and what a nice thing to do. When you replace something.
Yep.
Yeah, especially like baby stuff and all that kind of stuff when you're getting rid of.
Or like furniture. That's yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I just think that's a
Well,
really
and
nice thing to do.
and I hate giving money. I hate giving stuff to Goodwill anymore, just because
Oh
they make
yeah,
so much
Same.
off of it. It pisses me off.
it pisses
But
me off too.
yeah, it does.
Watch
And
YouTube. Watch YouTube sometime. You go give stuff to Goodwill. Goodwill puts a price tag on it, and all these people on eBay. There's 5,000 videos on it.
Yep.
So
Oh
if you
yeah,
go give your fancy shirt to Goodwill, thinking like, oh, some poor person is going to buy my fancy shirt that I bought for $75, is going to buy it for fucking $7. That doesn't happen. All the eBayers go in there and buy it for $7 and go put it on eBay for $50.
oh, if they're not selling it for $7, let's be real.
Yeah,
Goodwill is, I shit you not. You can get this
it's expensive.
pair of pants, the same price at Goodwill. You can get it at, say, Ross or
At TJ Maxx.
Yeah, TJ Maxx
You
or
might as well
Marshalls.
buy it new.
Yep. And I'm going to tell you
Yes.
this, LW, you must not. There's also, catch this. There's also now on YouTube and some of the other sites or platforms, but they have personal shoppers now all over the place on YouTube where they're going live in a Goodwill or a TJ Maxx or whatever, and there are hundreds and hundreds of people in there that are saying, okay,
That's
I'll
disgusting.
take one or I'll take two or whatever it is, and then they send that person the money, and then these people ship it out. So it's there's personal shoppers now that are just doing it live on the air.
What a scam.
These people have giant. I just watched a video the other day. This guy has rents out a giant warehouse, and his whole job is selling Goodwill stuff on eBay. And he has like a $75,000 car. Like,
yeah.
Somebody goes and donates some like vintage record player. They're rich and they don't need it anymore. They're like,
insane.
And they'll just go give it to them. They'll just go give it to them and get the little tax write off. So Goodwill gets it for free. So Goodwill puts it up for $50. Well, it's 100% profit because they paid $0 for it. But this guy's waiting right there with his $75,000 car in his warehouse. He buys it for $50 and goes flips it on the internet for $300, what it's actually worth.
Yeah.
The poor person isn't buying that record player.
For sure. My boss, years ago, he moved into this. I mean, some enormous mansion, right? And he gave me his Black American Express card to go and like furnish stuff with it. I was like, oh, this is going to be the most fun ever, you know? And he didn't give me a budget or anything, which was actually more difficult than you would think, because I had no idea exactly what was good or whatever, what I needed to spend. But what was funny was that I bought so much stuff from like a secondhand store. You have no idea. He loved it too. And then I would tell him at the end, you know, after he would, you know, tell me if he liked it or not, and he would just go crazy over something, and I'm like, okay, I got that for $4 or whatever it was, you know. He just like absolutely, you know, flipped out. I saved him so much money. I bought so much stuff from, I don't know, like TJ Maxx and like, you know, Goodwill and stuff like that. I mean, all of his, I got like his curtains and stuff. I forget everything I got him, but I mean, just a lot of stuff came from those places, and he was floored by it. But yeah, the house looks beautiful too. But I thought that would be a lot of fun to.
You're the best, Crispy.
Oh no, I'm not the best, but I just was thinking how fun it would be to you know, not to just pick them up like the most expensive stuff, you know, because that was pretty easy. I challenged myself trying to like see how much, like what I could find at these kinds of places, you know.
We need more people like you.
Oh no, trust me, you don't. But you don't. It was was a lot of fun though. It was a lot of fun doing that. At first I was like, oh God, this is like, Disney World. I'm gonna be able to just have somebody else's money and just buy everything that I wanted but never could afford. And then I just sort of got kind of like bored looking at all of that stuff, and I thought this is a waste. Like a lot of the stuff, I thought this is such a waste of money. I know I can find this cheaper. So that's what I did. And that was more fun, like bargain hunting, and negotiating with people. I love to negotiate is one of my things I like to
Thrifting is
do.
so much fun.
I don't know. I never thrifted as a kid or anything. My mother, I always wanted to because I knew like my friends and stuff would get these great deals and have these great outfits and stuff. My mom would never let me because she always thought that you were going to bring home like roaches or bed bugs or something, and she just would never let me go in those stores. So when I became, independent, like I wanted to go in those stores, and I had the best time going in those thrift stores. I had never done that. I'd never gone to a garage sale even, I just never did it. But I had a lot of fun doing,
It's called
going around.
junking in
Yeah,
Germany.
is it?
Yeah, they call
When
it
I had
junking.
when I had my daughter, I bought everything my daughter needed except for the crib and a changing table and a walker. I bought everything else that my daughter needed until she was about 4 years old. All of her clothes, a bathtub, you name it, whatever the kid
Yeah.
needed. For $69 yard sailing in Spokane, Washington.
Oh,
The biggest
Shit you
yeah.
not.
having two kids myself, the biggest lie out there is like, oh, I don't want to have kids. It's so crazy expensive. Fuck you talking about? When you
It's
have
not. It's not
when you have a
expensive.
newborn, what do you buy?
Everybody gives
Like,
you
first of all, family or friends are going to give you stuff.
at
Yes.
showers. You
Two,
get everything.
I mean, how many clothes does a baby go through in a week? I mean, you can get. Do you know how many baby clothes you can buy for $100 at a Walmart?
Yeah.
Little
Yeah.
onesies and shit like that. Like people
Mhm.
just over dramatize that. Like, oh
Well,
my
because
god,
you
it's
know
so
why?
expensive.
You know why, LW? Because they want to put Nikes on a newborn and stupid
Right.
shit like
Stupid
that.
shit on
That's
them
why.
where they can't walk on.
Yeah.
They can't walk in
Yeah.
those stupid shoes because they're too
A
heavy.
fucking
They've got
Carhartt
Timberlands
that
on.
scratches them on their leg because they tried to stick them in
Social
Carhartt
media.
overalls.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like crazy shit like that. It's true. My mom always said, if you wait till you can afford to have children, you never will have them. But also too, like when you have your first child, you get everything from showers. The only thing that you need to buy are the diapers. Other than that, you're set. And even then, a lot of people buy you diapers too.
Mhm.
I always
Oh,
buy
everything.
everything you need, and especially
Yeah.
when you said that about a girl, like outfits. LW, I mean, my little girl had so many outfits that I could put her in. I could change her clothes 3 times a day with new outfits and accessories to go.
Right.
With I mean, every day for at least a year. I mean, it was just insane. She had outfits for everything, and I loved dressing her up. She was like a little doll, but I mean, I loved having a little girl. And then when you have a little boy, it's like, oh God, like nothing. They have nothing except, but the little girls have the cutest stuff ever that you just, oh my God. I loved having a little baby girl to dress up, but little boys have like the most boring stuff to buy. But I'm telling you, it's you can. The only thing is they say not to buy like second hand car seats. This is what I was told because they
Yeah.
could be in an accident or something.
Mhm. Yeah.
So I don't know. I had my car seat put in by the fire department because
Oh, well,
yeah, I don't know
yeah,
how to
which
put it
seems
in.
really. I put my grandson's car seat in my car probably 3 days a week.
Oh
So
God,
having
buy a new
a
one.
fire department installing. We have 2 of them, but how many do you have to buy? So there's 2 of them. His parents flop it back and forth, but then also I use it. So I mean, how many are we gonna buy? 3, 4, 5? Fuck that.
Yeah, I've
2's
been to those.
good.
I've been to those
Yeah.
fucking stores when my daughter was born. Like you get like some fancy store like the Children's Palace or
The
whatever
children's place.
or whatever, and you see
Yeah,
some fucking onesie
Mhm.
that's like $39.99 and it says "I love
Mhm.
Daddy," and you look at
Right.
it 100% cotton. You see the same fucking thing at Walmart for fucking $6.99.
Yeah.
Stupid.
It's true. True.
They figured that shit out with the Chinese when the tariff thing with China and some of these Asian countries who make all these bougie ass purses.
Mhm.
They figured out they just make them in the same fucking place with the same
Oh.
leather, and they just put different names on them.
Yeah.
100%. And
Yep.
I stopped shopping at I used to go to that what was it? It was Justice was the name of the place, and it was a little girl's store, and I think they might have been owned by the Limited. I'm not sure, but when my daughter was maybe I think like the size was she was wearing a 6X7, and I went to go buy her a bathing suit, and I always liked when she was little, I always put her in a 2-piece because it was easier for her to go to the bathroom or whatever. But I'm looking at these bathing suits, and they had padded tops, and I lost my mind. I mean, I was just furious that they literally had padded bikini tops for little girls in size, 6X7. I'm like,
That's
and it wasn't like
crazy.
it was just disgusting. I wrote them a letter. I mean, I was livid. I put it all over online. I just thought and I boycotted them. I never went back. I just thought that was such bullshit that they would do that. It wasn't because they were see-through or anything like that. It wasn't like they were lined because it was see-through. It was they had them padded. And I thought, you got to be kidding me. That made me so angry. That made me so angry that they were sexualizing little girls at that age, already. Trying to pad their bathing suit tops.
Mhm.
You got to get it. I mean, seriously, that makes me mad thinking about it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
it's true,
that's not right. That's not right at all.
No, it isn't right. And I thought it was disgusting, and I never shopped at that store ever again. And that used to be the store I bought everything from. No more. But that's the same thing. Like LW, like Old Navy does a good job. Old Navy. That is the other thing too. When I used to when I would get rid of old clothes or whatever.
Night, Ma.
Oh, good night, Mom.
Good
When I
night,
got rid of
Mama.
old clothes and would give them to like the homeless or whatever it was, I would always what I would do is I would always wash everything and press it and put it on hangers so that it was nice and nobody thought they were getting just a bag of secondhand clothes, like with like the kids stuff, especially with the kids stuff. I just always wanted it to look as nice as possible. So these kids felt like they were getting something nice and not a bag of somebody's used
I
shit.
agree.
And I would
It
always
has to
go and
smell
get
good too.
yeah with nice stuff. But I would always Old Navy throws away their hangers every night. Can you believe that? They really do. They throw away their hangers, all of their hangers. I swear to you. I don't know why they do it, but they throw away their hangers.
It's
And
wasteful.
so it's so wasteful. So I would go over there and get all of their hangers all the time, and then I would put everything on their on hangers and give it to kids or whatever it was. I was doing, but I always had them pressed and smelled nice or whatever. So and put them on those Old Navy hangers. I forgot I did that, but I used to do that all the time. It would take me forever to do it, but I did it. I did it.
Well,
But
and you put a lot of smile on
Wow.
faces too. So
Yeah,
Of course.
I hope so.
You know you did.
Yeah. But you know what it's like when you're a kid and you want something so badly and the other kids have it and you can't
Yeah, I
afford
used
it.
to sell candy bars just to get like Little things. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know what
And
you're
they
talking
just
about.
want something, they want a designer or something or another because,
Yeah.
the rest of the kids have it and whatever. So as soon as my
Yeah.
kids, I didn't go and resell it someplace else. I would, I would always just go and take it to, whatever and do it that way. And give it to, shelters or wherever. But I
I
thought that was
remember.
always a good thing. Yeah.
I remember. My mom was a single mom, so everything I
Mhm.
got was on layaway and shit like that,
Yeah.
and she'd save for it and all that. But I didn't never go without anything I
Yeah.
needed. I had, but I remember I wanted kangaroo shoes. And
Oh yeah, I remember
kangaroo
those.
shoes
Oh
were,
my
they
goodness.
had pockets on the side of them, and that's where you
Yeah.
put your money when you wanted to go roller skating or whatever
Oh
to the
my
teen
Yeah.
goodness.
center or wherever. That's where you put it. You put it in there, and you couldn't. You wouldn't lose it because it was in
Gutters, your
you
age is
zipped up the thing.
showing.
She's 39.
39.
Yeah, you're
We're
only
all
38
39.
actually.
We all are 39. Yeah.
Yeah, 39. We're good. We're good. And
We're good.
but I loved those. But the problem was, here's the deal. My mom saved for a long time, and by the time I
Yeah.
got those, they were almost
Out of
unpopular anymore.
out of
I
style.
was so pissed. I was like, you got
I
to be
bet.
kidding me.
I bet. When I was
But
a
it was all
kid.
right. I
Oh, go
still
ahead.
wore them. I still
What?
wore them and loved
You
them.
still wore them and loved them?
Yep, I didn't care.
Have you seen the
Shit.
little wheelie shoes that kids wear?
Yeah,
Needs
them
to
things
Wheels
happen.
in the
are
back?
dangerous.
They're dangerous as hell.
Yeah.
Break your
Oh
neck
Dangerous.
my
on them.
gosh.
Yeah, like you talk about having
Break your neck.
your kid's
Yep.
front teeth knocked out. Those are
Right?
awful. Yeah. I
Yeah.
don't know. I haven't seen those in a long
There's like the
time.
little bungee shoes they used to make in the 90s. My
Bungee shoes.
dad,
What
they
are
were like
those?
trampoline shoes. Have you seen those?
No.
My
I
dad
have
was like,
seen those.
"You will never
No.
get those.
I
They'll
Are
break
those
your
when
the ones
neck."
that had the flat? Were those the ones that had the flat platform on the bottom? And
Yes,
then
and they had
things
springs
that
in the
went
feet,
from there up to the bottom of the shoe part?
and you're supposed to jump, and it actually would spring you up
Yeah,
if
Oh
you
my
jumped
I
on it
god.
right.
remember them.
Yes, bungee shoes.
Yeah.
my
Fun.
granddaughter wanted a hoverboard, and I bought her one. Let me tell you what, that damn thing, I about broke my neck on that.
I'm
It
telling you, man, they made a bunch of dangerous stuff in the 80s and 90s for kids, probably the 70s too.
Darts.
They're like, you know
Yeah,
what?
tip lawn jarts.
Give it to them.
Darts.
Yeah,
lawn
I love
lawn
darts.
darts. Give it to them.
Hey man,
Hey, lawn darts were
I had
survival.
these giant Tonka trucks.
Hmm.
That giant
Metal.
Tonka trucks that would it was painted with lead paint and it would chip
Yes.
off, you know.
Yes.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh god. Well, that's what's wrong with you, LW.
You
I
know
know.
what?
You
I
get like,
still have some
hey,
of those.
if you haven't gotten like tetanus like 5 or 6 times playing with your toys, I mean, are you really a man?
Are you even a
I
person?
Probably
still
not.
have some of those out in my flower garden, to tell you the honest. That and the cat, the dump truck and the cat,
God,
and they're
Oh my
they were so
god.
rusted, and they
dangerous
still.
back
I mean,
then.
most of
Wow.
the
At
Cute.
least I have
most of the
something to
yellow
blame it
paint's
on now,
off of them.
Crispy.
That's true. When I was in school, I had I went to Catholic school and we moved a lot. And so I remember I had begged my mother for these one shoes because you can't really like flex in Catholic school. Like the only thing you got is your shoes and like a purse, that's it. It's the only way you can flex when you've got those uniforms. And so I had wanted these shoes so badly, and they were really, really expensive. And my mother had already put her foot down. Like, there is no possibility you're ever getting those shoes, And I begged for them and begged for them. And then I got them for Christmas, right? And I cried because I was so excited that I got these shoes. and we moved to another state. And when we moved, I couldn't wait to like come in with those shoes. Well, when I came in with those shoes, they were not cool at the new school at all. In fact, like everyone made fun of me because I
Oh,
had
never
those shoes.
fails.
Yeah, never fails, right? And I mean, and not only was I the new kid, but I was the new kid with these
Oh
weird
yeah,
shoes. And
they were gonna
but
beat you up and everything else.
yes,
That-
I mean,
That's a
and I
girl.
didn't
Hey,
want to
Mr.
wear
Duggar.
them. Hi, Mr. Duggar.
Hi, darlings. Hi, both of y'all. Dubs, airbag.
Yes.
Dub
What
is
up, buddy?
peeing off the porch.
Is that
Yeah.
James?
But I wore those. But I'll tell you what I did. I didn't want to wear them at all, but I didn't want to hurt my mom's feelings, you know. So I just never told her. That was like I was getting picked on by with those shoes, but I just didn't want to ever hurt her feelings, you know. But I hated those shoes after I, you know, was being tormented
I
about them.
got beat up and they got took.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
You're lucky.
Well,
they-
especially when you're in a new school. When you're in a new school, it'd been different. It'd been a school you were used to, and you know, you had your friends that'd still love you no matter what. And like when I got my kangaroo shoes, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, I had no problem. I'm like, I don't care. I like these. I've been
Right.
waiting for these sons of bitches,
Forever.
and I'm wearing them. Yep, forever. I loved them.
Everybody, I always just wanted some blue jeans and some regular shirts and new shoes.
I know.
Well,
Guys
boys
were
are
so
easy.
easy. Yeah.
Boys are easy.
And
girls.
but I was always wanting fishing gear. And oh man, he said, all right, for now you got to get your own fishing gear. And I said, all right, I can do that. But from now on, I cut my hair the way I want it. Because, you know, he kept us in burrs all our whole fucking lives.
Right.
He said, well, then you're going to have to pay for that haircut. I said, I will. I said, in fact, I don't intend to cut it. And, and you know, so I started junior high. In junior high, I built a shack out there. We had you know, 3 acres where our regular house at. Plus, we had some other acres, but so they wouldn't let me move on the other land. So I built me a little house out there in the woods, and so I had my own little shack that I could go, you know, sleep, get up. I got up on my own, went to my job on my own, went to school on my own, and
How old were you? Your little
13, 14.
Oh my God.
You know, but you know, I ate at the house and stuff, but I did have a little stove in there and everything, and but you know, I still had my chores to do around the house. But man, we raised real gardens. Y'all don't even know what a real garden is. I mean, we had, you know, acre of corn, quarter acre of melons, and all kinds of shit. Everything you can name, we had. You know, but we didn't really go to the grocery store for food. Because we raised our own cattle, our own hogs, and my uncles were all fishermen, so we always had lots of fish and shrimp
Yeah.
and crabs and stuff, you know. Plus, I fished and caught catfish and stuff, and I hunted. My daddy wouldn't eat wild meat, but my mom would. So I was always bringing deer and stuff home like that. But the only thing I ever really wanted was my own little truck, so I could pull my little boat I done got, you know, and they when I got my license when I turned 15, they bought me a car from an arch enemy. It was an old Impala, one of them four-door boats, dude, one of these big garbage, and it was painted every color you could imagine, you know, and I wasn't going to drive it because it was my arch enemy's car. And so that was my first car deal ever. I had it 2 days. I traded it for a Ford Falcon. And the old man said, well, you look like you got the better part of that deal. And I said, I sure did, didn't I? Because I sold that. They paid $150 for that car. I sold it for $300. Gave them back their $150 for buying it, and then put $50 of my money with it and bought that Falcon.
My mama had a Ford Falcon.
Yeah, I got that. We put a new engine in that, and I sold that car for about 10 grand because it was a real fast car. And I bought a Ford pickup with a 460 in it, and I was after that. It was all everything else was just it was fun, you know. I had an old Rambler I used, Rambler station wagon I used for a beach car. You know, I had pole holders welded to it from the 60s.
Good night, hairbag.
Yeah,
Later.
good night, hairbag.
Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, my first car was it was in what was that? It was called a 98er or whatever. It was it was my grandpa's. It was had the fins in the back. It was crazy. It was huge.
Mine was a Ford Pinto.
Oh my God, those are dangerous.
Yeah.
I'm not saying my first car.
Hey, Gutters, I sent you an email. It's if someone wants to like have this, or if you want to do a giveaway, I'll ship it.
I drove a 39 Plymouth to school.
Everybody here should know my first car. Gutters, what was my first car? Mr. Duggar, what was my first car?
It was some big ass boat, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Not a
Station wagon.
Big cutlass.
Station wagon. I don't know. I have never heard it. Told me, I have no idea.
What was it?
I'm not telling.
I knew you were going to say that.
I can't remember. Fools text me. Tell me.
We've only talked about our new cars on shows.
I smoke a lot of
50 times.
No, damn it!
I knew y'all's first car before you said it.
We smoke a lot of pot.
No, I don't. I just never heard it.
Well, it's
you
going to be a
gotta
mystery
tell
to you too, Crispy, because I'm not giving.
Tell
Gutters,
us.
I'm not
Yeah,
giving
that's gonna
Gutters
bug
and
me.
Mr. Duggar the satisfaction. So
Fools.
Text it.
No,
Text it to me.
fools.
Hey, Gutters, do you give a fuck what his first car was?
I do.
yeah,
Because
just
it's
like we don't give a
bothering me.
fuck what yours was.
I want to know. What was it, motherfucker? What was it? Was it the gay mobile? Come on, what was it?
Yeah, right, straight up the tailpipe. That's what it was.
No, what was it, man? I won't ever forget. I promise.
It had 4 wheels.
Ugh.
Oh, it was a pedal car.
Mr. Duggar's grandfather's name was Alexandra. I know that.
Do what?
Your grandfather's name was Alexandra.
Fools
No, it
ain't even
wasn't.
gonna dig me
No, it
out.
wasn't.
I know. Well, Crispy, actually, you do know it. You're close. It started with it.
It was Anastasia's Tasso.
Anastasia. That's right.
Anastasia's Tasso Themis Gingobus.
She did know that though, because I saw her type in the chat the other day.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. I got it mixed up tonight. I usually can remember those things.
Fuck.
Yeah, where is Fools?
I know, fucker.
Why? We're trying to figure out what his first car was.
So
No,
did
yours.
Did you get that email, Gutters?
I did.
Come
Awesome.
on, man. What was it? I'm sorry for forgetting. I apologize.
Niels even probably knows.
Yeah.
Tell me I'll never forget.
Oh well, Duggar's a little bit older than me, so dementia's a bitch.
I said it. I'm old, dude. I smoke a lot of weed. In fact, I'm high now. What the fuck?
Well, I mean, past a certain time, you just don't give a shit anymore.
He
So-
gave us
So
a hint.
let
He
me
said it
ask
begins
the
with an
notice for
S.
something.
It begins with an S. Is what his car was.
Yes, ma'am.
Skylark.
That's
Go
what
for it,
that
Gutters.
was my car. Was
Hold
a
on.
Skylark.
She's asking Noticer a question. Hold on.
What are these?
It's a graphics card that someone may really want or need, and I'm willing to send it out to someone for free who needs it.
Graphics card.
What's a graphics card?
First, you have to explain to Gutters what a graphics card is.
Okay.
Sure, I can explain.
Yeah, she's still in the 8th and
Sorry.
bit place, so you have to be specific.
It's a rather expensive part of a computer that a lot of people cannot afford because they're kind of, I wouldn't say rare, but yeah, they are kind of rare at this point. And a lot of kids or like younger people who can't afford computers are looking to buy a graphics card, and they can't afford it because they're too expensive. And it would be going for someone who needs it more than like is trying to like use it for mining Bitcoin or whatever. I'm just trying to help somebody.
Sweet of you.
That is
Gigi.
nice. Yeah.
Harley Dad sends his regards. He's over on Junior Versus. He said he'd be back here, but he's over there trying to maintain the peace. So,
Oh, it's fun.
Hey, that
It's
motherfucker
absolutely
lives
fun. I'm not going to be much longer, anyways. I've already been doing 5.5 hours, and I got to get up early and go get grandbabies.
Oh, that's fun.
Short answer to your question, Gutters. It's worth about $100. If someone
Okay.
wants $100, I'll give it to them. I'll ship it to them.
it's a Super Nintendo graphic card, 256 GB.
Okay. So maybe what you should do is anybody that might be interested in this.
I'll just
You
send it to you.
We'll start
Right.
bidding at $20.
Right. No. No. Just noticer, do you have an email that like Wooden Doctor, I don't know, whatever, that you could post that they could email you and that way you could send it?
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't you drop your email in the comments, and then if anybody is interested, that would be how you get a hold of him to get you going on that.
I'll post it for you. And just put it in the back chat.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'll put it in the back chat for you.
There you go. It's probably easier for you.
I didn't know that I can't see anything, so I didn't know that was a noticer. Yeah, I've seen you over at Fools, so it's nice to meet you.
Was it a New Yorker, dude?
What's that? I remember he was backstage one night for like the
A
longest
Cadillac?
time.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm still trying to question LW about to get that business.
Oh, LW.
I'm ashamed I can't remember what his first car was. He's my bub. But I have a duty.
Station wagon.
No, he
No,
wouldn't
I
have
said
told us.
wagon. Sky. I know something with an S is
I
what he
said
said.
Skylark. But
My friend had it.
big Le Mans or something. Or big Buick.
I don't know. Hold on here.
Sure wasn't a Yugo, LW? My brother bought 2 Yugos for $3,500. Not one, but 2 of them. Brand new.
You're about to see Milo.
And we found out why they had the heating elements on the rear window of it. That's to keep your hands warm while you was pushing it. He's got his pussy out.
This is Milo.
Hello, Milo. Can't call him a pussy. He's a pussy tat.
Milo's the side of a small Swedish lynx, and he's an asshole, but he's my asshole. So
He's got a big old head on him, boy.
Oh, look, here's my
Milo as Milo and Otis.
here's my fist, and then here's his head. His head is as big as my fist. So he's a pumpkin head.
Crispy, is that you, honey? I'm assuming it is.
It's me. Sorry.
Crispy,
Okay.
I posted in the private chat. So
Okay,
there
thank
go.
you.
You're welcome.
Crispy, it's an honor to meet you, by the way.
It's nice to meet you too.
She's
Yeah.
a good-looking dame there, Iron Wolf.
Yeah, he's a good boy.
Yeah, that's a big old pussy tat right there, man.
And notice are you as well, man. It's always good to see another battle.
Oh, hell yeah, Battle Buddy. If you guys are like ever trying to like do anything, I can
Come on, you
like
big chunk.
post my like, I don't know if you're in the Northwest, but like in the Northwest, guys, like I'm always down. I'm retired now, so
Well, we're going to Nashville next March.
My brother lives in Nashville. I'm moving there in August.
Oh, nice.
I have
Yeah.
got to come and sing you, man. We have got
Yeah,
to go to that
we
pub.
have to hang out, guys. Like, we really
Word.
have to.
Yeah,
We really
we're,
need
we're
to
all
hook up.
going there. We're going there
Nice.
next March.
Oh my goodness.
It'll
Yes.
be like I think it's like the 15th.
Oh my gosh, guys, we
Mhm.
have to go to the birthday, the nation's birthday in fucking, what is it, Iowa? Yes.
What?
Look it up. The National Fairgrounds in Iowa.
Okay.
Can you drink?
Of course you can drink.
I don't know about Iowa, but we'll all be in Nashville in
We'll
March.
be in
for sure.
Nashville.
No. It's the USA birthday. The Trump was talking about this. It's going to be huge.
I ain't going nowhere. There's a big crowd and some stupid son of a bitch with a car
Okay.
bomb. Come on.
No, it's going to be massive. It's going to be fucking massive.
I would
I
love
think
to
it'd be
go
so
to
much
it.
fun.
So March
Should be like
what,
I
again
think
the
it's-
13th.
Through the
Well, I think
15th,
it's
yeah.
the
Through the
13th through the
15th, yeah.
15th, I guess. Yeah, because I guess St.
Pretty
Patrick's
sure.
Day is.
I'm pretty sure I might be off on a day or two,
In
but
Nashville. Okay.
somewhere around the middle of
It's the
March.
weekend before St. Patrick's Day is what it is. So St. Patrick's Day is
Yes.
always on the 17th. So it's that weekend before.
There you go,
whatever
Battle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I might
I'm gonna be there.
Yeah, I'll be there too. That's my hometown.
Everybody's gonna be
Yeah, Crispy, you have no excuse.
No, that's my hometown, and I love going to visit. So, yeah, I love it, and it's not that far from me anyway. It's only, I mean, it's like a 5-hour drive for me. That's it.
Yes.
I wish it was
So-
a 5-hour drive for me. Fuck, I can't even get across Texas in 5 hours.
Where are you, Mr. Duggar?
New Mexico.
I was gonna say I'd swing by and pick you up.
I'd probably go through Oklahoma instead of Texas.
Yeah,
Go across that way.
yeah. I'm in Ohio, so.
Well, I'd fly, but I don't like to fly, and I like having a car.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
right? You like having you don't
Well,
want
I'm
to feel
gonna
stuck.
take some fishing poles with me, go drink with my buds, and then go find me some salt water and catch me some fish and some crab. And
Sure, we could take you fishing when you're in Nashville. Like, I mean, my friends have boats, and
right on.
mm-hmm,
I
that's
got
Old Hickory Lake is right there. And
I got a sweetie pea that lives around in Tennessee that you know that are the YouTubers. I'm sure I want to go. I want to go try to catch some of them big catfish they got there too.
Mm-hmm.
And
Jody.
Jody, she's in love with me, and I'm in love with her.
I'm gonna be. If it's your boat, I'm wearing my Swedish speedos. I'll be half naked by the time
Yeah.
That lake down there is so. I mean, it's so clean. It's really nice. I mean, it's it looks like it. I've swam in that my whole life, and I love that lake. It empties out into the Cumberland, but it's called Old Hickory.
That's south of that's south of Land O'Lakes, or what they call it, Land Between the Lakes. I know
Isn't there a
exactly.
song about that?
Yeah, I know exactly where that's at.
Yeah. I grew up we had on the lake, so like right across the lake from us was Dolly Parton and Barbara Mandrell, and we used to have like,
you said that.
yeah, and we used to have like all the like the tour buses and stuff would come back there,
Yeah.
or whatever, but we would always think we could swim to their house because it looked so close, and damn, we almost drowned.
I passed
We
out
tried to
fucking
do
drunk
that,
and woke
yeah.
up on the shore, where I laid there on the bank halfway because everybody was looking for me and didn't know where I was, and like half my face was suntanned. It was actually sunburnt, and the other shit was pasty white, pale. So I looked like Two-Face from Batman, and it was like that way for 3 weeks, and everybody gave me shit for it.
God, I remember laying out on one of those docks that was all fiberglass. We didn't know
Yeah.
it. And we came home, we were just eaten alive. Like, I mean, just the worst. But that was the last time we ever pulled that one. But, like, we had no idea. We were kids, you know.
I hated that because, man, it was like either half fiberglass or half that cheap fucking deck board and a spider
Yeah.
wear on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that. Ugh, I remember all the spiders.
My favorite house that we lived in because we had like these big the whole back of the house had was glass, which had these big French doors that opened up and then went down this deck that was, you know, on the lake or whatever. And it was just so nice. I mean, we skinny dipped all the time, and I mean, that was such a fun, you know, just a fun way to grow up. I mean, you know, we dig for night crawlers and then fish with those, and
Oh,
yeah.
Was it a Subaru LW?
Thank you, Gigi.
Driving me nuts.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was just sitting there thinking,
I was a lesbian when I got my first car.
I was like,
no, he drove a big old boat car, like, I don't know, man, a big LTD or some bullshit.
Thank you, Gigi.
I haven't named it yet, bro. You didn't have a big old.
Please proceed. Please proceed. Go ahead with y'all's conversation.
I'm
not
sorry.
naming the car.
You're such
Name the fucking car.
I know, right?
He's a dick. He won't do it. He's a dick.
Do it. He's a dick.
I think I've said it 1,000 times on this show before, and I'm
You
just
did 1001, motherfucker.
I refuse to participate in this shenanigans.
I just have best friends on fucking YouTube are fucking assholes, fools, and LW. Y'all fuck, dude.
I just
I'm an asshole too, you know, so I understand it. I had that kind of leverage, I'd probably pull it too.
Literally, I just had this idea of all of us going and specifically Duggars and I, and fucking shooting a bunch of hogs and having a big barbecue and then getting trashed in Nashville. And
yeah.
If y'all show up and we can shoot some stuff, I'll tell you my first car.
No, fucking tell us.
I will
Tonight.
take you down to my
I'll bring the cases of beer.
I never even got to hear.
His mommy drove him around till he was 24. What are you talking about?
Was it a sob?
Right.
A sob.
A sob.
Was it a sob?
It begins with an S.
I had a high chair until I was 18.
Yeah,
my boy is a patriot. He was driving USA.
Yeah. My mom took me to my first movie in a Fiero.
Have I said it yet?
My brother had one of them little Fieros.
A sob, a Suzuki.
So sobs are the shit, man.
They call that a sob story.
Sobs are the bullshit, man.
Studebaker.
Yeah,
that's it. You can't if you find a Saab now, that shit is so fucking expensive. I wish they still made cars.
Swedish cars
Sobs are like,
yeah,
that I remember.
They really are.
Yep.
An SS.
Yeah, Jaga Svenska. I was born and
They're
raised.
fast, dude. And they handle really fucking nice.
Oh yeah, you could
to find somebody to work on them.
I remember when I was a child, and then people would hit fucking reindeer with Saabs, and the shit would just flip up over the damn car and never make a dent in the Saab. Never.
Yeah, they got electric trucks that can do that now.
Man, no, you'd run this shit into a fucking Russian tank and destroy the Russian tank. I mean, that's how good Saabs were.
Nice.
Skyhawk.
Skyhawk. That's a good
No such car named a Skyhawk.
My first car was a 1983 300 turbo diesel Mercedes, moonroof, leather, interior, the whole 9 yards, everything. I had one of those Motorola bag phones. Like every time you'd make a phone call, it was like you were calling a damn airstrike. I love those things. That was that car had more torque than any other vehicle I've ever owned. That was my first car. I turned down a Lincoln Mark 8 for that car.
I had a they call it
a Lincoln Marquis,
Lincoln Continental, and they call it a Stinking Lincoln.
Stinking
Lincoln.
I drive a Lincoln right now. I love my Lincoln, man. I drive.
My parents had a
see that fucking thing's so sweet.
97 Lincoln, maroon color, tan leather interior. That thing was a damn boat.
Yeah,
my grandma had a LTD. It was olive green. That was the ugliest fucking car I ever seen in my life, and it was a huge boat. And when my mom would drive through town with me in it, or my grandma, the dash was so big I could hide under the dash, so I didn't ever have to worry about being seen because I
Oh,
literally hide it. It was that big. Yeah.
You're not lying. You could fit like $5 in the damn floorboard in one of those things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
green. I had a bright green car
Speaking
that we
of
called the Hulk.
Svenska, Nils,
There's
Yeah.
Joe Cool.
Gutters, can you pull up this picture?
Yep, Joe, you can.
Thank you. This is my what they say DNA estimate.
Hey, there
Right.
you go. I love it how Russia threatened us. You know, it's like literally we're fucking.
They'll never get through.
It's like literally we're fucking Vikings with automatic weapons and tanks and aircraft. It's like, yeah, bring it on. Like we weren't afraid at all. Everybody's
What
like,
is that?
Russia's going to invade.
That's my DNA estimate.
Yeah.
What is that from?
It's called My Heritage, I think. Or
So didn't they after everybody spit into like some DNA to mail it off? Didn't they sell it all to BlackRock?
I think My Heritage is the only one that didn't.
The only one that didn't. Well, that's good.
So in Sweden we have something similar to selective service. So at 18 you're chosen. You go and you serve a minimum of 2 years. So you know, you go through whatever service, and then we have what's known as like the home guard defense. So it doesn't matter what age. If you're fucking 70, there's something for you to do if there's a reason for national defense. But yeah, when you hit 18, you file your paperwork, similar to selective service in the United States. And then if you're chosen, you go to basic for 2 years, choose your equivalent to an MOS and stuff like that. And then once your 2 years is done, that's it. But you are able to be recalled. So I got the notice when Russia started their shit and stuff before Sweden was joined by NATO. Officially like a year or 2 years ago. So, which I told Angie, I was like, hey, if I go, you're coming with me. And of course, she's like, hell yeah, fuck, we're going. She's never been back home to where I'm from. Her family's from Denmark. So I was like, hell yeah. So I was talking to some cousins and stuff that still served in like Swedish Special Forces and stuff. So they're pumped, man. They're like, they have no idea what the hell is about to come down on them. Yeah. So and we're good at it. So it's like, yeah, we will fuck up Russia. And in World War II, even when Nazi Germany started their shit, we stayed neutral, but we were the only country that was not taken in Northern Europe by Germany or Finland. They tried. So it's like, yeah, you don't give fucking Viking tanks and aircraft and automatic weapons and then threaten them. So it's like, hell yeah, let's do it. So 2 years in Swedish Armed Forces, and then 6 years in American. It's like, I'm ready to go back. Yeah. I'm 45, but I'm ready to go back.
Right.
Bring it on. Bring it on.
Yeah, I've heard. Oh gosh, I was watching a podcast the other day, and they were all talking about America needs a mandatory military service. And I just thought that was hilarious that nobody understands the concept of what America is. I see that more and more every day, that nobody understands what the concept of America is.
They don't read history.
Italy has it. Israel has it. There's many other countries that have it. And man, I'm telling you, it makes a difference.
And none of those people have 300, and none of those countries are the number one economy in the world and have 350 million people. If every 18-year-old to 23-year-old went to go had mandatory, you would have a giant workforce problem, and you would have to bring in immigrants to do the jobs.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
And, like, you can't. I get tired of it all the time. People comparing a country with 6 million people to a country with 350 million people. It's insane.
Yeah, like our 10. That was one thing in America. I had a lot of family from back home. They were like, America's uncultured, and I was like, oh no. There's like every state has a culture. And then when every state, every region in that state has a culture, and you have to understand from from Christiansted in the south to the Finnish border is 8 to 10 hours. It literally lasts 3 days to cross America. So I think it's so fucking huge, and it's still not the size of Russia. That has 6-7 time zones.
Right.
It's unreal how huge America is compared to Northern Europe. So I've had to tell and explain this to my family back home that it's fucking huge. You go to one part of the region of the South, the food in Louisiana is not the same as it is in Florida, as it is in Georgia or North Carolina, as it is in California or Omaha, Nebraska, or St. Louis, Missouri. It's unreal the amount of culture. And then you have the Appalachians where I live currently. And it doesn't matter if you live in northern Alabama or Georgia or Maine, it's still the same fucking culture.
Right.
It's wild over here. It's absolutely.
Well, it's like I remember like a decade ago in the business I'm in, we were short 50,000 truck drivers because we had a problem with the boomers retiring, and especially a big escalation when 2020 happened. They were like, "Well, I don't want to get all those fucking shots and all that bullshit." So a whole bunch of them retired early. So we have like 100,000 truck driver shortage, but then the young people. And that was like a great job for people with that didn't have a college degree, right? You go be a fucking light and make great fucking money.
Hell yeah.
But the young people aren't signing up to be truck drivers now. They want to do TikTok videos and all shit like that. So you have this big gap. That's the reason you see all the time, like some of these truck drivers who are getting these crazy wrecks, and they're like foreign people who just moved here like 4 years ago. And these trucking companies are so desperate to hire somebody because they're short 100,000 truck drivers. So like, it's not everybody can go do the military thing, because you know what? We need some fucking 18-year-old truck drivers, 20-year-old truck drivers to go sign up and learn how to be a truck driver and deliver shit across the country.
And there's military truck drivers that can't drive a fucking scooter. So
This country is bigger than you think. There's a lot of people.
I hated it here. Gigi's heard me complain about this. The first 5 years, I fucking hated it in America because when we moved here, I was 11. My father said, "You're an American now." What? He said, "Yeah."
Where were you from?
Okay, so I hated it here the first 5 years because when we moved here in '89, we had tornadoes the next month, like within weeks after we moved here, like 3 to 4 weeks. I was like, "What the hell?" So we have tornadoes, but they last like seconds and they're gone. So here it is ripping up the countryside and shit and destroying communities. I'm like, this is bullshit. And then we had Hurricane Hugo that September, and they're telling everybody, leave the state, evacuate. And I'm like, what the hell? My mom's freaking out. Dad's like, just take whatever you need to, throw in your book bag, whatever, your luggage, and then we're out of here. And I'm like, why the hell are we leaving? There's this big ass storm the size of Texas coming. And then it snowed, which I was happy about. Because there's no snow in the southeast. So I hated it in America the first 5 years, and everybody's like, why? And I was like, the weather in America constantly tries to kill you. So we have summer and we have like 9-10 months of winter. So my grandfather used to joke and said, we don't have summer, we have 2 months of bad skiing weather. And you acclimate to the cold weather and the snow and stuff in Sweden. But here it's so diverse. You can have 4 seasons in 1 week. And I'm like, fuck this. And I was a horrible, horrible son to my parents. So my father said, I'm going to send you to your uncles down in the U.S. Virgin Islands, down in the tropics, let you cool off. And then, if you want to come back, that's fine. If you want to stay down there, that's fine. I was fishing every day. Legal drinking age is 18. You're mixing drinks at 14. You're fishing every day. And I was like, this is nice, but there's no snow. And I missed it. So I came back up, and he's like, well, I'll send you up, to your grandparents in the north of America and stuff in the snow. But it's like, it's so diverse. And it's not just the culture in the States, it's the weather as well. And America really has, it's eclectic, the way that the culture is here.
Yeah, we had a sales guy for Boston. They offered him to move down to Houston and come work at our office down here. So he moved and everything. He spent one summer in swamp ass fucking Southeast Texas, and he moved his ass right back to Boston. He was like, I sweat. I'm my balls sweat going to go check the mail.
It's sticking to my leg every time I moved. I'm done.
When we moved to Charleston, South Carolina. So we don't have humidity in Sweden, anywhere in northern Europe and Scandinavia. So I'm wearing a polar fleece shirt, or I'm wearing a wool t-shirt, polar fleece, because it was really cold when we left, and jeans and boots. So when we landed in Charleston, I wanted to take just a deep, fresh breath of air. So it's March in Charleston, South Carolina. So when we left Sweden, it was like 9 degrees. When we landed in Charleston, South Carolina, it was 86 degrees Fahrenheit. So I stepped off the plane and almost died because we had that humidity. And I'm sitting there shedding shit. I'm buying shorts in the airport and stuff like that. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I'm ready to strip naked. I was like, I'm going to get arrested, but I'm trying to be civil. So, my parents don't get in trouble. And I almost died. I'm like, we need to go back home right now. We need to get a return flight and go back home. I don't want this shit. And then everything else kind of just cascaded. And it kind of sucked that you would be like, we don't have aircon in Northern Europe. We don't need it. We don't need air conditioning. We call it aircon. So, we still have wood stoves and stuff like that for heat and things like that. So we get into air conditioning. I'm like, oh, man, this is relaxing and stuff. But at the same time, as a native European, you're thinking, this shit's going to kill me. There's chemicals in this stuff. It's being blown out through the vents. I'm going to fucking suffocate and die within like 2 weeks.
Now, isn't that the reason, like you'll see it like every couple of summers or so, and somewhere in Europe, there'll be like this heat wave, and it's like killing like a bunch of old people, and they show how hot it is. And it's like, to an American in Texas, it's like, or Florida, it's like, well, shit, it's only 89 degrees, but there they don't have those HVAC systems.
Yeah, we don't need them, because like our summers are like 70, 74, 75 degrees Fahrenheit at the most. Sometimes we'll get a heat wave and it'll be 80, 85, but that's very rare, and it lasts for like 3 days in the summer and then it's gone. So our summers are normally like 70 degrees, 72, like 22 Celsius during the day, and they're like 45, 50 at night.
So when y'all get those crazy heat waves, you can see why it like fucks up like old people in these old apartment buildings and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, and we suffer through it. Now, like if you go to Gothenburg, or if you go to Stockholm, like a lot of the resorts and hotels and stuff, they'll have aircon just for the tourists that are coming in, to satisfy them. But pretty much most of the homes and stuff, we don't have it because we don't need it. Even the rich fuckers that are native there, they don't have it. So when you go from that to like 114 degrees, you're like, I'm going to die. I'm just going to die. You step outside with the humidity, and it's like stepping into a sauna, and you're like, how the hell do people live in this shit?
I've seen it 90 degrees on Christmas in Texas.
Oh yeah, and even when we went to visit East Texas, my wife and I, and it's like, okay, yeah, it's humid as shit and stuff. We'll just stay inside most of the time. You go outside, like even when I went in to smoke a cigarette, and the next thing you know, there's these. No, we do have mosquitoes. We don't have mosquitoes like southeast or East Texas has. So they're very small, and it feels like a 10-penny nail going into your skin.
And no thems.
And you're like, why the hell do people want to live here?
It's like July. Go ahead, Mr. Duggar.
Hey, go and get you some of those right there on the beach mosquitoes. I heard a couple of them were talking. They said, should we eat him here or take him home? Not only are they big, man, they got like these javelin points they stick you with. Just like a blister after they hit you.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. There's like beautiful places in America and stuff like that. And it took me a long time to acclimate. So after high school, I was like, fuck this. I'm out. And I moved to where I'm at now, in the mountains of West Virginia. And because it reminded me of home. And then we get snow. So I was like, hell yeah, I'm down for this shit.
Where were you originally from?
A little town called Hammerdal, Sweden.
Oh, Sweden. Okay.
So Hammerdal in English. So yeah. Northern Lights and shit. Our winters were like minus 74 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We're one latitude from the Arctic Circle, and yeah, so the Northern Lights were a normal thing, and of course that's different because when I say we have 9-10 months of winter, we have like 9 months of darkness.
Yeah.
So you've heard the stories and stuff. You probably studied it in school, hopefully in America. So yeah, once October hits, it's dark until like February, until you see the sun return. It's just a small arc,
Right.
and then in the middle of summer, it'd be like 11:30 at night, and the sun is still up. So the sun would set.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the sun would set at. You heard the land of the midnight sun. So the
Yeah.
sun would set around midnight, and then 4:30 in the morning, it's back up. So you just see like this small dim arc, almost like dusk in America.
I didn't know that. I didn't know
yeah.
that it was like that there.
Yeah. So to this day, in my bedroom, I still have blackout curtains
Yeah.
because of that. Even though it's not the same where I live in America, but yeah, because of that, I still have dark out curtains. Those blackout curtains.
I used to try to do this like 3 or 4 years ago when I was in my old house in the garage. That's where I would do all this stuff. And I'd get like, hey, LW, you want to come join the panel? And I'm like, no, it's too hot. And they're like, you're a pussy. What are you talking about? And I'm like, it's 11 o'clock at night. It's 93 degrees with 95% humidity. No, thank you.
No. Yeah. Fuck that. So yeah, it's weird though, man. And to Americans and it's normal to us. So like 2:00 in the afternoon, it looks like midnight in America at any time during the year, even in winter. So like as dark as it is out here, this would be like 10 a.m. in Sweden in the winter. So
did y'all notice? I'm sorry, but did y'all notice that we have a guest in chat? So this is the first time I've seen him here. His name is Joe Cool, and I believe Crispy may know him, and it looks like he has a pretty cool channel. So
yeah,
if y'all aren't subbed up to him,
hey Joe.
What's up, Joe?
Yeah,
Joe
he's,
Cool.
He's one of my favorite people ever. We just he's one of, I guess they call him auditors now, but he's a cop watcher.
Oh shit,
right up my alley.
he's already Gutter's Pub favorite person in the chat right now.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, he's really fun. I went up right before I came over here. We were going through a video of his that he's editing, but he's just old school, I guess. But he was one of the first channels to do that. There you go. So he's got like 140.
I'll be back in just a second.
Subscribers or something like that, and he
Are you leaving, Tucker?
and now it's funny because if you look at his old videos or whatever, where they get into cussing fights and stuff with the cops, but now the cops are like, "Hey Joe, what's up?" And they're all really nice to him now, But he goes all over the United States and goes and tries to educate some of these cops about what they are doing wrong and right, and he's changed. It's hard for me to change my mind once I'm set in I've just kind of got my own thinking, and I'm kind of set in my ways, and I'm not, nobody's really going to change my mind. He's changed my mind on a couple of things, looking at things on his side, or from his perspective. But yeah, he's really, he's entertaining. He's got I think he's known for having the best laugh on YouTube for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, but I'm glad that he stopped by.
Yeah, and those are the best kind of auditors that want to go out and not just bring it to the forefront of what's going on, but also educate those that are willing to listen, and you know, it's amazing how many cops really don't know, like like the basics.
Yeah.
They know lots of other things, but they don't know the basics. That it's
Oh
for
yeah.
some reason it's just been missed.
Yeah, like we were going over this video that he's editing right now where they had there's a whole, it must have been 20 cops around these kids, and they've got them handcuffed and they have them detained, and I guess it was a shooting or something like that, and Joe's filming them, and they're going through their pockets, his pockets and stuff like that, and he's like, and you're not allowed to go through their pockets when they're detained, that kind of thing or whatever, and and there's high-ranking policemen, detectives and stuff, just standing there watching these cops. I mean, these are kids, that they have handcuffed, and he lives in like the mean streets of Chicago, like one of a really bad, neighborhood for that kind of stuff, and so he tries to. I mean, he's always like kind of sticking up for these kids that are, handcuffed and don't know what they don't know, what cops are allowed to do and what not to do. But they always are trying to get rid of, well, they always used to try and get rid of Joe, but you can't get rid of Joe. Like when he's got his camera on. So, but yeah, he's really entertaining to watch. So he's got a completely different style than a lot of people. But so we go round and round before. I'm like, so why can't you just, like, you need to be more polite. You need to, whatever. But he is how he is, and he's brilliant too. Just a brilliant man. So he had like a full scholarship to college and the whole bit. And when he was a kid, and then he got in trouble for something just real minor and lost his scholarship for it. And so that kind of put him on a track too of, the police against him. And so he just, he sort of
Did you
goes
see what he said?
What does he, well, I didn't see it. What did he say?
Well, if I read his Taiwanese correctly, he said Crispy is totally trying to get laid.
Joe. pretty. I thought you were gone. But he's a lot of fun though. He really is a lot of fun.
Right on.
One of the most laid
I
back
will
people
definitely
ever.
check him out.
Yeah, check him out.
Hey, Gutters.
Thanks for all you do, Bill.
I told you I was going to come back, and I did, and I appreciate you. LW, we put the ass whooping on the A's tonight. That was a good thing.
All right, I came back just in time to ruin Gutter's show with sports.
You motherfuckers.
Yeah.
It's okay. I'm
11
shutting
to
this.
1.
Go ahead.
11
Let
to
me
1.
road rage. Let me rage
Good night.
quit. I'm shutting
Good
this bitch down.
Good night. Good night, Crispy.
Good night, Mr.
Gutters,
Douglas.
love you.
God bless.
LW, take care. Chat, it was all Gucci. Y'all take care of your little bitty self. Mr. Duggar loves everybody, man. Y'all take care.
Wow, we love Mr. Douglas.
Love you, Mr. Duggar. Good night. Thanks for coming up.
I
Gutter.
know you've been on here forever,
Yes.
haven't you?
Yes,
Before
6
you-
hours.
All right.
Oh.
That was way too long. But let me go in the chat. I want to see, because this is bullshit. Where are you?
Who?
Oh, me?
Hold on one second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, it was weird when I came in. I saw somebody say something about LW, and of course I'm always on that damn top chat and not all messages,
Mm-hmm.
So I hit all messages, and I'm looking. I still don't see LW. I'm like, do you have me blocked?
No.
So then I looked on my block list just to make sure, and I didn't have him blocked or anything. But I didn't think I did at all. But you know how sometimes you can just accidentally do something and hit it. But no.
Do you not have it on top? Did you have it on top chat?
I didn't. I didn't. And so he couldn't see me. He could see me in StreamYard, but he couldn't see me on YouTube. And, you know, that
No, I saw
happened.
you on YouTube too.
Oh, you did? I
Yeah.
couldn't see you at all. So sometimes there's a glitch, you know.
No.
It happened to me before where there's like, you know, a
Yeah.
friend of mine and I, we couldn't see each other for the longest time. And then one day it just stopped. So
It's okay. It's okay if you block me. Do you know how many people have blocked me? It's great.
no, I would
But
never.
look, I just typed. I have no points on Gutter's king system here. No
Oh,
points.
no.
That's well. Did you
Gutter-
look at the big king part of it? Like, did you go to the crown up at the top and look there?
I've
There's a
never
crown
seen
at
that
the
crown
top.
thing anywhere.
Yeah. Okay, so look at the very top. It says community and crown at the top where it says live chat. Like if you're on your phone, it says
Yeah.
live chat.
It doesn't show that on mine.
Yeah.
Oh
Look.
well, I'm not cool. It's cool.
Just fucking look. Pay attention.
Whatever.
Pay attention, Aldo.
Don't whatever me. Look. Okay, see up at the top where it says
Yeah.
community and the crown?
It doesn't show that on my phone.
It doesn't. Yeah.
Do you have lame iPhone? Or
I have
yeah,
iPhone.
iPhones.
Yeah, I have one of those gay iPhones.
Yep, that's why.
Your
So I
hair
don't
is
know
so
where it
pretty.
is. But if you're looking at chat on the phone, you'll also see it.
Well, I'm not going to go buy
It's
another $1,700 phone just to see
fine.
that king thing. So I'll just stick with like having no points and
Fine.
being a loser.
You'll never be king.
All right, it's cool.
I've
to me.
not seen that anywhere else but your chat. Honest to God, I haven't seen that except you. Which I don't know. Why you have it.
Well, because I am special.
Apparently.
I don't know why either, but I did see that the Vixes had it. And they
Oh,
have
yeah?
I don't know, 6,000 or almost 6,000 subs. So
Yeah. Have you seen it anywhere else, LW?
Yeah, I've seen it in the chat, but I never get any points. So you know me, I just want to flip the board.
So you
I can't play.
Oh, so
you have to
okay, I
chat
got
a
one.
bunch. You have to chat a bunch. Like a lot.
So
Lot,
why
lot,
does mine say number 3?
Because you're the third chatter. There's
Okay.
first place, second place, third place.
Okay, I see. All right.
So you get the bronze medal. That's good. You get the
I
bronze
Here,
see
let me
the-
see where it says. Just a minute.
Yeah, I see it up at the top in the chat where it says.
You see the leaderboard?
Yeah, it says 250 XP.
Okay, click on it.
Oh, okay. Let me see what.
Yeah,
that
click,
says.
touch that.
Okay, I got it.
See?
Yeah.
Never mind.
Did you see it? Do you see it, LW? You
No.
touch it too.
I just want to
Look at it.
I want to watch both of y'all touch it. Go ahead, touch it.
You touch one side, Crispy. I'll touch the
All
other.
right, here we go. Ready? Got it.
No,
You know LW's clipping that. He's going to sleep with that tonight.
Right. And you're
Totally.
thinking, huh?
Okay, well, LW, if you have an iPhone too, do you see the 250 where it says 250
no,
in
it
the
doesn't show
chat?
it. It doesn't show it. It's fine though. It's fine though. I really don't care. It was just a joke. I really don't care if I have any
Look.
king points or not. It's
You
fine.
don't care now because you can't see it.
That's
Right.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Once you see it, you're going to care.
Yeah.
Yeah, once I see it, I'm going to start spamming the chat to where there's like 7,000 comments by
Let me see.
LW so I can win
Well,
a
let me see
non-existing
what
prize.
loser spot you're in right now.
Probably like the negative teens or something.
Oh, wait, you're in 7th.
7th.
Yeah, you are.
Well, that's better than
You
8th.
have
Yeah,
200 XP.
Mm-hmm. What's the XP stand for?
Okay, here, let me read this again. Here's what it says. Community leaderboard and XP. What's the leaderboard? a place for fans to stand out in the community. The top 3 get special badges in live chat. It resets every stream, so you can always try again. How do you get on the leaderboard? You'll need to collect experience points or XPs. Here's how you get them. Send live chat messages or send super chats and super stickers.
Oh, so that's the way.
That's the way.
I came in earlier today and I was like, oh, I'm 8 hours early. I was like, I was going to get that crown.
You won the boob.
I won
Fuck the crown. You won the boob.
Because I was 8 hours early.
That's it. Yeah. Well, you're the first person in chat. Whoever's the first person in chat since we've been doing this wins the boob.
Oh, see, I'm highly competitive in a weird way.
Oh, well, just know that you're first person in chat. It's now, mind you, it's an imaginary boob, but it's still a boob nonetheless. And you only win one. You don't win a pair.
Oh,
so you're lopsided until like, well, it depends on where you win it. If you win it on Tuesday, you're lopsided till Friday morning. If I have a stream.
Well, if it's imaginary boobs, I give a fuck all about the points now.
Uniboob. I'll just take one. It's all right.
No, that point system, I don't know about it. I was just talking about.
I don't know. Neat though.
I'm gonna piss my pants. Okay. All right.
Bye.
Okay. So shut up. Pesky Citizen is in first place for the crown.
Well,
and he's got 375 XP. And then
Imagine racking up
Ma was in
375 points and getting something that doesn't exist. Man, this is more shit.
I don't know, but I want to try for the non-existent product.
Big Dog Ma, she got.
I'll get a graphic thing. What is it called? A graphic board.
A graphic board, yes. Whatever that is.
Whatever it is, yeah.
Ma, she's in second place with 300 XP. And then Crispy is in third place with 250 XP. And then Lays and Blaze is in fourth with 225 XP. And then Wandering Gone, which I can't remember who that is. If you're still here, put like how I would know you better, because Wandering Gone isn't quite there for me. 225 XP. I know I should know who that is. Yeah, anyways, sixth place is Knight Killian. And they've got a flag. It's like a football flag, which it shows an O and a U. Who's that?
Oklahoma.
Okay. Whoever that is. Yeah. And they're at 225 XP. And then there's LW at 7th place.
Yeah.
Nice.
With 200 XP.
That's right.
And you're in the top 10. So.
Yeah. And Hairbag's 175 XP. Anne was, I think she's gone to bed like 2 hours. Oh, like, I'm sorry, 5 hours ago. She was in 9th place. She went to bed 5 hours ago and she's in 9th place. The noticer he was in 10th place. He only had 150 XP. That's because he was on panel instead. Yeah. P-Digit, 11th place. Blunt Man, 12th. Sun Honey, 13th. Beer and Backroads, 14th. Dozer, 15th. Neil's 16th. Sunflower, 17th. Black Diamond, 18th. Kaya, 19th. Fools, 20th. Mishka, 21st. Joe Cool is 22nd. Fuck yeah, you're on the board, dude. Harley Dad, 23rd. Jenny, I got it. Sorry. 24th. Britt, 25th. Kelly, 26th. I can't stop now. Sherry, 27th. Wendy 28th, Megan 29th, Heather 30th.
There
I
you
can't believe
go.
she's 30th. She's been typing like crazy.
Yeah.
James 31,
How did
MCF.
Joe, how
Thir-
did Joe Cole get in front of Heather? That doesn't seem right.
I don't know, because he's been typing more. I don't know.
He's made like 3 comments.
You have to just finish it now. You're all the way up to like 30 something. You got to go all the
Okay.
way to the end. No.
Right, I'm going all the way to the end. Willie's at 33rd place. Chris Bull is at 34th. Nate is 35th. Zach is 36th. Scott from Controversial Cruising is at 37th. Make sure you go by his page. Atypical Gumps. And it's got an A, like an Oakland A looking thing, but I don't think that's what it is. But 38th place. Fuck around and find out who actually became a member tonight. Something about, remember, what's his name?
Yeah, fuck around and find out.
Yeah, what was the other, what's his name though?
Go fuck yourself.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
go fuck yourself.
Right. You go.
He is at 39th. No, I think I'm getting tired. Okay.
I actually knew the name. I actually knew the name and wanted to say that.
All in one. Mr. Andy. I didn't even realize you were here. 40th and Flatty 41st and Gurf 42nd.
You got a flat earther in here?
Flatty. No, Flatty. Flat chested female.
Oh, okay.
Well, sorry, Chad. If I would have known, if I would have mentioned that she was going to read through 47 fucking points,
I'm sorry.
I would have never said anything.
Oh,
I apologize.
Look who showed back up. Were you just waiting for us to say your name?
Yeah. Who shut up?
MCF.
Oh yeah.
Go Cowboys.
MCF after dark.
Go Texans. Go Texans. Go Texans.
Cowboys, when I was a kid, they had like the best cheerleaders, and I wanted one of those. I wanted one of those cowboy cheerleader outfits so bad. My brother bought me a jacket. It was blue satin, and it was a cowboy's jacket when I was little. But it wasn't the whole uniform like I wanted.
I think Mr. Duggars would argue with you about the best cheerleaders, because I think, isn't it his team that has the best cheerleaders, LW? I mean, I don't know a lot about this whole thing.
Historically, the Cowboys have had the best cheerleaders.
Right.
Dude,
right.
it's sarcastic.
Like
He's got dude cheerleaders.
Texas A&M, Kyle. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the overall, Kyle in the overalls. Yeah.
What are those guys called? The
Gay.
or the what are
Gay.
Where it's a college that has all male cheerleaders. I can't remember the college, but it's all male cheerleaders. And they've had it forever, and it's something Gears, maybe. I can't remember which college it is, but it's historic. Yeah, they've always had male cheerleaders, which I thought was unusual. I've never
Texas A&M every week on a home game in College Station, Texas, they do like this little pep rally, and it's all these guys in overalls, and they do these little songs and dances. Like,
Oh Lord,
God.
Traveling Fools, like we had this whole crew that went in a couple years ago. It's called
is
their
Mr.
Yell.
Duggar their coach?
Right. I went on their live YouTube when they did it. We were all trashing them and everything. It was pretty funny. Pretty good times.
I mean, I've got the Bengals, right? Our cheerleaders, and I went to school with one of the Bengals, and she's now the coach. And she talked me into going to try an audition, right? And this is years and years ago. And I walked in, and I was watching them, and I'm like, oh no, I'm not. There was no way these girls meant business. I coached for my kid when she was in cheerleading, but just in grade school, right? So, like these girls meant business. I was like, oh my god. And plus, do you know, like they don't. You have to pay for that, all of that yourself. Like those girls that travel to the games, all on their own dime. Did you know that? Freaking crazy. Yeah. True. Mm-hmm.
That is crazy.
Yeah, you would never think that, but I mean, I don't know if that's that way with every team, but it certainly is in Cincinnati.
This might not make sense to y'all, but MCF is a Cowboys fan. He said, "Fuck the Eagles." There, 1,000%. He hates Jalen Hurts and the tush push. That might sound gay, the tush push, but that guy right there hates the tush push.
Several professional and amateur sports organizations have all male cheerleading squads, including the Los Angeles Rams and scrimmage people, and Vienna Fear Leaders are also all male cheerleading squads from Australia. Some NFL teams like San Francisco and Philadelphia Eagles have male cheerleading. That's not what I'm looking for. I know that they all have like a male, but there's a college that has just all male cheerleaders.
If they dance like girl cheerleader, if they fucking do cheers like girl, no, I don't want to watch that shit.
Oh my god!
It'd be like
they got
watching
photos.
gay dudes dance, and I ain't doing it. Can't make me. Not doing it.
No, it's just these guys actually looked very, masculine. But I've talked to some of the
Very
male
supposed.
cheerleaders, and they had a good point. They're like, "Yay, my ass! We get to like throw girls up in the air, with their little skirts on and hold them right by the butt cheeks." They were thrilled to death to have that position.
Jesus, what shitty luck that I have that we're up here talking about butt cheeks and they don't involve women and I'm talking to two women. What kind of shit is that?
You're doing it wrong, LW. You're doing it wrong.
I know. I ended up on a gay stream with two women. What the fuck?
Oh, it's University of Nebraska. They're called Yell Leaders. Yell Leaders.
Oh my gosh.
It's an all-male
We need
male
a
cheer
title.
squad.
We need a title. What should we call it? Yell Leaders. That sounds perfect.
That's perfect. Yeah. And they have
Lord.
it's been going on forever. And they, let's see, Yell Leaders lead chants, hand signals embodying the spirits of the 12th man. Notre Dame also has co-ed cheer squads. Well, we get it. Don't everybody have like almost everyone's got like a man or two on the squad, don't they? I don't know. They don't show the cheerleaders that much, do they? I wouldn't know because I don't watch any of the games, but
me either.
Yeah. I mean, that would be the only thing I'd be interested in is like, I like to watch the dance performances.
I mean, at this point, I'm just losing cool points being on stream with y'all anymore.
Well, I mean,
okay, fine. Let's not ruin his reputation. Right? All right. I've been on here 6 hours and 25 minutes.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot, girl.
I'm so like ready to get off.
Yeah, we can continue this cheerleader conversation
in the back
on another day. On another day.
Or you can do it in the back. I don't care, but I'm gonna push this little button over here that says end.
Gigi has never cared about doing it in the back.
No,
never.
She said it. That was an easy joke. She said it.
She did say it. I heard
She's
her.
Right.
Said it.
That's I did, and I mean it. Okay. All right. First, Krispy Kreme. Krispy Kreme. I knew I was going to say it. I knew I was going to say it.
People say that all the time.
Oh, fuck. I say it all the time. When I'm talking about you, I'm like, Krispy Kreme. I mean, fuck it.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you have planned? Are you doing live streams?
I don't. I just I'm a regular panelist on a couple of places, and I produce in some places, but other than that, that's it. So no, I'm gonna be hanging out with you guys and doing that for a little bit.
Nice.
And, yeah.
Yay, good.
Good.
And then LW, how about you?
Eh?
Are you flaked out last night?
I flaked out where?
I'm being funny.
Oh, my
I
Monday
said you
show.
flaked
Yeah.
out last night. Yeah, your Monday show.
Yeah. I went live Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I thought 4 days in a row.
I know. I don't blame you, dude. Trust me, I was on burnout Friday. Remember?
Yeah, you didn't come Friday. I
did
couldn't make it
come
last night either. I only came for a few minutes.
I came Friday. The problem was I came too much on Friday. And
All right, I'm done. I'm not even saying anything. I'm not saying anything more.
By the don't be a
You're
pussy.
making it really easy, Gigi. You know. You came too much,
Well, so by Friday night at whatever time it was, I was exhausted. So, Ron Voles, oh my gosh, been forever. Hello. We're getting ready to close this up. So, LW, we're doing Friday night, right? Normal.
I think.
Okay.
I think you got your show on. Friday. The midday show on Gutters, Traveling Fools on Friday night. Saturday night, LW, myself is 50-50. It all depends. And then Sunday night, Traveling Fools trivia. And then Monday night, back to LW is 50-50. So.
And it's 50-50 as to whether he can make it through actually getting the stream up without rage quitting beforehand. That's what it all depends on. No.
Yeah, I think it's so funny when he gets mad.
Cracks me up. I love it when he's just done. He's fucking done.
When he's done, this is fucking crazy.
This is nuts. I'm out. Fuck it.
Oh my God, nothing makes me laugh
All right.
harder.
Hey, I have a short
Oh,
attention
man.
span. Don't blame me.
Short attention span.
Yeah, you're right. The short temper. It's probably closer.
Well, I mean, okay.
No, but it was fun. I appreciate you
Let's
having me
see
on.
here. Okay.
It was fun.
No, I'm glad you guys came on. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Hold,
thank you for
please, if
having
you
me.
want to stay backstage, you can stay backstage if you want. No worries. But I will shut this baby down. Thanks for coming, everybody. If you didn't come, at least you smile a lot, and we will see you Friday morning and Friday night and all the other days.
Yeah, every day that ends in Y.
Right. Well, I hopefully not, but all right, here we go.
News bulletin. Step right up, got tickets on sale, and today's episode, trains coming off the rails. Watch it all burn from the screen on your phone, but don't you worry about it, you're safe at home. Every talking head will tell you everything's fine, it's the blind